Hey, Belinda. Hey, bubbling brown sugar, Belinda. Ooh, what it do, good people? What it do? What it do, good people? What it do? Come on in, come on in. What time is it? Y'all know, is it 10? Woo! Where we at? Say thank God. Thank God your content. Thank God. Missed your content out there. I knew you needed a break. Yeah, I did need a break. Hey, Aunt Esther. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, baby. Y'all been in my comment section trying to just now figuring out that they done took my monetization. And I am, oh, Belinda, I see your message now. There you go. Y'all just wasn't gonna let me make it, was you? Dang it! I was trying not to. I wanted to come, hey Joe, then I didn't. I'm like, ooh, I'm just not gonna be arguing and fussing for likes and asking people to send something to my cash app since y'all can't do the gyms. I don't feel like it, y'all. I was talking to one of my young Dolph sector guys and want me to talk about what's going on with Pooh Shiesty. Also, somebody else in Dallas that it's just a couple. It's just like I'm pulled too many ways almost, and once they did it this time as far as my monetization, it's like, do you, girl, you, because they don't want the truth out. And they trying to silence. They are trying to, what do y'all call it? Silence the truth. So I'm gonna give it an hour or so, but being on here all day and all night, well, for a long period of time, Stonewall, that's one too. But it's not to control the narrative, but it's a control thing. And if they can't pay you, hey Daryl, if they can't pay you, and the root of all things they say is money, well then we gonna take the money. So it's like, firing somebody or laying them off, and then they have to figure out a way to make some side money, And just as soon, then here comes Scooter, needing some gas money. I was like, whoa, Jack, I know you don't know, but your little old side, your side, when they hit my side money, they hit your side. He was like, oh, dang. Yeah. Yeah. So let me get on in here since I said I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but it's always so much going on, and they know this. They know it's a lot going on, and they don't want the truth out. They don't want the lawsuits that they're losing out. Some of the stuff that they talking about now, if you are, there go naturally Orleans. I'm chewing my gum like, she's like, Auntie Fee, you not finna do this. Y'all can always count on naturally Orleans. Janet, she throw her little subliminal, hey, we love you, we support you. Baby! Now, Janet know how to send back messages too. Naturally, Orleans, I don't think she done made it back there to send me a message so I can approve it. Baby, well, let me tell you something. I love my tea sippers. I love my tea sippers. Understand me, baby, because they understand me. And understand my truth and my word to y'all, right? Because when I tell you they will pull on it, they will pull on it. So shout out to my tea sippers, my real tea sippers, who understand me and I understand that they can get their point across to me without having to say the words exactly, and I know exactly what they are saying. Now I don't know what type of telepathy, I don't know what type of a spiritual understanding that is, baby. But they know. Shout out to my tea sippers. Much love and respect. Because one thing is for sure, I was not feeling it. Yeah, all this stuff talking about, I don't care. Last time, I don't care. I'm still coming for, I get paid. I da. But yeah, they playing a different ball game this go around, baby. When I say they don't want the truth, they got up here talking about black kids need to be taken reparented. Reparented. What the does that mean? So I've been pondering with that one all day. And then I've been pondering with some other stuff. I had a talk with somebody from the ADOLPH with the Pooh Shiesty being in Kaufman County. It's like, how he get in Kaufman County? Wasn't somebody else that was tied to the CMG South Dallas? How they get to Kaufman County? What's going on in Kaufman? Didn't one of them political judges that got caught? Like, it's just a lot going on that always ties to me. And like I was telling the person earlier today, it's still full circle. It still falls back to the full circle of it all from four dang near 5 years ago. I started saying all of this connected, and when it get all said and done, it's gonna be somebody that some of these people gonna be surprised when they see their old president. Back then he wasn't the president, but he had been. Will be at the top of it. Oh my God, how did I know that? How did I know that? Knowing what I know now, Lord in heaven, how did I know that? What made me start researching him 4-5 years ago? I'm gonna have to call my God brother and see if he remembered the time when I started researching, digging deep off into Trump, why he didn't want people to know he was born and raised in Germany. He's German. And his grandmama, great grandmama, last name is Christ. Did y'all know that? He really not a Trump, but his great grandmama or his grandmama on his daddy's side, real name, maiden name is Christ. Because I remember saying, Christ? What type of last name is that? Is that a real last name? What origin? What? Who? I ain't never heard nobody last name Christ. I remember 4, 5, 6 years ago thinking, I ain't never heard of nobody last name Christ. How the devil, how such a thieving devilish person, grandmama last name Christ. I remember that. This is just how far back I've been in this, even before all of this came out. all of the child trafficking, all of what is coming out 25, 26. My radar was already on Trump because he targeted black rappers to win the vote of the black people. Oh, God bless him. If you love him, that means you're a devil worshiper too. So, and what? And what? You're a devil worshiper. You like a kid's being great. Yeah. So you proud of that. That means you're one of them. Now get your ass up out of here, worshiper. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid. So let me get on, because, if y'all want to support Auntie Fee until things get situated, I can figure out exactly what they're wanting me to do. The only way to support me is by my Cash App. Can somebody put it in the comment section for me? It is $AUNTEAFEE, all caps, Auntie Fee, Auntie Fee. That is the only way that you will support me. And I'm going to be honest. The way I get support is how I'm going to move. I do too much research. I try to connect too many dots to weed out what ain't healthy for you, what's not truthful for you, what's not getting you to what you need to know for me not to be supported. I don't have that. Oh my God. You have Zelle, PayPal. I don't know. I do have Zelle. Cash App it's just, they said it's just the download over app. But can somebody put it in the comment section? $. What was the lady name? She used to be so faithful. She figured it out. And she didn't have it. Sing. Last name was Sing. Auntie Fee, please give from the heart. Thank you, Aunt Esther. Dang it. I haven't seen her in a minute. I hope all is well. Okay, let's get started, because oh boy, JFK, not JFK, RFK, the one who can't talk, the one that used to sniff stuff off the toilet seats, one of Trump's, this Trump way, because he is God. He is my God, I guess. Who is going along with sabotaging, want to be able to do whatever they want to do with kids. He done threw it out there. They want to be able to snatch kids out the house. Y'all stop playing with CPS. Stop playing with them. Mamas, daddies, get your act together. Get in line. Adoptions, CPS. What else? When your kids are too bad and you send them to the boys' home, cut all it out. Cut all it out. Change your eating habits. Detox your kids, because all of those it's just Christian organizers. Just if the Lord, no, it's not. They are graping your kids. If you can't handle them, we got them for you. No, they don't. They're going to get them in there, and their punishment for your kids are being hard-headed or being just like their parents, the other seed, is graping them, butt-ucking them. Ain't that what they used to do to slaves back in the days? The guys that wouldn't mind, they had their own mind, that didn't want to take the name that they was giving them, and they would either put marks on their back or put a pickle in their behind. That's what is happening with those organizations. So to hear this RFK at some point was saying that you need to reparent kids with disorders that they put in those cocktails in those arms before they could go to school. Remember, they have to be vaccinated. 3 or 4 different shots. They injecting that shit in kids. They injecting it in the food coloring, the reds and all of this stuff, all that stuff that is banned in foreign countries, not banned. Oh Lord, hold on. Are y'all still here? Can y'all hear me? Speaking of the lovely young man, Scooter, he said that. Oh, he wasn't lying. He said he was gonna crash my live. I was telling him I talked about him too. Yeah, I was just talking about you. I said, can I call you back? He said, no, I'm a crash your live. Scooter, put my Cash App. Tell him in order to that I need support through my Cash App. $. I can't believe he came. But hey, y'all support this one right here. Yeah, please support $. How funny, y'all. Scooter has never crashed my live before. Shout out to Scooter. Shout out to Scooter. But I do need you to put, let me give you, y'all gotta give him a mod stick just in case somebody say something crazy. But Scooter, listen, for real, let me get started. Please put my support the Cash App. There we go. Auntie Fee. Shout out to Scooter. Baby, when I tell you that made me smile, y'all, this is what's up. Let me get on. Y'all, he made my day. That's my Scooter, y'all. That's my Scooter right there. That's my Scooter. Y'all hear my smile? Okay, let's go. Because I ain't going to be here long. So listen, they talking about, this is why I say, stop playing into the system. Get the kids' mind right. You get your mind right. Detox yourself fully. I mean, not one time, constantly. And the kids, because they want to put them in a system. RFK said we want to reparent the kids. Have we ever in our life heard anything, hey, Miss Tom, about reparenting kids with ADHD? Let's listen, y'all.
Black children on ADHD medication.
Y'all hear this?
Suggested that black children on ADHD medication should be reparented. You said every black kid is now just standardly put on Adderall.
Don't bite your nails now. Stop eating boogers. Don't be biting your nails now. Get your finger out your mouth. Get your finger out your mouth. What about, so you trying to say they never gave the cocktail for ADHD to white kids? Are you telling me that only black kids with ADHD have behavior issues? You can't hear me, Miss Nolans? Hey, me. Y'all, look at him. He got his finger in his mouth. So that's a planned thing. ADHD is supposed to only be a black kid thing. Listen. Because the message that he gave was only about black kids.
Kid is now just standardly put on Adderall. Should be
hey, Cisco.
Reparented. You said every black kid is now
it came in the back. It came in the shot.
SSRI, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and that those children are going to have to go somewhere to get reparented. There is a lot to unpack in that comment. I know that you've already answered several of the questions I was going to ask, and so I'm just going to rephrase them. Mr. Secretary, you've already admitted that you are not board certified physician, and you've already admitted that you did not go to medical school. Have you ever reparented, or parented, I should say, a black child?
I don't even know what
Reparenting.
that phrase means, and I doubt
Just a
that I
yes or
said
no
it.
answer.
I doubt that I
Yes,
said that, Fred. No,
absolutely.
I'm not going to answer something that I didn't say.
You absolutely.
Oh yeah, you said it,
Mr. Secretary.
cockroach. You said it. You absolutely said it. I heard that cracky voice uh from my own self with my own good ear. You said it. Never said it about white folk though. White kids, the one that go and do things and let off steam on college campuses or in the school system, or go into these places where a lot of kids are and do these crazy ass shit. Yeah. Oh Lord, Scooter on here. Crazy ass stuff. He in college now. He done heard it before. Let's go.
And that those children are going to have to go somewhere to get.
Bye. Good night.
There is a lot to unpack in that comment. I know that you've already answered several of the questions I was going to ask, and so I'm just going to rephrase them. Mr. Secretary, you've already admitted that you are not board certified physician, and you've already admitted that you did not go to medical school. Have you ever reparented, or parented, I should say, a black child?
I don't even know what that phrase means, and I doubt
Just a
that I
yes or
said
no
it.
answer.
I doubt that I said that, Fred. No,
Absolutely.
I'm not going to answer something that I didn't say.
You absolutely said it.
Oh, I'd like to hear the recording.
So to be
Because
clear,
it doesn't
sir,
make any
I'm
sense.
I'm
I
gonna
don't even know what
reclaim
it
my time.
means.
I don't either. That's why I'm
And
asking.
by the way,
Hi, I'm Chef Rick.
By the
Davis.
way,
These are my
yeah,
Badaboy
watch what you
beef
say, lady.
enchiladas. The first thing we do for the
Good night,
barbacoa-
Scooter. Thank you for coming through. I greatly
Mr.
appreciate it.
Secretary, you've made
Thank you. That means a lot to me. Y'all give it up for Scooter. This is his first time crashing my life. Yeah, baby, he brought me back, didn't he? He's not board certified. No, he's not board certified, but he had an opinion. Get them wrinkles off your get them wrinkles off your forehead. You embarrassed cause you got these two. Yeah, so so they can protect you, huh? Yeah, now you don't remember saying ugly things about black kids. He got a heroin parasite in his brain. Yeah, we can protect you. Yeah, but then you want to talk about, yeah, man, ooh, Lord, off the toilet, Mrs. Tom, sniffing that white girl off the toilet, eating the shit out that white powder off the toilet. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? That I'm gonna tell y'all. It kind of remind me of y'all saying as back in the making America slave again days that we could only be good for work, but y'all couldn't keep y'all asses out our ancestor mothers. Yeah. You didn't want y'all Betsy May and Betsy Sue's cookies. Couldn't keep they asses out of the darker shade of brown. Yeah, cookie jar. Y'all know we royal. Y'all can't stand it. Y'all can't stand it. Y'all planted the poison in the street in the hoods to give black folks junkies, make them junky and cracked out and all that crazy shit while y'all was smoking and sliding y'all noses up and down the toilet. Yeah, the good stuff. So y'all wouldn't get hooked because y'all can afford it. But we gonna crack it up and change it up so they can be addicted because they think they better. Well, God said they better. How about that? How about that? God said that we was royal. God said that we was special. Y'all had a problem with that. Y'all always have. Let's go. Yeah, you gonna think about demonetizing me next time. Now I can say what the fuck I want to say. Huh? Yeah. Let's go.
Are known to induce violence, and that those children are going to have to go somewhere to get reparented. There is a lot to unpack in that comment. I know that you've already answered several of the questions I was going to ask, and so I'm just going to rephrase them. Mr. Secretary, you've already admitted that you are not board certified physician, and you've already admitted that you...
Hell yeah, me, don't sit on it. Cause they done left some residue. I mean, it's nasty anyway. But just imagining them leaving some residue on it that started eating on your buttocks. Hell, you don't know what it is. Trifling folk, let's go.
did not go to medical school. Have you ever reparented, or parented, I should say, a black child?
I don't even know what that phrase means, and I doubt
Just a
that I
yes
said
or no
it.
answer.
I doubt that I
Yes,
said
ma'am.
that phrase. No,
Absolutely.
I'm not going to answer something that I didn't say.
You absolutely said it.
Oh, I'd like to hear the recording.
So to be
Because
clear,
it doesn't make
sir,
any
I'm
sense.
I'm
I
gonna
don't even know what
reclaim
it
my time.
means.
I don't either. That's why I'm
And
asking.
by the way,
Mr.
By the
Secretary,
way.
you've made a number of outlandish and frankly disturbing comments both before and during your tenure as Secretary of Health and Human Services. I want to draw your attention to one of those times. In a 2024 podcast interview, you suggested that black children on ADHD medication should be reparented. You said every black kid is now just standardly put on Adderall, SSRI, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and that those children are going to have to go somewhere to get reparented.
So is what he was saying is the medicines that they gave them is known to make them this way. So why did you give it to them?
Every black kid is now just standardly put on Adderall, SSRI, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and that those children are going to have to go somewhere to get reparented. There is a lot to unpack in that comment. I know that you've already answered several of the questions I was going to ask, and so I'm just going to rephrase them. Mr. Secretary, you've already admitted that you are not board certified physician, and you've already admitted that you did not go to medical school. Have you ever reparented, or parented, I should say, a black child?
I don't even know what that phrase means, and I doubt
Just a
that I
yes or
said
no
it.
answer.
I doubt that I
Yes,
said
ma'am.
that phrase. No,
Absolutely.
I'm not going to answer something that I didn't say.
You absolutely said it.
Oh, I'd like to hear the recording.
Oh, now you don't forgot. Was you high? Where was your mind at? Was you on Adderall? Sniffall? What was you on? Yeah, now you confronted in front of the committee, a sister, she calling you out. Yeah. Now you don't remember. Why in the hell does your forehead look like a damn parasite? Are these the parasites that's in your head? What? Do you? Yeah. So now I don't remember that. I do not recall. So you pulling the Trump. Deny, deny, deny. Y'all please hit the like button. Double tap those three dots at the top right and get to the thumbs up. Let's go.
Fred, no,
Absolutely.
I'm not going to answer something that I didn't say.
You said
You are
it.
not board certified physician, and you've already admitted that you did not go to medical school. Have you ever reparented, or parented, I should say, a black child?
I don't even know what that phrase means, and I doubt
Just a
that I
yes or
said
no
it.
answer.
I doubt that I
Yes,
said
ma'am.
that, Fred. No,
Absolutely.
I'm not going to answer something that I didn't say.
You absolutely said it.
Oh, I'd like to hear the recording.
So to be
Because
clear,
it doesn't
sir,
make any
I'm
sense.
I'm
I
gonna
don't even know what
reclaim
it
my time.
means.
I don't either. That's why I'm asking.
By
Why
the
you
way,
make the statement?
So to be
Of
clear, you're not a
26.
doctor. You have no medical degree.
See, this is what happens when you're reading a script that somebody else sarcastically wrote, trying to throw shade at the chosen ones, the darker skin, or the 50 shades of brown. Yeah. So you let somebody write your message, your response, your comments, your speech, your statement. You let somebody else put their words, let it come out of your mouth. Or you know what you said Or you just scared? Which one is it? Did somebody write your script for you? Or you don't want to face your words? Knowing that you got two brothers behind you, one on each side and a sister in front of you. Now you scared. Or you let somebody write your words for you. This is what happens when you're a follower or your true feelings are challenged. Which one is it? You're a cracked out cokehead.
Even know what
My
it
time.
means.
Now
I
you
don't
don't
either.
know what it
That's
means.
why I'm asking.
You don't know what being a racist
I know
is.
that I said that, Fred. No,
Oh,
I'm not
man.
going to answer something that I didn't say.
You absolutely said
A
it.
MAGA
Oh,
puppet.
I'd like to hear the recording.
Project
So to be
20.
Because it doesn't make any
25.
sense.
I'm
I
gonna
don't even know what
reclaim
it
my time.
means.
I don't
Dumbass.
either. That's why I'm
And
asking.
by the way,
So to
Don't by the way.
you're not a doctor,
Don't by the way.
You have no medical degree and you have no formal medical training.
A
You
loser.
have never parented a black child. Yet you
24
are
of the
suggesting
26
that
HHS
government-
secretaries have
Secretary,
not had medical
This is my
degrees.
time. And I say to the chairman, I want to reclaim my time. So you are not a doctor, have no formal medical training, and you've never parented a black child, and yet you are suggesting that the federal government should take black children away from their families and reparent them and send them off to some wellness farm instead of providing them with evidence.
A wellness farm. Ooh, every time I hear a farm, when it comes to kids, all I can think about is Sasha Riley mentioning those farms that Trump was over. Every time I hear the word farm, those kids were on those farms, and these perverted elite men, Supreme Court judges and lawmakers graping, illing these kids on the farms. It messed my head up. I ain't even gonna lie. That fucks my head up. So when I tell you parents, stop calling CPS playing. Stop playing with CPS. Stop listening to these Christian troubled child homes stuff. You gotta protect them. You can't look at it like, well, this is what, because he's the pastor of the that pastor may be a pervert. We gotta stop that. And then when these kids are sent back home, try to figure out why they are more troubled, why they have so much resentment toward the parent, because you sent me somewhere where these people were raping me. And you didn't rescue me. You betrayed me. Child forms. My God today. Y'all please hit the like button.
Not a doctor, have no formal medical training, and you've never parented a black child, and yet you are suggesting that the federal government should take black children away from their families and reparent them and send them off to some wellness farm instead of providing them with evidence-based.
You're just making stuff up.
I am absolutely not making this up. Mr. Secretary, in your opinion, what factors should the federal government consider when reparenting a black child who has been on ADHD or ADD?
I don't even know what you're talking about, Congressman. I don't know what you're
Reparenting.
I don't know what
deficit
reparenting
disorder,
even
and
means.
I don't either, but you said that.
I did not
Mr.
say that.
Secretary, for black families of the United States, the issue of family separation is not new. Our nation has a long and painful history of separating black children from their families. During slavery, black children were taken from their parents and sold with no regard for their humanity.
Absolutely.
And
Make
after
America
slavery,
great again.
Black families continued to face forced separations through Jim Crow laws, discriminatory policing, and child welfare systems that too often assumed that black parents were unfit. Even today, black children are removed from their homes at higher rates than white children, not because of their greater harm, but because of long-standing bias and built-in institutionalism. For you to suggest that black families are not capable of raising their own children is deeply offensive. Sir, you are the Secretary of Health and Human Services for the world's most powerful country, and your words matter. When you suggest that
Yeah, he knew what he
black
said,
children,
Belinda.
when you sow doubt about the safety of vaccines, and when you promote unproven statements that have no basis in science, you endanger the lives of everyone across this nation. Those children
Excuse me.
have parents,
Absolutely.
and to suggest that they have to be reparented is offensive.
I never
Jerry,
suggested that.
your words matter. When those words are careless, communities pay the price. When your words are imprecise, they create confusion. And when your words are dismissive, they cause real harm. So you don't have the pleasure, because of your position, to speak first and think later. Not in this job and not because of your responsibility. I expect, and the American people expect, that you choose your words with sincereness and with seriousness, the seriousness that your position demands. American lives are at stake, and it's time that you start acting like it, sir.
Have you ever wondered?
And shut up
How do I record
and listen when she talking to you. Because you acting like you got ADHD or ADD or DDF.
In a world flooded with noise, Hope Global delivers clarity.
Auntie B, what is DFF? Dumb fuck.
Your video first destination for U.S. coverage, breaking news.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
Global development and the stories shaping power, politics, and geopolitics. Fast, focused, fact-driven.
Did you read those new?
No, he can't read. You got to make him real big. Read the letters real big.
Reciprocal and Capitol Hill showdowns.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath.
Yes, Mr. President, quake in your boots because I will tell you the truth. You will be impeached.
To global warfare.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आतंक के खिलाफ भारत की नीति है.
Diplomacy.
Did he call him a meaty head? Did he say meaty head? What did you say? You call him a meathead? Did you say meaty head? What did you say, sir? Did you call him a meaty head? Let's go. They're gonna think twice next time by taking my monetization. Let's go.
सिंदूर आतंक के खिलाफ भारत की नीति है.
Meaty head.
Elections and shifting power dynamics.
ביחס למה שנעשה בהמשך, יש לנו תוכנית סדורה.
Absolutely. They are meatheads. You too, clown.
Sharp coverage.
Because this is your war. This is your war because Trump has so much dirt in his closet and you got the black male. No, you got the white male over his head. Yeah, it ain't black male. It ain't nothing black about it. Yeah, it's the good old white boy male. Yeah. That's what it needs to be called. It needs to be renamed. Don't have shit to do with black. Nothing. You ain't blackmailing, you white-mailing. This is what y'all do. Catch each other doing shit, setting each other up. Yeah, this is what the good old white boys, this white male. Setting them up. doing stuff to minors, doing stuff with blood, eating bones, and folk just doing all type of crazy shit. And then you had a nerve to put black in front of it. No, it's white. Whitewash, white male, white elite, with maybe a speck or two, criminal, elite crime. Y'all just nasty. Over in Zorro Ranch, I think I fell asleep. They finding bones after bones after bones after bones. Y'all sick freaks. Sick freaks. It's white male. It ain't black male. It's white male. Hi, Howard. And if you're not a white mailer, don't take offense to what I'm saying. If it don't apply, let it fly. It's white male.
Hook Global brings you sharp coverage, deep dive explainers.
Y'all see them that line up of folk? Let's go. You see that line up? That's how many? I said it's only gonna be a speck. Let's see if I'm lying. There go one. I mean, y'all all come from us. But even here, Hashabah and all of these people here that go France, yeah. Zelensky, yeah. They go Africa. That's it.
Brings you sharp coverage, deep dive explainers, and expert-backed analysis 24/7.
Okay, let's move on. Let's see who else ate. Let's see who else ate. All hell broke loose. How long is this? No, what was you talking about?
Best way to fix prostate problems? Saw palmetto? Nope. What about Flomax? Nope.
We're going to move now to the gentlelady from Connecticut, Mrs. Hayes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Firearms are the leading cause of death for children and teenagers in the United States.
And y'all planted
trauma
it.
surgeons, emergency physicians, and
Let me
public
get us
health
some light.
experts have repeatedly described firearm injury as a public health emergency. As my colleague stated, when you were asked during your confirmation hearing if you believe firearm violence was a public health crisis, you answered with one word: no. You went on to say, you believe that HHS can explore solutions for the behavioral health and substance abuse epidemic without compromising sacred rights and freedom. According to EdWeek, which measures school shootings at K-12 schools resulting in injury or death, there have been 26 school shootings since you were sworn in. According to the Gun Violence Archive, which measures any gun discharge on school grounds, there have been 240 incidents since you were sworn in. In 2026, we have seen school shootings in Rockland, Maryland, Detroit, Michigan, Crandall, Texas, Bulverde, Texas, Ferguson, Missouri, Oklahoma, Bethesda, Maryland. As you stated, I understand that you don't have full jurisdiction over the law enforcement side, the DOJ, the FBI. And since this committee has refused to respond to my request for a hearing on school shootings, I want to ask you about the things you do have direct jurisdiction over. HHS holds jurisdiction over public health aspects, focusing on mental health services, trauma support for survivors, data collection to prevent gun violence. Since under your tenure, we've seen threats of cuts to SAMHSA, cuts to school-based mental health programs, cuts to the CDC staffers who work on research and prevention, cuts to bipartisan community violence prevention programs. They've been terminated. So, Mr. Secretary, since you were sworn in and now have full visibility of the harm of gun violence to children, has your position changed? Do you believe gun violence is a public health crisis?
I believe it's a public health crisis, but it's not. We don't have jurisdiction to...
The things you do have jurisdiction over.
And we're doing those. So we're doing more
studies
on the etiology and cause of gun violence, the first that have ever been done in years.
Sir, I have to
We're doing
stop
those,
you.
and
I only have
right
5
now.
minutes, and I apologize,
You asked the
but,
question, so I answered it.
well, I want to know specifically why the research and the funding has been cut for these programs that address trauma, that address student survivors, that address school-based mental health programs for students who are affected by gun violence. You're
As I
putting
said-
out all of these programs, all of these studies about keeping kids healthy. Keeping kids alive is part of keeping them healthy.
And we're trying to do that by doing the studies to understand why people commit mass shootings.
But you've also cut funding.
That has not been done before.
You've also
It's been
cut
done by the
funding.
Trump
You've also,
administration.
sir, I'm going to have to ask you to exercise some restraint. You're a Kennedy. You know how oversight hearings work.
Well, don't
And we
pretend
don't
you're
want the
asking.
second graders to think that your interruptions are rude, disrespectful, or impatient. So I'm going to have to ask you to just allow me to finish my questions.
Well, don't pretend you're
In
asking.
my home state of
questions you're not gonna
Connecticut,
be
where I
able
was a
to
school
answer it.
teacher, in the classroom on the day 20 children were slaughtered and 6 educators, we worked really hard to see firsthand how to invest in our communities and provide prevention. Connecticut has created some of the strongest school-based violence prevention systems in the country through multidisciplinary threat assessment teams, early intervention programs, and partnerships that help schools identify concerning behavior. I put forth a bill, the School Violence Prevention Act, to begin to collect data to see how we can have federal programs to address these traumatic outcomes for kids. Many of the things that we fought for in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act have been cut. So I have to ask you, what have you done to address the health of children? You point out so many other things about the food they eat, all these other things. What have you done to keep kids safe from gun violence outside of commissioning a study?
As I said, we have no law enforcement. Congress has not given us law enforcement.
I'm not asking you about law enforcement, sir.
What we do is we study issues and we study problems, and we're doing that with gun violence, which has not been done
Specifically,
before.
a study that you've commissioned.
We did it. We've done. I think it's almost near completion. We did a study on school shootings to look at what the shooters have in common, what medications they may have been receiving, whether they were on SSRIs, whether they were on benzos, and we're expanding that now across the agency to do even more of those.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
I'd like more information on that study because I'm unaware of it. I yield back.
Happy to provide it.
Gentlelady yields back.
They said nothing could fix it, but wait till you see this. If your back is slouching like this, watch. So you just want to slip this over your shoulders, pull the straps, and would you look at that? Hi, I am Laura, and I created this TrueFit posture corrector. Most people deal with back issues at some point, and it's kind of wild what advice you get. A lot of it is by whatever insurance covers, so they end up giving you stuff that just hides the discomfort instead of fixing anything. And if it's not that, they'll push something super intense and crazy expensive that feels way over the top for
Did
what you
I
actually
hear him start to stutter? Let me back that up a little bit.
Prevention. Connecticut has created some of the strongest school-based violence prevention systems in the country through multidisciplinary threat assessment teams, early intervention programs, and partnerships that help schools identify concerning behavior. I put forth the bill, the School Violence Prevention Act, to begin to collect data to see how we can have federal programs to address these traumatic outcomes for kids. Many of the things that we fought for in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act have been cut. So I have to ask you, what have you done to address the health of children?
Nothing.
You point out so many other things about the food they eat, all these other things. What have you done to keep kids safe from gun violence outside of commissioning a study?
As I said, we have no law enforcement. Congress has not given us law enforcement.
Oh.
I'm not asking you about law enforcement, sir.
What we do is we study issues.
You stutter.
And we study problems, and we're doing that with
You
gun
sit
violence,
around and
which
do
has not been
nothing.
done
Specifically, a
before.
study that you've commissioned.
We did it. We've done. I think it's almost near completion. We did a study on school shootings.
When getting caught in a lie, get real. When getting caught in a lie is standing in your face, you stutter, you skip, you hop, you hip, hop, a hip to the hip hop, and you don't stop. You don't say shit. You start like a car with a bad carburetor. What is that? Y'all talk about black kids and all of this. It sounds like you should be replaced. Hell, what did they do wrong with you? What was in your medicine? And that's the killer part. This is their medicine that they make to keep us sick. So why give medicine that's gonna have these outrageous reactions after you start taking them? Side effects. You already know this. Pull it from the market. Come up with the natural. Well, tell them about the natural. Be consistent with the natural herbs to fix the problem. No, you go and create a medicine, manage health care to keep them, heal them in one aspect and cripple them in another. And I'm gonna go off track right here for a minute. See, this is what happens when they demonetize me. Yeah, playing with me cause of unnatural, unauthentic. Yeah, they put them Legos and shit out there on purpose for people to hear the truth, and then they get mad and they say, "Oh, it's those AI unauthentic." Huh? Cause it started telling the truth. It exposed too much. Yeah, it got around. Yeah, that's said for repeating it. You know, people are repeating the same stuff. Yeah, them Legos was telling the story that the MAGAs were not. And they grew legs. And they was running all over. Them little Legos was running all over the place. Yeah, y'all planted that seed. Y'all just didn't know that seed was going to grow the truth. It went from being a deflection to, oh, hell, wait a minute. They're really telling them what's really going on. Yeah, and folk who look like they smile, but hell, I mean, the words are being spread around, even the small. Yeah, little content creators got a big voice that seem to travel. Shit, shut that shit down. Shut it down. But let me say this. Y'all create these medicines to keep it going, with the intent to take us out. Even God said no with that, because the way y'all been poisoning the medicines to bring us down with these side effects to keep y'all pockets fat, it didn't ill us. It ills some, but it's still more of us. Y'all came from us. Y'all fail to realize that. It seemed like we don't die, we multiply. You know why? Because y'all all came from us. And y'all created these poisons. No Bill Gates, he ain't been arrested. No Fauci, none of them folk. But they have a whole slew of scientists that has either died or disappeared. And y'all don't want to talk about that. When these folks started telling, all of a sudden it seemed like every time I turn around, I was getting the natural remedies of these medicines all over the place. And it's like, in my mind, I was saying, so why are they telling us now? Why are they telling us now? It has gotten that bad. Whatever they are planning is going to be so bad that doctors and scientists and stuff started putting the truth out there to prepare you. Don't take nothing. Be mindful of what you eat. Grow your own stuff, because these mad scientists are trying to really destroy you. I showed y'all last night with that person was rubbing their arms and they had all of the, I don't know if that was metal. I don't know if those were little tumors. I don't know what they were. But those scientists are trying to warn us of what they are trying to do to us. So if y'all get mad, we're hearing Auntie Fee saying detox, 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 natural herbs, all of oregano. Now I'm finna get on the aged garlic. Once I get it, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna see if it does anything of helpfulness. But let me tell y'all something last night. I'm really getting off right now because now that I'm on this. I tried some last night that I had never tried before. I've heard about it. And I'm trying different things for Pressure, because Pressure really wants to know how to remove some of that inflammation out of his body. So I was geared toward a lot of the things that I saw that they was referencing for men. Hey, next. So what I did last night when I got out of taking a bath, I sprayed my magnesium spray. I put some oil on the bottom of my feet, and because they're talking about the nerve endings in our feet, and I'm not one who always wears socks, so I've been practicing that as well. But let me tell you, I sprayed. I put the some oil on my feet. I put the magnesium butter, and then before I put my socks on, it's right here by my bed. I sprinkle some natural. Let me show y'all. I like to show you. I try several different things just to see how they work. The all natural sea salt. Do it have the U on the back? Is there a U or a K for kosher? Is there a U or a K for kosher? I thought I saw it. I don't know where I saw it at. Okay, so here go the all natural sea salt. I sprinkle some. There you go. There go to you. Y'all see the you? I put some in both my socks to see what my knee was gonna do. And I must say, and I did spray some of my magnesium salt. My magnesium spray on my knees. I came back through with it with some oil to make keep. Let me show y'all. And baby, when I tell you I got up and walked like it wasn't no pain, no ache or nothing in their leg. I said, oh shoot. Oh shoot. Shoot, shoot, do, do, shoot, shoot, shoot. I said, oh shit. Wait a minute. I put sea salt in my socks, y'all, before I went to sleep. I don't know, y'all. So all I'm saying is these doctors and here my magnesium butter. I rubbed on the bottom of my feet before I put them socks on. I don't know if they really, or maybe that's why they disappearing in the heat of the night, because they're giving us too much tea. Yeah, so they poisoned us at one point, and now they're giving us remedies to heal ourselves. Because they're going to try to take salt help. Salt helps. Doesn't stop demons though. I'm talking about, I said detox what's in your body. I'm talking about healing your body, Keith. The demons is up to Christ. That's between your relationship. But who is the salt of the earth? Keith, you say salt help. Who is the salt of the earth? Now you're gonna make me go there since you tried to play. You tried to play. Who is the salt of the earth? Google that if you don't know the answer. Sea salt needs to get me some. Who can somebody Google? If you don't know, tell me who is the salt of the earth. Since you brought up demons. Come on, Key. No play. Okay. So we talk about salt. You better put, we got to put some respect on that salt. Amen. Amen. we got to put some salt, some respect on that salt. Anything except iodine. Because that's not real salt. That's man-made. Himalaya, Celtic. Okay. Celtic and sea salt. Try it. What do we have to lose? Because one thing is for sure, what made it click for me is when we think about the first thing they give you anytime you go to the hospital. Anytime you get in an ambulance, first thing they gonna do is hook you up to some what? To some what? IV. And what is IV? Salt. Let's go.
Issues, and we study problems, and we're doing that.
They already know we're deficient. Saline salt. They already know we're deficient. They already know we're deficient in magnesium, potassium. They already know that we're deficient. So when things start going real bad with your body, unfunctionable, extremely off balance, the first thing they do is hook you up to IV. And the whole time people are in the hospital until they get their sodium, potassium, magnesium up, then they take them off IV. Then hell, it's time for you to go home. But the whole time you there and you hooked up, that's just how deficient, deprived we are. We are taught to believe that salt is bad for us. Iodine salt is, but not sea salt. Not sea salt, not Himalaya salt. We got to wake up. And then we got these, I think 7, 8, or 9 scientists missing or unalive. Let's go.
What have you done to keep kids safe from gun violence outside of commissioning a study?
As I said, we have no law enforcement. Congress has not given us law enforcement.
I'm not asking you about law enforcement, sir.
What we do is we study issues and we study problems, and we're doing that with gun violence, which has not been done
specifically
before.
a study that you've commissioned.
We did it. We've done. I think it's almost near completion. We did a study on school shootings to look at what the shooters have in common, what medications they may have been receiving, whether they were on SSRIs, whether they were on benzos, and we're expanding that now across the agency to do even more of those.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
I'd like more information on that study because I'm unaware of it.
There is not one.
I yield back.
He made that up.
He yields back.
Yeah, now you want to go on. Yeah, ma'am, you done wore that man out. He don't know. He can't run from this. Oh, I know what else I tried. I'll tell y'all that another day. That may be what I was feeling just a minute ago. Hold on. I absolutely, I was trying to figure out what did you do different today? I remember now. I think I hear it in here. Hold on. Y'all hear that? Y'all hear that? Y'all hear that? I am trying. I just was figuring out, why did that just happen? What happened a while ago? For the ones of y'all that wasn't here with me late last night, when I was venting, I ran across about the penny, and the energy and the internal cleansing of pennies. And I cleaned off my some pennies today with a baking soda. And that may be that what I just
The first things that hits you.
pennies.
Really hits you.
I just, that's the pennies. I cleaned off some, Belinda. And I put in this water right here. I got that penny in my water in here, just to see if I could tell some difference. So I guess, I don't know. I needed an energy boost, you know. So oh man, so it's the copper, the magnesium, and the salt in my socks. You listened this morning. There you go. Y'all can hear it in here. Can y'all hear that penny? I put it in my water. I cleaned them off. Don't get rid of your pennies. I talked about that late last night. Don't get rid of your pennies. The arm, when y'all can hear me saying, "Oh, my arm, I'm on my elbow." I even put some pennies. I just laid them when I was laying down on my arm that was kind of hurting, and I said, "I know good and dang well that this arm ain't feeling better." I had forgot all about that, y'all. It did make sense. It made sense, and I said I was gonna do some more research on it. And you hear it in my water. I'm not ready for you, Uncle Bill, just yet. Y'all get the likes up. My likes ain't up enough for Uncle Bill. David Schiff question Trump's power. Is he let's hear this.
Now look, sure, I get it. You only see people doing only
Y'all know I gotta try it.
I believe that a lot of the corruption that we're seeing in the administration and the White House traces back to a single decision of the Supreme Court granting the president immunity. Absolute immunity when it comes to certain core functions of the executive, a qualified immunity as to other official acts. The only area where a president would be personally liable for prosecution would be purely personal conduct, which is hard to imagine what that entails given that the president is president 24 hours a day. You were part of the president's legal team, defending the president, articulating the president's position in Trump v. United States. I want to ask you about that.
Okay, let's go.
In the Court of Appeals, John Sauer, one of the counsel for the president, was asked by a Court of Appeals judge, Pan in the D.C. Circuit, whether under your theory of the case, his theory of the case, a president could order SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political opponent and not be subject to prosecution for it. Sauer's answer was effectively, that's right. Unless he were impeached first, he would not be subject to prosecution. Is that your view as well?
I think a similar question was also asked at the oral argument at the Supreme Court a few months later. I think the Supreme Court has now set forth a test in Trump versus United States that would address that hypothetical situation, which, based on my relationship, I might add, I think is outlandish, and I see no reason to think that that hypothetical would ever be a possibility.
Well, so is it your view as well, as it was Mr. Sauer's, that yes, the president could assassinate a political opponent and not be prosecuted for it if his party won't impeach him in the Senate?
I think Trump versus United States that you mentioned, Senator, now has addressed to some extent the impeachment judgment clause, and that is set forth in the opinion. It would be something that I would be bound as precedent to apply if I was to address.
With my hypothetical, what's your answer? The president orders SEAL Team 6 to kill his political opponent, one of them, maybe several, uses the military to do it, so it's within the scope of absolute immunity. Is it your view that he is not subject to prosecution for that if the members of his party will not impeach him?
With that hypothetical or any hypothetical that you might try to pose, Senator, I would just refer to the test that the Supreme Court
Well,
has set out.
I'm asking you your view, so just tell me yes or no.
Yeah, and I want to tell you that as a judicial nominee, I don't want to prejudge any case, regardless.
I'm not asking you to prejudge. I'm asking you to talk about your view and also what you argued, what you counseled the president in that case. Did you make the argument as a member of the president's legal team that, yes,
He don't
could
want to answer,
assassinate
do
his
he?
opponent?
Versus United States that you mentioned, Senator, now has addressed to some extent the impeachment judgment clause, and that is set forth in the opinion. It would be something that I would be bound as precedent to apply if I was to address.
With my hypothetical, what's your answer? The president orders SEAL Team 6 to kill his political opponent, one of them, maybe several, uses the military to do it, so it's within the scope of absolute immunity. Is it your view that he is not subject to prosecution for that if the members of his party will not impeach him?
With that hypothetical or any hypothetical that you might try to pose, Senator, I would just refer to the test that the Supreme Court has set out.
I'm asking you your view, so just tell me yes or no.
Yeah, and I want to tell you that as a judicial nominee, I don't want to prejudge any case, regardless.
I'm not asking you to prejudge. I'm asking you to talk about your view and also what you argued, what you counseled the president in that case. Did you make the argument as a member of the president's legal team that, yes, he could assassinate his opponent if he used the military to do it, and if his party wouldn't impeach him, that he would be protected?
Yeah, so I can't get into any privilege conversations, as you know, due to attorney-client privilege, but I would refer you to the remarks that John Sauer had at the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court.
Well, the remarks that he made were, yes, that's correct, he would be immune. So I don't hear any disagreement with you. Do you disagree?
I would disagree with your characterization of how he responded to that question. I think he said it was outlandish, would not happen.
Well, answer it direct.
Process to
please hit the like button, y'all.
And I think
support the platform. Cash app is
linked.
linked.
Impeach first.
I mean, it's at the top. It's
is that your position? And that was Sauer's position. It sounds like that is your position as well. Let me.
John Sauer had at the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court.
Well, the remarks that he made were, yes, that's correct. He would be immune. So I don't hear any disagreement with you. Do you disagree?
I would disagree with your characterization of how he responded to that question. I think he said it was outlandish, would not happen, and that there would be a process to hold someone like that accountable. And I think that
the process, the question from the judge was, if he were not impeached first, is that your position? And that was Sauer's position. It sounds like that is your position as well. Let me ask you about a different part of the court's opinion, that is that the only area where he's truly liable is purely personal conduct. So let me ask you this. If a president uses their official position to enrich themselves, is he immune, or is that purely personal?
So Chief Justice Roberts asked a similar question at oral argument. I think the counsel referred him to
I'm asking you.
Yeah, I want to refer you to the same place, the United States versus Brewster.
Don't refer me, just answer the question. In your view, if the president enriches himself through his office, is he immune, or is that purely personal conduct?
Yeah, so I think the United States versus Brewster decision said
you're not answering the question. Let me ask you a different one, see if you'll answer that. If a president took bribes to change the country's policy in the Gulf, purely personal or subject to immunity?
Brewster dealt with bribes, and in that case, the court said that a legislator could be prosecuted for bribery.
We're not talking about legislator. We're talking about the president of the United States, who has immunity now, thanks to your work in part. So let me ask you another question. If a president demanded money from a media organization in order to approve a merger, immune or purely personal conduct, subject to prosecution?
Every hypothetical situation will be addressed by the test in Trump versus United States on what type of immunity would apply.
Yeah, so you're not going to answer the question. What if a president falsely arrested a sufficient number of senators such that he couldn't be impeached? Is there a remedy for that?
For each of these hypothetical situations, the Trump versus United States test would be applied.
Okay, the Trump versus United States test would be applied, so the president is using the military to arrest members of Congress to prevent his impeachment. What's the remedy?
In each of these hypothetical scenarios, Senator, the remedy is...
What's the remedy?
The court would go through the different types of presidential power that might be at issue. There's a different test for absolute versus
He's passed the test. He's got immunity unless he's impeached. That's what the court has held. And he's not impeached because he can't be impeached, because he's arrested enough of the Senate to prevent his impeachment or even an impeachment proceeding. What's the remedy?
So, Senator, as I've said, for each hypothetical scenario you're trying to present, the court would look at the different tests that the Trump versus United States would present.
I'm just going to have to conclude here that you don't want to express your view on it, because I think it's a shocking view. I think it was a shocking view that John Sauer expressed in the Court of Appeals. I think it's a shocking view that you hold, that the president's authority is so profound that he basically is above and beyond the law, that there's no remedy for a president who would abuse his power the way we have already seen and I fear we'll see in the future. I think the Roberts Court will go down in history. That will be their legacy as having enabled the worst form of corruption we've ever seen in the Oval Office. And you'll be a part of the team that made that possible. I yield back. Number of senators such that he couldn't be impeached. Is there a remedy for that?
For each of these hypothetical situations, the Trump versus United States test would be applied.
Okay, the Trump versus United States test would be applied, so the president is using the military to arrest members of Congress to prevent his impeachment. What's the remedy?
In each of these hypothetical scenarios, Senator,
Y'all hear this?
Have to conclude here that
hit the like button.
You don't want to express your view on it, because I think it's a shocking view. I think it was a shocking view that John Sauer expressed in the Court of Appeals. I think it's a shocking immunity unless he's impeached. That's what the court has held. And he's not impeached because he can't be impeached, because he's arrested enough of the Senate to prevent his impeachment or even an impeachment proceeding. What's the remedy?
So, Senator, as I've said, for each hypothetical scenario you're trying to present, the court would look at the different tests that the Trump versus United States would present.
I'm just going to have to conclude here that you don't want to express your view on it, because I think it's a shocking view. I think it was a shocking view that John Sauer expressed in the Court of Appeals. I think it's a shocking view that you hold, that the president's authority is so profound that he basically is above and beyond the law, that there's no remedy for a president who would abuse his power the way we have already seen and I fear we'll see in the future.
Ooh, he hitting.
I think it was a shocking view that John Sauer expressed in the Court of Appeals. I think it's a shocking view that you hold, that the president's authority is so profound that he basically is above and beyond the law, that there's no remedy for a president who would abuse his power the way we have already seen and I fear we'll see in the future. I think the Roberts Court will go down in history. That will be their legacy as having enabled the worst form of corruption we've ever seen in the Oval Office. And you'll be a part of the team that made that possible. I yield back. Number of senators such that he couldn't be impeached. Is there a remedy for that?
For each of these hypothetical situations, the Trump versus United States test would be applied.
Okay, the Trump versus United States test would be applied, so the president is using the military to arrest members of Congress to prevent his impeachment.
Hey, Stephen.
What's the remedy?
In each of these hypothetical scenarios, Senator, the remedy
what's the remedy?
The court would go through the different types of presidential power that might be at issue. There's a different test for absolute versus
he's passed the test. He's got immunity unless he's impeached. That's what the court has held. And he's not impeached because he can't be impeached, because he's arrested enough of the Senate to prevent his impeachment or even an impeachment proceeding. What's the remedy?
So, Senator, as I've said, for each hypothetical scenario you're trying to present, the court would look at the different tests that the Trump versus United States would present.
I'm just going to have to conclude here that you don't want to express your view on it, because I think it's a shocking view. I think it was a shocking view that John Sauer expressed in the Court of Appeals. I think it's a shocking view that you hold, that the president's authority is so profound that he basically is above and beyond the law, that there's no remedy for a president who would abuse his power the way we have already seen and I fear we'll see in the future. I think the Roberts Court will go down in history. That will be their legacy as having enabled the worst form of corruption we've ever seen in the Oval Office. And you'll be a part of the team that made that possible. I yield back.
Oh, y'all. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. Speechless. Or speak less. Ooh wee. Hold on. Hold on. Just when I was about to cut it short. Let's hear the president, y'all.
Here's how I eat
Ooh,
low
I'm
carb,
scared.
high
I
protein
want to
meals every
stay.
day. These are my lunches this
Hold
week. Eating
on. I
carnivore
want to
or
stay.
keto
I
isn't
want to
cheap or
stay on
fast.
them eating
You
their
know, when I
asses
sat
up.
behind that
Hold
desk in the
on.
Oval
Trump replacing not a. I want to stay on them eating they. Tell y'all please hit the like button. Trump order to pay. Hold on. When I say it's so much going on, Trump can't stand it. He can't stand the rain against my window. Y'all not hitting the like button,
I
so.
want to turn to
Oh, what is this?
ecclesiastical politics for a while. And I want to be fair. I want to talk about something that J.D. Vance said, which I thought was very interesting. And I want to be fair here. We live in the age of the Enlightenment in which it is permissible.
I don't want to
and
hear
even
about the Pope
encouraged
right
to
now.
question.
I want to hear about what was going on in either in court or at the Capitol. I'm sorry, Pope. Holy, holy, holy Lord. Okay. Now, what did she say? Exposes. I heard her. Hold on. I got them pinned, y'all. Her. Oh, let's hear Summer.
So this is Black Maternal Health Week, so I'll just start there. Secretary Kennedy.
Recognize a gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Miss Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is Black Maternal Health Week, so I'll just start there. Secretary Kennedy, I'm sure you're aware that Black women are at least 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. The vast majority of those deaths are preventable. Black women in my district are more likely to die during pregnancy than their peers in 97% of U.S. cities. Your written testimony mentions maternal and child health 4 times, but from what I've seen, the NIH canceled grants researching Black maternal
Boo, I remember when I used to wear that, my
health.
lipstick like my red like that. Hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is Black Maternal Health Week, so I'll just start there. Secretary Kennedy,
Black Maternal
I'm sure
Health
you're
Week.
aware that Black women are at least 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. The vast majority of those deaths are preventable. Black women in my district are more likely to die during pregnancy than their peers in 97% of U.S. cities. Your written testimony mentions maternal and child health 4 times, but from what I've seen, the NIH canceled grants researching Black maternal health. Your administration's fiscal year 27 budget proposes eliminating Healthy Start, which is one of the federal government's primary community-based maternal health programs. And you've made it a priority of HHS to end diversity, equity, and inclusion. So yes or no, my question for you is, if a medical school or a public health school educates students about addressing the Black maternal mortality crisis, would you consider that an illegal DEI?
No,
No, you would not?
no.
Great. I do hope for the medical schools, the universities, and the accreditors, your administration has been threatening that they're watching this and take this directive to continue teaching about and addressing the Black maternal mortality crisis. And I expect your agency to restore and expand funding and support for that work. Also, yes or no, do you think consuming more protein and avoiding Tylenol will prevent Black women from dying 3 times more likely during a pregnancy?
I doubt it. Tylenol doesn't kill
So
you.
then why aren't you putting forth serious policies that actually address the health crises in this country instead of just these unserious conspiracy theories and this wellness influencer mess that we...
You want me to answer that question, or are you just talking?
No, it's a question.
We are doing more on maternal health than any other administration.
No, I said Black maternal health.
On maternal health.
Black maternal health.
That includes blacks and whites.
But the thing is that they're actually not the same outcomes, which means that we need specific and intentional interventions for
Oh, he
black
don't want
maternal
nothing
health
but to
and black
take the
infant-
black kids out the homes.
I'm saying,
Are you going to answer that?
we have right now, we've implemented a,
Now, this is the same man that wanted to take the black kids out of the black home if they have and reparent them. He didn't say nothing about white kids being reparent, just black. So now that she's being specific in saying a black maternal, he was like, no, she said, no, it's different. We're talking about the black maternal. No, but it wasn't all when you was talking about taking all the kids out of the home that had ADHD. I mean, huh? Is it for all, or is it for one or the other at your convenience? I'm just trying to understand, because at not one time did you say anything about taking white kids out of white homes for reparenting that had a mental unbalance that y'all put in their arm when you did the vaccination. Because huh? Yeah, man, this is just, they go that whitewashing. Yeah, the privilege, the white privilege, even in mental health, even in childbirth. Yeah.
For black maternal health and black infant.
Can I finish? I'm saying.
Are you going to answer that?
We have right now, we've implemented a perinatal pilot project that we're in 220 hospitals around the country, and we have reduced maternal health mortalities by 42% at those hospitals by providing them protocols.
Can you please share what the reduction has been for black maternal health?
Across the board, it's 42%.
But black maternal health still has worse outcomes than other people.
I wouldn't know. It helps everybody.
But it isn't.
Object to that?
Okay, thank you. It is not. I do want to just, for the record, state that. It does not help everyone. Your agency told programs to remove a list of nearly 200 words and phrases from their funding applications, including the word black. Do you have an idea of how we could solve the black maternal mortality crisis if we can't say black?
President Trump is trying to end division in this country, not so.
Sorry,
division,
not eviction.
During the last 4 years. That's what DEI did. It divided people. It polarized people.
No. We're not talking about eviction. We're talking about healthcare.
I'm calling about DEI.
We're talking about healthcare.
Yeah,
disparities. So what we're asking is if you attack DE&I,
this man don't know nothing about what he's talking about.
A crisis that impacts one population over another, but you
He needs
cannot
to go.
direct specific spending or research or interventions to that population. How do you solve the problem?
Do you think the federal government should be paying for DEI?
I think the federal government has
I don't think the federal government should be sending money to Israel. I don't think the federal government should be funding genocide. Huh? You think the federal government should be paying to help bring up another country that don't have nothing in a war that don't have nothing to do with us? How dare you? How disrespectful. When it comes to talking about a difference, you bring up what the federal government should be doing, but a federal government is funding genocide for Bibi Netanyahu. You think the federal government should use the funds from everybody to fund a devil cult, Zionist organization, political movement? Man, y'all full of shit. Y'all full of shit. Yeah. The hate for the darker shade of brown is so obvious. It's so relevant with these people. Again, I say, making America great again is making America slaves again.
Specific spending or research or interventions to that population. How do you solve the problem?
Do you think the federal government should be paying for DEI?
I think the federal government has a vested interest in ensuring that its citizens survive childbirth.
Well, we are meeting that obligation.
We are not.
Oh, that, I can explain to you how we are.
You have not done so far. But also, I would say that, you know, we can improve healthcare for everybody at the same time as helping the people who are most likely to die. That's
the purpose. They want you to die.
D&I make sure that we have black doctors or women doctors, or that we're talking about the fact that we have.
You know, you're killing me with this DEI mess when you're funding Israel. But let's go back. Let's just moonwalk back. When you talk about DEI, majority of the inventions or creations were by the darker shade of brown. The DEI, before it was DEI. And y'all was stealing from the creations of the darker shades of brown. How about the white, the W-E-I? Yeah, y'all patent what the darker shade of brown did and took credit for it. You've been stealing. Some of the surgeries that were performed right now, life-saving surgeries, were created and thought of and mastered by the darker shade of brown. Y'all killed me with all this whitewashing. Now put black on that. Not blackmail, not black magic. Put black where black needs to be. Don't pick and choose. Y'all been stealing from us, our creative mind for umpteen years. And now you want to fucking separate it, but fund another country that's killing people. And now you want to take my money because I'm spreading the truth. Man, fuck you. And your mama too.
A mortality rate that is not matched by any other country as what we would call developed as ours. Really quickly, in yesterday's Ways and Means Committee hearing, you denied saying that every black kid is now just a standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere else and get reparented. Why did you deny saying this?
Why did I deny payment?
No, why did you deny that you said that every black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known as to induce violence, and that you would rehome them?
Well, it's largely true that black kids, because...
Now it's largely true. Now it's largely true after somebody done proved to you that you said it. Now it's largely true. Before you had all type of parasite ass worms popping out your forehead saying that you didn't say it. Now it's largely true. Then why did y'all create this medicine that was going to make them be radical, enraged, just to turn around and put a jacket on their back and say you need to come out of your mama's and daddy's homes because we gave y'all some medicine? Yeah. Instead of saying detox your child, deworm them. That was the word back then, back in the day. It was called deworming. So instead of putting them on medicine that is going to make them be manic, then to turn around and say they need to go into a home so that we will have access to them and pickle poke them because we made them manic. Sick freak shit. Instead of saying deworm your child, we're using colors and dyes and foods. We are making the processed food, you know, so that we can gain money off of you, pull you out of the farms, pull you out of the natural growing of food, process this, over-process it, modify it, make them sick, cancer forming, cancer causing, when all they need to do is deworm. Deworm. They have removed that word like they have removed the word black. Deworming. With no side effects. Just be consistent. Be consistent. Not one time and you're done. Consistently detox your body. Because they're trying to take us out. They're trying to give us diseases so they can continue to pad their pockets. Let's go. Now he remembers. Ain't that nothing, man? These people they on some whole nother BS. I ain't lying.
Which are known to induce violence, and those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere else and get reparented. Why did you deny saying this?
Why did I deny payment?
No, why did you deny that you said that every black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known as to induce violence, and that you would rehome them?
Well, it's largely true that black kids, because it's easier to handle people.
Black kids, not white ones. Not white ones. How many black kids have tried to take our Trump? How many of them?
Standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known as to induce violence, and that you would rehome them.
Well, it's largely true that black kids, because it's easier to handle people, and a lot of the public.
And you're going to rehome them?
Oh, I never said that we should rehome them for illegal drugs. Oh, psychiatric.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Okay, I just wanted to know if that was him, for the record. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady.
I yield back.
What would you tell him?
They show. Ooh, I know that the day he said that. That is never going to be lived down.
Around healthy foods. This is how it's done. Democrats in the House of Representatives going on the offense and brutally cross-examining RFK Jr., who looked stunned as he showed up to give testimony and to spew lies.
I was a little girl, my auntie gave me castor oil and other natural remedies,
and Democrat
which
after
was
Democrat
brought from the local pharmacy fix.
Jr.
Absolutely, Dorothy. Well, I don't know about fix at the pharmacy, but I know the natural low impulse control is that's not the problem.
Let's take a look at
that's not the
Democratic
problem. Jay, hey Bailey,
during his
that's not the problem.
Cross-examination.
You better grow up and do some research and stop playing white-minded by the whitewash.
Jr. Yes, pun intended. Play this clip.
On this mercury rule. This is your administration making this decision. Are you critical of it? Why have you stayed silent on this?
You should call Lee Zeldin here and ask him about those. That's not in my. I have a $2.3 trillion agency. I've got
Secretary, you had in your testimony. You wrote an entire report.
I was not part of the hearings. I was not part of that decision. I'm not going to comment on it because I don't know anything about it.
This sounds like pretty convenient amnesia to me, because you wrote a report where you talked about the damage of air and water pollution.
Mercury is absolutely, it's the most powerful neurotoxin that we know of in the universe.
So why are you working for an administration that is doubling the amount of mercury pollution in our air and water?
I am running HHS, and I'm ending the chronic disease epidemic.
I think it sounds like an awful lot.
Which is what President Trump wants, and I'm not going to comment on that because I don't know anything about it.
Well, I think that's very convenient for you, and it shows a significant degree of cowardice. It's not just mercury. President Trump in July 2025 granted 50 chemical plants.
Why don't you ask me something that I'm in charge of instead of other things?
Are you not in charge of healthcare and human services?
Yeah, HHS.
And you wrote a report about how we want to make sure that our kids.
What you're asking me about is not a decision that's being made by my agency. Why don't you ask me about something, and I won't ask you about something that's happening in the United States Senate.
Sir, I'm happy to talk about what's going on in the United States Senate. I'd be happy to talk about the damages that mercury pollution did. I think it's pretty disturbing.
I'm telling you what I know, which is mercury is a toxin. We should be minimizing the exposures to that in the environment. I don't know anything about the particular. Running this agency is a big job, and it's pretty consuming.
Well,
so I don't get into what the other agencies are doing.
I think this sounds like a pretty simple story.
Why don't you ask me something that's happening in my agency?
I think if
you ask me about a decision that I've made.
You wrote a report. You wrote a report talking about what we need to do to make our kids healthy.
I've admitted it. You're talking in circles. I've said.
I think it's pretty disturbing to me that you don't want to talk about a doubling of mercury.
I don't want to talk about.
You've spent a career about this.
I don't want to talk about a regulation or a policy that I don't know anything about.
Then you had Democratic Congresswoman Sewell. She points out, isn't it true that in 2024, you said some horrific things on a podcast about black children? To which RFK Jr. was like, I never said such things. It's like, you did. We have the actual audio of you saying the thing that I didn't say. You did. This is actually what you said. Watch this. Let's play this clip.
In a 2024 podcast interview, you suggested that black children on ADHD medication should be reparented. You said every black kid is now just standardly put on Adderall, SSRI, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and that those children are going to have to go somewhere to get reparented. There is a lot to unpack in that comment. I know that you've already answered several of the questions I was going to ask, and so I'm just going to rephrase them. Mr. Secretary, you've already admitted that you are not board certified physician, and you've already admitted that you did not go to medical school. Have you ever reparented, or parented, I should say, a black child?
I don't even know what that phrase means, and I doubt that I
yes
said
or no
it.
answer.
I doubt that I said that phrase. No, I'm not going to answer something that I didn't say.
You absolutely said it.
Oh, I'd like to hear the recording.
So to be
Because
clear,
it doesn't make any sense. I don't even know what it means.
I don't either. That's why I'm asking.
And by the way,
so to be clear, you're not a doctor, you have no medical degree, and you have no formal medical training. You have never parented a black child.
24 of the 26 HHS secretaries have not had medical
degrees. This is my time. And I say to the chairman, I want to reclaim my time. So you are not a doctor, have no formal medical training, and you've never parented a black child, and yet you are suggesting that the federal government should take black children away from their families and reparent them and send them off to some wellness farm instead of providing them with evidence-based.
You're just making stuff up.
I am absolutely not making this up. Mr. Secretary, in your opinion, what factors should the federal government consider when reparenting a black child who has been on ADHD or ADD?
I don't even know what you're talking about, Congressman. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what reparenting means.
I don't either, but you said that.
I did not say
Mr. Secretary, for black families in the United States, the issue of family separation is not new. Our nation has a long and painful history of separating black children.
I'll show you what he really said in just a moment, but I want to show you Democratic Congressmember Pocan cross-examining RFK Jr. Let's play it.
I really want to ask about is something I think much of what you're doing around healthy foods and health is right on, dead on with the MAHA movement. But there's other things that I got to admit honestly confuse me. We won't talk vaccines at all this year, but I do want to talk about glyphosate. This is
about glyphosate.
Yeah, this is something you've got a record on. You said it was probably a carcinogen. You've talked about one of your tweets, likely one of the most chronic disease epidemic, most widely used here in Europe. Shockingly, much of our exposure comes as its use as on and on. You said your USDA, when you were running for president, will ban that practice. And Casey Means, who you just brought up, also talked about grave concerns and about it as a carcinogenic. And you said, I believe it causes cancer. Those are all your words. And yet the White House came and decided they want to expand the production of this, and you were supportive. And I'm just trying to understand, did the evidence change between now and then? And again, briefly, if you could, Why shift on that recommendation?
No, I had grave reservations about the president's executive order. I understand why he did it. The executive order right now, there's a problem in this country the president didn't create. 97% of corn is glyphosate.
You can do it in 60 seconds to get one more time.
98% of soy is glyphosate. 100% of glyphosate is made in China.
So do you still think it's carcinogenic? Maybe that's easier.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I would like to make sure that MAHA does not become MAHWICA, which is Make America Healthy when it's convenient again, right? And this is kind of out of convenience, right? If you know it's a carcinogenic.
It's a national security issue because China can shut off our food supply overnight.
Would you right now eat something with glyphosate on it?
Would I?
Yeah. You've got a reputation for eating interesting things.
Would you eat?
By choice.
Right? Yeah, I mean, I wish, MAHA stands for something, and I actually like a lot of what MAHA stands for in eating healthier foods, and it's an integral part of health. But if we're not consistent on it for whatever reason, we don't really have a MAHA movement. I just want to express that concern.
The president has put more money into developing alternatives for glyphosate than any other president.
Gotcha. But right now, you're saying it's okay to have a known carcinogenic
I don't think
substance,
it's
so that's
okay.
my concern.
I think we inherited a problem in this country.
I would just like one more subject if I could. I'm trying not to be rude. I really appreciate it.
Now I want to show you Democratic Congresswoman DeLauro. Here she is cross-examining RFK Jr. Let's play it.
I just have, having, said what I said and what your view is on raw milk, unpasteurized milk. And the FDA's website says raw milk, unpasteurized milk can harbor dangerous germs that can pose serious health risks to you and your family. You have your own personal views about raw milk. They cannot be part of a health protocol.
That they use. Raw milk is not regulated by the federal government. Congresswoman DeLauro.
Unpasteurized milk.
Hey, it's regulated by the states. It's not regulated by us.
Mm-hmm. Well, they can legalize it within their borders.
We don't regulate it. The FDA does not regulate it. It's regulated by the states.
It can't be circulated across
some states allow it, some states do not. It's up to the state. It's not up to us.
Well, you are the head of the Health and Human Services. If raw milk has the ability to put 9 people into the hospital, serious kidney disease, more than half the cases involving children 3 years and younger, you are the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Is there not some moral responsibility or compunction to say, don't drink raw milk? Don't do that because it's unpasteurized and it can cause you serious harm to your health. Is that not you view as your responsibility?
You just pointed out that processed cheese can also contain contaminants. There's every product.
Y'all, this is why we got to watch the food.
What we do is we inform the public.
Look,
we let people make a choice.
The chairman is gaveling me down, and just to say this, if I were the head of HHS, I would, by God, say, don't take raw milk. It is dangerous to your health. And if you can't say that, well, maybe there's some other conclusions that can be drawn. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next up, you have Democratic Congress member Swazi cross-examining RFK Jr. Let's play it.
Democrats versus Republicans, Mr. Kennedy. I don't want to do that. I want to be bipartisan. I want to work together. I've applauded you on some of the things that you're doing that are good. But how does it square that he's increasing the defense budget by $500 billion and cutting money for NIH and CDC? The budget, you talk about the budget and the things he's inherited. He's increased the deficit by more than any administration in the history of America as part of the big, beautiful bill. That's not something he inherited.
This president has done more to protect public health than any president in history. He's the first one. You guys are the chronic disease epidemic. We're the unhealthiest population on the face of the earth.
That all happened in the past 4 years of the Biden administration? It's you guys?
It happened.
It was the Kennedy administration. It was the Clinton administration.
You've been a politician your entire life.
Yes, and you've been involved in public life your whole life as well.
Right, well, I'm not in elected office.
You've tried to run for elected office. You decided not to do it on many occasions. I followed you very closely, Bobby.
I've never ran for anything.
I know you decided not to at the last minute every time. I followed you
What does
very.
that have to do with it? I'm saying.
You're bringing up the politics, not me.
Time is over. Next up, Democratic Congressmember Horsford cross-examining. Let's play this clip.
Have you aligned your goals dealing with the reforms to the EPA protections and how that is making people sicker, not healthier? That was my question.
Yeah, I could not answer those questions because it's
You
not
can't
in my,
answer the question as the secretary.
it's not my agency.
You don't coordinate with the EPA, Mr. Secretary? Your department is not involved with rolling back protections that would increase exposure to heavy metals, materials, even though it affects people's health? Is that what you're telling me? You don't coordinate?
I say, calm down, Congressman.
Don't tell me
Answer.
look, healthcare is personal
Okay.
to my constituents like Deja
Your
and
time
Richard.
is over.
Do not tell me to calm down.
You-
Healthcare is real.
You
And if
better
can't-
tell his ass. Let's
Say, calm
go.
down, Congressman.
Don't tell me
Answer.
look, healthcare is personal to my constituents like Deja
Your
and
time
Richard.
is over.
Do not tell me to calm down. Healthcare is real. And if you can't answer basic questions, then maybe come prepared next time.
I'm answering the question. You don't give me the chance to answer. You haven't given me a chance to
You
answer.
said you
I'm happy
didn't-
to answer your
you said
question.
you
and
weren't-
cut me off when I started to answer.
You said you
started.
Mr. Secretary, your department is not involved with rolling back protections that would increase exposure to heavy metals, materials, even though it affects people's health? Is that what you're telling me? You don't coordinate?
I say, calm down, Congressman.
Don't tell me
Answer.
look, healthcare is personal
Okay.
to my constituents like Deja
Your
and
time
Richard.
is over.
Do not tell me to calm down. Healthcare is real. And if you can't
I need
was
to
my
see
question.
his face.
Yeah, I could not answer those questions because with it, I'm saying.
You're bringing up the politics,
All right.
not me.
Time is over. Next up, Democratic Congressmember Horsford cross-examining. Let's play this clip.
Have you aligned your goals dealing with the reforms to the EPA protections and how that is making people sicker, not healthier? That was my question.
Yeah, I could not answer those questions because it's
You
not in
can't
my,
answer the question as the secretary.
it's not my agency.
You don't coordinate with the EPA, Mr. Secretary? Your department is not involved with rolling back protections that would increase exposure to heavy metals, materials, even though it affects people's health? Is that what you're telling me? You don't coordinate?
I say, calm down, Congressman.
Don't tell me
Answer.
look, healthcare is personal
Okay.
to my constituents like Deja
Your
and
time
Richard.
is over.
Do not tell
Don't tell
me to calm down.
Brock to calm down. Fuck you think
Healthcare
this
is real.
is?
And if you can't answer basic questions, then maybe come prepared next time.
I'm answering the question. You don't give me the chance to answer. You haven't given me a chance to
You
answer.
said you
I'm happy
didn't-
to answer your
you said
question.
you
and
weren't-
cut me off when I started to answer.
You said you
You started
did
screaming
not
at me.
consult.
Okay, the
with
time has
EPA.
expired. We're going to move on. Mr.
People
Yocum.
scream when they don't have much to say.
You obviously don't have anything to say because you can't even uphold what it is you're
Say it.
doing to
Mr.
reduce
Horsford,
cost
your
and
2 minutes
coverage.
over.
Give me a chance to answer the question.
Finally, you have Madeline Dean, Congresswoman Dean, cross-examine RFK Jr. He did not handle it well. Let's play this clip.
Mr. Secretary, how many members of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices did you?
Well, I fired all 17 members.
That's correct. You fired all of them.
Yeah,
All of the vaccine board.
the entire corrupt vaccine board.
Okay, thanks. You've decided they were corrupt. And apparently what their practices were, what their recommendations were keeping us healthier, children healthier, children alive.
You're not going to let
Replace
me
them with-
reply. You will not let me reply because you do not dare to talk to me about what you just talked about measles. You do not have the courage to allow me to reply.
I told you the numbers. You know the numbers.
Yeah.
I would think that would concern
That
you
doesn't
as
tell-
secretary. That would,
You're implying that that is because of a drop in vaccination rate.
there is a
80% of those
connection.
numbers are people who are over 5. They have nothing to do with me.
That there is.
Vaccination rates dropped
There
after
is-
COVID because of mismanagement.
I'll reclaim my time, Mr. Secretary. Thank you. And you replaced all 17 members with people who lack the expertise required to make evidence-based recommendations.
Wrong. absolutely,
Well, it's true.
completely, utterly wrong.
Okay.
Then there was more powerful cross-examination of RFK Jr. by Congresswoman Madeleine Dean right here. Play this clip.
Did you recommend cutting $261 million from SAMHSA's Center for Substance Abuse Prevention? Yes or no?
We didn't cut that money.
Have you read your budget? Have you read your budget proposal
For this year?
for this year? And we could talk about SAMHSA before, but for this year, did you read your budget proposal?
I thought you were talking about another issue.
Okay. You've cut SAMHSA.
But we've increased, we've also elsewhere
You're cutting
increased
SAMHSA. Am I right? You're cutting
dramatically.
SAMHSA.
We've
Yes or
dramatically
no?
increased our investment in addiction elsewhere.
That is actually not true. That is seriously not true. And that's why we have to have these budget hearings and you have to come in knowing what your budget request was. I have read the budget and your testimony. You state in your testimony that AHA, I'm not sure that acronym, but AHA, will focus on high impact priority areas, including mental health. Did you recommend cutting $1.3 billion from the Center for Mental Health? $1.3 billion cut in your budget.
I think that's the proposal.
Okay, you're comfortable with that.
That's right. He doesn't even know what his budget is. More from Congresswoman Dean. Great cross-exam. Let's play it.
And you also propose consolidating substance use and mental health block grants along with state opioid response funding, just as we're finally making some progress. You did not increase the overall funding. You're trying to cut all of these things. In my neck of the appropriations woods, we call that kind of block granting shifting and shafting. We move all of you into one fund of money. We don't give you any more. In fact, we cut a whole lot, and good luck finding your resources.
Yeah, we've
I
created
asked you
new
to read
programs.
new programs because the other ones were so lousy. SAMHSA
They
was a bad program. I guess
can
that's why you
explain to
cut
you
it
why.
I'm happy to
entirely. Explain why, Congresswoman.
Well, let me just finish with, you cut it entirely earlier this year, sending 2,800, I think, notices of grant cancellations, which the administration had to reverse in a matter of a day. What kind of incompetent decision-making is that when lives are at risk?
Termination notices went out in SAMHSA, and I reversed them as soon as I found out about it, within 24 hours.
Yes, it was a crazed mistake.
Have you heard that vaginal estrogen is only for vaginal dryness? That it's local only and can't help the rest of your body? That's a myth. The truth? The vaginal route is one of the most powerful ways to deliver hormones systemically or into the bloodstream when it's done right. That's why I built the first whole body, all-in-one hormone therapy designed.
You know what? As a bonus clip, I'd like to show Democratic Congresswoman Linda Sanchez bringing out the receipts that while RFK Jr. is shutting down hospitals and taking away life-saving medicine for people, he's out there using taxpayer dollars, drinking milk while shirtless in a hot tub with Kid Rock and funding ad campaigns on that. Let's play this clip.
Hold on.
You've cut SAMHSA.
But we've increased, we've also elsewhere
Cutting
increased
SAMHSA. Am I right? You're cutting
dramatically.
SAMHSA.
We've dramatically increased our investment in addiction elsewhere.
That is actually not true. That is seriously not true. And that's why we have to have these budget hearings and you have to come in knowing what your budget request was. I have read the budget and your testimony. You state in your testimony that AHA, I'm not sure that acronym, but AHA, will focus on high impact priority areas, including mental health. Did you recommend cutting $1.3 billion from the Center for Mental Health? $1.3 billion cut in your budget.
I think that's the proposal.
Okay, you're comfortable with that.
That's right. He doesn't even know what his budget is. More from Congresswoman Dean. Great cross-exam. Let's play it.
And you also propose consolidating substance use and mental health block grants along with state opioid response funding, just as we're finally making some progress. You did not increase the overall funding. You're trying to cut all of these things. In my neck of the appropriations woods, we call that kind of block granting shifting and shafting. We move all of you into one fund of money. We don't give you any more. In fact, we cut a whole lot, and good luck finding your resources.
Yeah, we've created new programs.
New programs because the other ones were so lousy. SAMHSA was a bad program. I guess
can
that's why you
explain
cut
to
it
why.
earlier this year.
I'm happy to
entirely.
explain why, Congresswoman.
Well, let me just finish with, you cut it entirely earlier this year, sending 2,800, I think, notices of grant cancellations, which the administration had to reverse in a matter of a day. What kind of incompetent decision-making is that when lives are at risk?
Termination notices went out in Sampson, and I reversed them as soon as I found out about it, within 24 hours.
Yes, it was a crazed mistake.
You know what? As a bonus clip, I'd like to show Democratic Congresswoman Linda Sanchez bringing out the receipts that while RFK Jr. is shutting down hospitals and taking away life-saving medicine from people, he's out there using taxpayer dollars, drinking milk while shirtless in a hot tub with Kid Rock and funding ad campaigns on that. Let's play this clip.
Health messaging campaign on the importance of vaccines could have stopped this surge of measles cases as it had in past outbreaks. But I was appalled to learn that the CDC suspended public health messaging on vaccines last February. It ended a successful flu vaccine campaign as well. My question is, did President Trump approve your decision to end CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging campaign?
You got a lot of misinformation there, first of
No,
all.
I'm asking you a question.
Let me
answer
could have
her.
stopped this surge of measles cases as it had in past outbreaks.
Because that
But I was
measles
appalled to
resurfaced.
learn that the CDC suspended public health messaging on vaccines last February. It ended a successful flu vaccine campaign as well. My question is, did President Trump approve your decision to end CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging campaign?
You got a lot of misinformation there, first
No,
of all.
I'm asking
Right, what type of cabinet is this?
Let me respond to the misstatements that you've made.
No, you have other opportunities. I have limited time.
I only have,
Please
you're
answer my
the
question.
only opportunity
With your
I have
stuttering
to
ass.
President Trump approved
respond.
your decision to end CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging.
Allow me to respond to a lot of the misinformation.
No, answer my question, please, sir. I have limited time.
There's the global measles epidemic. We've done better in preventing
There's
it than
no
any country in the world.
no country that has seen a bigger percentage increase.
That's not
than
true.
this.
Mexico has 3 times our measles, and they have
President
1/8 of our
Trump approve
population.
your decision to end the CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging?
Canada has double
Was
the
that a
measles, and
decision
they have
that was made
1/3
by
of
Trump?
1/8 of our population.
Did he approve that?
We've done better at preventing measles than any country in the world.
President Trump approve your decision to end the CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging campaign?
We've done better.
What part do you
preventing
not
That's not
understand?
answering my question,
And ending
sir.
the epidemic
That is not
than any
answering my
country
question. And I
in the
think you don't
world.
want to answer the question because I think you know
I want to
that
respond
you
to
are
your
making
misinformation.
terrible decisions that impact very real lives, especially the lives of children. Now, one thing that I find incredible is that you suspended this pro-vaccine messaging campaign, but somehow you're spending taxpayer dollars to drink milk shirtless in a hot tub with Kid Rock. And somehow you think that's a better public health message
Your time is
than
expired
informing
by a
the
minute.
public about the importance of vaccines?
Gentlelady's
Really?
time is expired.
Really?
Oh, that was good. So I'll show you one more clip right here of Congresswoman Sanchez. Let's play it.
The measles outbreak in Texas killed an unvaccinated 6-year-old, the first such death in a decade. So simple yes or no question. It's not that we don't want to let you answer. It's that we all have limited time and you have plenty of time to answer questions and you have plenty of time to give testimony at the beginning. So simple yes or no answer will do here. Do you agree with the majority of doctors that the measles vaccine could have saved that child's life in Texas?
It's possible, certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Now let me just bring out the receipts for you, just so you can see RFK Jr. saying exactly what the Congresswoman said. He said, play this clip.
Can go for free. Any of them who is dependent on drugs, either legal drugs or illegal drugs, psychiatric drugs, which every black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. Kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. And
I thought he said he didn't say it.
Drugs, either legal drugs or illegal drugs,
psychiatric drugs, which every black kid is now just standard put on Adderall.
Not white kids.
SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. And those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere and get reparented, to live in a community where there'll be no cell phones, no screens. You'll actually have to talk to
places where they can go in and bend them over and play with pickles back there or up there. So take them away from their parents because they gave them Adderall that made them manic.
legal drugs or illegal drugs, psychiatric drugs, which every black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. And those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere and get reparented, to live in a community where there'll be no cell phones, no screens. You'll actually have to talk to people. And the basis, the model for this is a community that I had direct contact with because a family member of mine went there, and it's called San Padrigano's in Italy.
And then the folks over at TMZ had an important question to RFK Jr. after it was reported that he saw a dead raccoon on a vacation and decided to cut off the raccoon's penis and bring it around with him during the vacation and study it and sleep with it during the vacation. Here, play this clip.
Secretary, what did you do with the raccoon's dead penis? Where is it now?
That's the Trump regime.
Where is what? So even the wild animals ain't safe from this regime. This administration, this cabinet.
On a vacation and decided to
y'all please hit the like button.
Penis and bring it around with him during the vacation and study it and sleep with it during the vacation. Here, play this clip.
Secretary, what did you do with the raccoon's dead penis? Where is it now?
That's the Trump regime for you. That's the Trump regime for you. Hit subscribe. Let's get to
Oh my God. Bungie gets straight karma after violating subpoena. Okay, y'all. I need for y'all to hit the like button. I am 2 hours in. You're not able to send gems or super chat, so please show support by sending a Cash App $AUNTEAFEE. Send some Cash Apps to Auntie Fee. Show support so that I won't lose momentum of bringing the factual tea while they playing in our face. Don't play in my face so that I won't ignore you and keep my tea to myself. Again, Cash App $AUNTEAFEE and double tap right now those three dots at the top right, or tap them. Get to the like button. I need to see the likes go up before I start running the next clip. And if you don't know, if you don't see those three dots, then you're on your phone, just double tap the face of your phone like. This is some of the wildest mess I done ever seen in my life. I'm 2 hours and 9 minutes in. If y'all think y'all finna not support Auntie Fee and I still bring the tea, that's just not gonna work. I'll go on another site and get a tea to somebody else before I let people take advantage of me. That's a dang shame. Yeah, they are intentionally harming the kids graping them, poisoning them, making them manic. Oh my God. And he never said anything one time about white kids. Isn't that bizarre? Isn't that bizarre? Only one person hit the like button. Only one person double tapped. So y'all ready to go? What's so sad, Dorothy? Are y'all ready for me to end it? Y'all can't hit the like button, so that do that mean y'all ready for me to go? What is this so sad about her? Oh, about the church. You hit, yeah, only 2 people have hit the like button since I've been asking. Now 3. I'm going to shut it down right when it's about to get good. Watch me.
One of the first things that hits you, really hits you, deep in your chest, is the weight of the alliances that got placed in your hands. Not the briefing books, not the nuclear codes, although those will wake you up in a hurry. It's the understanding that you are now the custodian of something 77 years of American presidents built, brick by brick, treaty by treaty, handshake by handshake.
You're welcome,
the NATO
Joe.
Alliance, the most successful collective defense arrangement in the history of civilization. 50 nations never went to war with each other. The Soviet Union dissolved without a single shot fired across the Iron Curtain. That didn't happen by accident. That happened because American leaders, Democrats and Republicans, understood that the architecture of peace was more important than any one president's frustration with it. Now look, I want to talk to you today because something is happening right now, today, April 17th, 2026, that most Americans haven't fully processed yet. Iran just declared the Strait of Hormuz completely open. Oil is plunging 10%. The Dow is surging. A 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon is holding, and thank God for that. These are headlines that sound like progress, and some of
Now, what you spending for? Oh, Lord. Oh, they're saying, I guess this, the system is saying that they're not hitting the like button, Auntie P. I'm going to pause.
in the Oval Office. One of the first things that hits you, really hits you, deep in your chest, is the weight of the alliances that got placed in your hands. Not the briefing books, not the nuclear codes, although those will wake you up in a hurry. It's the understanding that you are now the custodian of something 77 years of American presidents built, brick by brick, treaty by treaty, handshake by handshake. The NATO Alliance, the most successful collective defense arrangement in the history of civilization. 50 nations never went to war with each other. The Soviet Union dissolved without a single shot fired across the Iron Curtain. That didn't happen by accident. That happened because American leaders, Democrats and Republicans, understood that the architecture of peace was more important than any one president's frustration with it. Now look, I want to talk to you today because something is happening right now, today, April 17th, 2026, that most Americans haven't fully processed yet. Iran just declared the Strait of Hormuz completely open. Oil is plunging 10%. The Dow is surging. A 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon is holding, and thank God for that. These are headlines that sound like progress, and some of it is. But here's what's underneath those headlines. And
Let's go.
this is the part that should concern
Hit the like
every
button.
American, regardless of party. The President of the United States is simultaneously celebrating these developments while calling NATO a failure. He posted it himself, said NATO wasn't there when we needed them. So let me put the question to you plainly. Is the United States quietly dismantling the most successful military alliance in human history and replacing it with a transactional security framework built around Gulf monarchies? And the answer to that question has consequences most people haven't even begun to think through. And we'll come back to that in a moment. Let me walk you through how we arrived at this moment, because the timeline matters. It always does. Back in November of 2025, President Trump designated Saudi Arabia as a major non-NATO ally, the 20th country to receive that status. That same week, he signed a strategic defense agreement with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman at the White House and confirmed the sale of F-35 stealth fighter jets and nearly 300 American-made tanks to the kingdom. Now that alone was a significant shift. F-35s were previously reserved for our closest treaty allies, nations with democratic institutions, parliamentary oversight, and shared strategic commitments. Selling them to Saudi Arabia sent a signal, and we'll come back to what that signal meant. Then the Iran war began in late February 2026. Iran fired hundreds of missiles and drones across the Persian Gulf, targeting Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar. The region was on fire, and the administration responded. But here's how they responded. On March 20th, Secretary of State Rubio invoked emergency powers under the Arms Export Control Act to bypass congressional review and push through $23 billion in arms sales to the UAE, Kuwait, and Jordan. $23 billion. No committee hearings, no floor debate, no vote. Arms sales to the UAE, Kuwait, and 20th, Secretary of State Rubio across the Persian Gulf, targeting Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar. The region was on fire, and the administration responded. But here's how they responded. On March 20th, Secretary of State Rubio invoked emergency powers under the Arms Export Control Act to bypass congressional review and push through $23 billion in arms sales to the UAE, Kuwait, and Jordan. $23 billion. No committee hearings, no floor debate, no vote. And while the arms were flowing to the Gulf, Trump's fury at NATO was building. On April 8th and 9th, he met with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, and afterward posted that NATO was tested and they failed. Every NATO ally had declined to join the Iran war or the Strait of Hormuz blockade. Accelerating what the Wall Street Journal calls every NATO ally had declined to join the Iran war or the Strait of Hormuz blockade. Now Europe is accelerating what the Wall Street Journal calls a NATO minus US fallback plan. And Pakistan has emerged as the key mediator between Washington and Tehran. This isn't a gradual evolution, folks. This is a tectonic shift happening in weeks. Now let me tell you something I learned a long time ago in politics. If you want to understand what's really happening, don't listen to the speeches. Follow the money. Follow the arms. Follow the strategy. So let's do that. $23 billion in emergency arms sales, radar systems, air defense equipment, advanced fighter jets sent to the UAE, Kuwait, and Jordan, bypassing congressional review entirely. Congressman Gregory Meeks, the ranking Democrat on Foreign Affairs, called it an abuse of emergency authorities, and he's right. The Arms Export Control Act has an emergency provision, yes, but it was designed for genuine, imminent threats, not for restructuring America's entire alliance system under the cover of a crisis. Saudi Arabia's new non-NATO ally status opened the door to defense technologies that were previously restricted to countries like Japan, Australia, South Korea, democracies with institutional accountability. Meanwhile, Gulf states were privately urging Trump to escalate. PBS reported on March 31st that the UAE emerged as perhaps the most hawkish Gulf country, pushing hard for a ground invasion of Iran. These are the nations we are now arming at unprecedented scale.
Did you guys see the girl who took one of those mushroom gummies and deep cleaned her whole house at 2 a.m.? Yeah, I thought it...
And what about our NATO allies? The Wall Street Journal reported on April 8th that the Trump administration was exploring plans to punish NATO countries that refused to join the Iran war, moving U.S. troops out, downgrading cooperation. So the picture is this. Allies who refuse to join a war they didn't start are being punished, while monarchies that are privately pushing for escalation are being rewarded with the most advanced weapons in our arsenal. These aren't campaign slogans anymore, folks. These are procurement orders. Now, I want to be fair here because fairness matters, especially when you're talking about something this serious. President Trump brokered a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, announced on April 16th. That is a real accomplishment. People are alive today because of that ceasefire who might not be otherwise. And the Strait of Hormuz opening today, Iran's foreign minister declaring it completely open for commercial shipping. That is a genuine relief for global markets. Oil dropped 10%. The Dow surged. Families around the world who are watching energy prices choke their budgets got a moment to breathe. I'm not going to stand here and pretend those things don't matter, because they do. But here's the question I keep coming back to, and it's the question I would ask any president, including myself. Is this statecraft, or is this crisis management for a crisis the administration helped create? There is a difference between having a doctrine, a strategic vision with institutional buy-in, congressional authorization, and allied coordination, and making deals on the fly with whatever partners happen to be available. When we went into Bosnia, when we went into Kosovo, we did it through NATO. It was painful. It was slow. The French argued. The Germans hesitated. I spent hours on the phone with people who didn't agree with me. But when we acted with legitimacy, with shared burden, and with democratic accountability. The result lasted. Leadership isn't just getting a result. It's building something that holds together after you leave the room. And this is where things start to get complicated. This is the part of the conversation that keeps me up at night, if I'm being honest with you. Because what we're watching isn't just a policy disagreement. It's an institutional transformation with generational consequences. And I need you to understand the difference, because the difference is everything. NATO, for all its imperfections, and Lord knows it has them, is a democratic alliance. Its 32 members are elected governments. They are bound by treaty ratified by their parliaments. They are accountable to their citizens. There is oversight. There is debate. There is transparency. That's not a bug in the system. That's the whole point of the system. Now look at what's being built to replace it. The Gulf security framework that this administration is constructing is fundamentally different in character. It is a network of bilateral deals with monarchies and autocracies, sealed through arms sales, executed through emergency powers that bypass Congress, with no democratic accountability on either side of the transaction. The UAE doesn't have a parliament that votes on whether to push for a ground invasion of Iran. Saudi Arabia doesn't have an opposition party that can question the terms of the F-35 deal. And now, because the emergency powers were invoked, neither does Congress. So what does this mean in practice? It means congressional authority over war and foreign policy is being hollowed out. It means the democratic character of America's alliances is being fundamentally altered. It means Europe, our closest democratic partners for 80 years, is actively planning for a future without us. The Wall Street Journal reported just 2 days ago that European leaders are accelerating a NATO fallback plan, putting Europeans in command and control roles that Americans used to hold. Ask yourself, is that really the world we want to build? Now, here's where I want to pull back the lens, because if you focus too closely on any one headline, you miss the larger picture. And the larger picture is this: the Iran war has become a pretext for a realignment that President Trump has wanted since his first term. The grievance against NATO, that allies don't pay their fair share, that they won't support American military operations, that didn't start in February 2026. That goes back to 2017 and beyond. What's new is that there is now a crisis that makes this argument feel urgent and legitimate to the American public. And I want to be careful here, because burden sharing in NATO is a real issue. I dealt with it myself. European defense spending was too low for too long. That's a legitimate criticism, and Democrats should be honest enough to say so. But there is a vast difference between pushing for reform within an alliance and using a war to blow up the architecture entirely. One is responsible leadership. The other is something else. We've got to ask ourselves what this realignment actually serves. Domestically, it lets the president appear strong, punishing ungrateful Europeans, rewarding loyal Gulf partners who are willing to fight. It aligns with a worldview where alliances are valued not by shared democratic values, but by what partners are willing to pay or do at any given moment. It's a transactional vision of American power. And I understand its appeal. It's simple. It's clean. It feels tough. But here's the honest truth. The world doesn't work that way. Alliances built on transactions last exactly as long as the transaction is profitable.
Cook unity, which unites my craving for succulent meals with my desire not to cook them myself. Cook unity.
Alliances built on shared values and institutions last generations. We have 77 years of evidence for that proposition. We should be very careful about throwing it away. So where does this go? Let me offer you 3 scenarios.
Let's go.
Because I think it's important that we think clearly about the roads ahead instead of just reacting to the news cycle. Scenario 1, the optimistic case as the administration sees it. The ceasefire holds. Pakistan's mediation produces a framework deal with Iran, and there are signs they're getting closer. The Strait of Hormuz stays open. Oil prices stabilize. President Trump claims victory, and maybe he earned some of it.
He ain't earned nothing.
In this best case, NATO is permanently weakened. Europe has already accelerated its independent defense planning. The transatlantic relationship that underwrote global stability since 1949 is fractured in ways that will take a generation to repair. America will have won a war and lost an alliance. That's a trade no strategic thinker should be comfortable with. Scenario 2, the ceasefire collapses. The war escalates. Iran, which warned that previous rules will not hold if there is an invasion, retaliates against Gulf states harder than before. And America discovers that its new Gulf partners, for all their wealth and willingness, don't have the institutional capacity, the democratic legitimacy, or the military interoperability to function as genuine allies in a prolonged conflict. Bilateral arms deals are not the same thing as 77 years of joint training, shared command structures, and treaty obligations. You find that out the hard way when things go wrong. Scenario 3, and this is the one I believe in. Cooler heads prevail. Congress reasserts its authority over arms sales and war powers. A bipartisan group works to repair the NATO relationship while honestly addressing burden sharing. America finds a way to strengthen both its Gulf partnerships and its Atlantic alliance without treating them as a zero-sum trade. That's the hardest road, but it's the only one that leads home. Let me close with this. NATO was founded on April 4th, 1949, not just as a military pact, but as a statement of belief, a belief that free nations standing together could deter aggression without becoming aggressors themselves. That democratic societies, for all their messiness and disagreement, were stronger together than any autocracy could be alone. That was the idea. And for 77 years, with all its flaws and frustrations, that idea held. It held through Korea. It held through the Cuban Missile Crisis. It held through the fall of the Berlin Wall. It held through September 11th, when for the first and only time in history, NATO invoked Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all. Not for Europe's sake, but for ours. They were there for us. Replacing that with a network of arms deals and transactional partnerships with Gulf monarchies isn't just a strategic miscalculation. It's a moral one. It says that America's alliances are for sale to the highest bidder, not rooted in the ideals that made them worth building in the first place. And I want to talk to Democrats and Republicans when I say this. Think about what kind of country you want to be in the world. Not just today, not just during this crisis, but 20 years from now, when your children are the ones sitting in that chair. America has corrected course before, after Vietnam, after Iraq, after moments of overreach and disillusionment. The institutions are battered, but they are not broken yet. But the window to repair them is closing faster than most people realize. And that, my friends, is why I wanted to talk to you today.
Imagine making $453,000 in a single month as an affiliate marketer without relying on Google.
Y'all hit the like button for me. 430 people in. Please hit the like button.
States who spent 48 days. So today I want to discuss something that happened in the last few hours that I think most people are going to misread completely. Iran just declared the Strait of Hormuz completely open for commercial shipping. And within minutes, Trump posted on Truth Social in capital letters, and I want you to hear the exact words: Iran has just announced that the strait is fully open and ready for full passage. Thank you. Thank you. The President of the United States, who spent 48 days bombing Iran, who imposed a naval blockade, who threatened to destroy Iranian civilization, said thank you to Iran. Now, every major news channel is going to cover this as a victory for America. Trump forced Iran's hand. Maximum pressure worked. The blockade succeeded. Victory is close. That is the narrative you are going to hear everywhere today. I want to argue the exact opposite. What happened today is not American victory. What happened today is Iran demonstrating for the entire world to see that it controls the terms of this situation, not America, Iran. And understanding why Iran has that control and why America could never have forced it otherwise requires understanding something that China built over the last decade that nobody in Washington was paying attention to. Let me walk you through this carefully, because once you understand the structure behind what just happened, you will never again believe that America is winning this war. Let me start, as I always do, with structure, because the structure of a situation tells you far more than any single event. And the structural question I want you to hold in your mind throughout this entire analysis is this: why could Iran open Hormuz today on its own terms, linked to Lebanon, with conditions attached, with a coordinated route it controls, with the American blockade still in place on Iranian ports rather than on America's terms? America spent 48 days trying to force Iran to open Hormuz unconditionally. America launched the most intensive bombing campaign in the Middle East since the Gulf War. America imposed a naval blockade with over 10,000 personnel and 16 warships. America threatened to destroy Iran's power grid, its energy infrastructure, its remaining economic capacity. America said, and I want you to hear Hegseth's exact words from the Pentagon podium, you can't control anything. And yet today, Iran opened Hormuz when Iran chose to, linked it to Lebanon, kept a coordinated route, kept the blockade on Iranian ports in American hands while making Iran's opening of the strait a diplomatic gesture, not a military surrender. Iran said, thank you for the Lebanon ceasefire, and we will open the strait in kind. America said thank you in capital letters. That is not how maximum pressure is supposed to end. That is not what you can't control anything produces. So what structural force gave Iran the ability to do this on its own terms instead of America's terms? The answer is China, not China in the news headline sense. China in the structural, decade-long architectural sense. And to understand that architecture, I want to use a framework I call the survival infrastructure. Let me explain what it is and why it matters so much. The survival infrastructure is the set of systems a country builds before a crisis that allows it to absorb punishment during the crisis without collapsing. It is not military hardware. It is economic architecture. It is the financial plumbing that keeps a country alive when its enemies try to starve it. And China spent a decade building Iran's survival infrastructure specifically because China understood long before this war started that this exact crisis was coming. Here is what that infrastructure looks like in practice. First, the oil payment system. China has been buying Iranian oil in Chinese yuan, not dollars, since the early years of American sanctions. This bypasses the SWIFT financial network entirely. SWIFT is the system that connects global banks and allows international dollar payments. American sanctions work by cutting countries off from SWIFT. If you cannot receive dollars, you cannot pay for imports. You cannot pay your military. You cannot function as a modern economy. Iran should have been cut off from global commerce years ago. It was not cut off because China built a parallel system that does not use dollars. A system where yuan flows from Chinese refineries directly to Iranian accounts through second-tier Chinese banks that have no exposure to American financial enforcement. America designed sanctions to cut Iran off from the dollar system. China built a yuan system and handed it to Iran. Second, the dark fleet. China has been operating what analysts call the shadow fleet or dark fleet for years. These are tankers that physically disable their automatic identification systems, the GPS transponders that tell satellite tracking services where they are. They sail invisibly. They conduct ship-to-ship transfers in international waters, far from port, transferring Iranian crude onto vessels with different flags and different ownership structures before those vessels sail to Chinese refineries. China's customs records show zero imports from Iran since 2022. Yet China's recorded imports of Malaysian crude in 2025 reached 1.3 million barrels per day, more than double Malaysia's entire oil production. The oil was Iranian. The paperwork said Malaysian. And China's teapot refineries, independent refineries that process sanctioned crude, specifically because they are small enough to operate outside the major global financial system, absorbed every barrel without question. America built sanctions designed to cut Iran's oil revenue. China built a logistics infrastructure that made those sanctions meaningless. Third, the strategic reserve. China entered this war with approximately 1.2 billion barrels of crude oil in strategic storage, built over 2 years by purchasing Iranian and Russian sanctioned oil at heavily discounted prices. When the Strait of Hormuz closed and Brent crude spiked past $120 a barrel, China did not panic. Its markets stayed stable. Its refineries kept running. Its factories kept producing. The IEA chief stood in front of cameras and said Europe had 6 weeks of jet fuel left. China had 4 months of supply cover sitting in warehouses. America calculated that closing Hormuz would create economic pain that would force Iran to negotiate. China had already neutralized that calculus by stockpiling supply before the crisis began. America's economic weapon, the energy shock, landed on everyone except the country America needed it to land on. This is the survival infrastructure. It is not a secret alliance. It is not a military pact. China never committed to defending Iran. China never promised to fight America. China simply built a decade-long economic architecture around Iran that made Iran resistant to the specific kind of pressure America was going to apply. And when America applied that pressure, 48 days of bombing, a naval blockade, financial sanctions, maximum pressure on every front, Iran survived. Not comfortably, not without damage. The central bank warned it could take 12 years to rebuild. But Iran survived well enough to choose when to open Hormuz and on what terms. And that choice, that single act of strategic agency, is what the survival infrastructure produced. Now I want to be precise about something, because I think it is important to understand exactly what China's role is and what it is not. China is not Iran's military ally. China did not fire a single shot in this conflict. China did not send soldiers or warships to defend Iran. China did not even openly defy the American blockade. When the Rich Starry, a Chinese-owned tanker, tried to pass through the strait under a Malawian flag with a spoofed transponder, it eventually turned back after American warnings. China has been careful throughout this entire war to stay below. Chief stood in front of cameras and said Europe had 6 weeks of jet fuel left. China had 4 months of supply cover sitting in warehouses. America calculated that closing Hormuz would create economic pain that would force Iran to negotiate. China had already neutralized that calculus by stockpiling supply before the crisis began. America's economic weapon, the energy shock, landed on everyone except the country America needed it to land on. This is the survival infrastructure. It is not a secret alliance. It is not a military pact. China never committed to defending Iran. China never promised to fight America. China simply built a decade-long economic architecture around Iran that made Iran resistant to the specific kind of pressure America was going to apply. And when America applied that pressure, 48 days of bombing, a naval blockade, financial sanctions, maximum pressure on every front, Iran survived. Not comfortably, not without damage. The central bank warned it could take 12 years to rebuild. But Iran survived well enough to choose when to open Hormuz and on what terms. And that choice, that single act of strategic agency, is what the survival infrastructure produced. Now I want to be precise about something, because I think it is important to understand exactly what China's role is and what it is not. China is not Iran's military ally. China did not fire a single shot in this conflict. China did not send soldiers or warships to defend Iran. China did not even openly defy the American blockade. When the Rich Starry, a Chinese-owned tanker, tried to pass through the strait under a Malawian flag with a spoofed transponder, it eventually turned back after American warnings. China has been careful throughout this entire war to stay below the threshold of direct military confrontation with the United States. What China is, and what it has been since long before this war, is Iran's economic insurer. The country that made sure that no matter how hard America pressed economically, Iran would retain enough oxygen to keep going. The country that bought the oil America was trying to embargo. The country that vetoed the UN Security Council resolution that would have authorized international force to open the strait. The country that called the American blockade dangerous and irresponsible in its strongest possible diplomatic language. The country that sent Wang Yi to call Aragchi and tell him that China was ready to support a resolution, and that opened the door for Iran to make today's move as a gesture of diplomatic goodwill rather than a military capitulation. China did not win this war for Iran. China made it possible for Iran to survive this war long enough to end it on terms that are acceptable to Iran. That is a completely different thing, and it is a far more sophisticated and far more durable form of power than anything that comes from military force. I want to use a historical comparison here because I think it illuminates the China dimension in a way that the news coverage is completely missing. Think about Britain and the United States during the Second World War. Before America entered the war formally in December 1941, it was providing Britain with what President Roosevelt called Lend-Lease: weapons, food, ships, raw materials, everything Britain needed to survive the German assault. America was not fighting Germany. America was not at war, but America was providing the economic and material architecture that allowed Britain to hold on.
What has Iran lied about,
Katrina? Situation to change.
Karen, what did they lie about? What I missed?
1941.
What did Iran lie about?
1941. There is no D-Day in 1941.
U.S. has lied. What did he say? Trump didn't lie. What did I miss? Do I need to start over, y'all?
Confrontation with the United States.
Y'all hit the like button. Support my platform. Send the cash out.
Calculated that closing Hormuz would create economic pain that would force Iran to negotiate. China had economic architecture. It is the financial plumbing that keeps a country alive when its enemies try to starve it. And China spent a decade building Iran's survival infrastructure specifically because China understood
from the start
long before this war started that this exact
I'm trying to see why Karen over here lying.
Here is what that infrastructure looks like in practice.
First,
the oil payment system. China has been buying Iranian oil in Chinese yuan, not dollars, since the early years of American sanctions. This bypasses the SWIFT financial network entirely.
They said that they're not going to accept.
That connects global banks and allows international dollar payments. American sanctions work by cutting countries off from SWIFT. If you cannot receive dollars, you cannot pay for imports. You cannot pay your military. You cannot function as a modern economy. Iran should have been cut off from global commerce years ago. It was not cut off because China built a parallel system that does not use dollars. A system where yuan flows from Chinese refineries directly to Iranian accounts through second-tier Chinese banks that have no exposure to American financial enforcement. America designed sanctions to cut Iran off from the dollar system. China built a yuan system and handed it to Iran. Second, the dark fleet. China has been operating what analysts call the shadow fleet or dark fleet for years. These are tankers that physically disable their automatic identification systems, the GPS transponders that tell satellite tracking services where they are. They sail invisibly. They conduct ship-to-ship transfers in international waters, far from port, transferring Iranian crude onto vessels with different flags and different ownership structures before those vessels sail to Chinese refineries. China's customs records show zero imports from Iran since 2022. Yet China's recorded imports of Malaysian crude in 2025 reached 1.3 million barrels per day, more than double Malaysia's entire oil production. The oil was Iranian. The paperwork said Malaysian. And China's teapot refineries, independent refineries that process sanctioned crude, specifically because they are small enough to operate outside the major global financial system, absorbed every barrel without question. America built sanctions designed to cut Iran's oil revenue. China built a logistics infrastructure that made those sanctions meaningless, Third, the strategic reserve. China entered this war with approximately 1.2 billion barrels of crude oil in strategic storage, built over 2 years by purchasing Iranian and Russian sanctioned oil at heavily discounted prices. When the Strait of Hormuz closed and Brent crude spiked past $120 a barrel, China did not panic. Its markets stayed stable. Its refineries kept running. Its factories kept producing. The IEA chief stood in front of cameras and said Europe had 6 weeks of jet fuel left. China had 4 months of supply cover sitting in warehouses. America calculated that closing Hormuz would create economic pain that would force Iran to negotiate. China had already neutralized that calculus by stockpiling supply before the crisis began. America's economic weapon, the energy shock, landed on everyone except the country America needed it to land on. This is the survival infrastructure. It is not a secret alliance. It is not a military pact. China never committed to defending Iran. China never promised to fight America. China simply built a decade-long economic architecture around Iran that made Iran resistant to the specific kind of pressure America was going to apply. And when America applied that pressure, 48 days of bombing, a naval blockade, financial sanctions, maximum pressure on every front, Iran survived. Not comfortably, not without damage. The central bank warned it could take 12 years to rebuild, but Iran survived well enough to choose when to open Hormuz and on what terms. And that choice, that single act of strategic agency, is what the survival infrastructure produced. Now I want to be precise about something, because I think it is important to understand exactly what China's role is and what it is not. China is not Iran's military ally. China did not fire a single shot in this conflict. China did not send soldiers or warships to defend Iran. China did not even openly defy the American blockade. When the Rich Starry, a Chinese-owned tanker, tried to pass through the strait under a Malawian flag with a spoofed transponder, it eventually turned back after American warnings. China has been careful throughout this entire war to stay below the threshold of direct military confrontation with the United States. What China is, and what it has been since long before this war, is Iran's economic insurer. The country that made sure that no matter how hard America pressed economically, Iran would retain enough oxygen to keep going. The country that bought the oil America was trying to embargo. The country that vetoed the UN Security Council resolution that would have authorized international force to open the strait. The country that called the American blockade dangerous and irresponsible in its strongest possible diplomatic language. The country that sent Wang Yi to call Araghchi and tell him that China was ready to support a resolution, and that opened the door for Iran to make today's move as a gesture of diplomatic goodwill rather than a military capitulation. China did not win this war for Iran. China made it possible for Iran to survive this war long enough to end it on terms that are acceptable to Iran. That is a completely different thing, and it is a far more sophisticated and far more durable form of power than anything that comes from military force. I want to use a historical comparison here because I think it illuminates the China dimension in a way that the news coverage is completely missing. Think about Britain and the United States during the Second World War. Before America entered the war formally in December 1941, it was providing Britain with what President Roosevelt called Lend-Lease: weapons, food, ships, raw materials, everything Britain needed to survive the German assault. America was not fighting Germany. America was not at war, but America was providing the economic and material architecture that allowed Britain to hold on long enough for the strategic situation to change. Without Lend-Lease, Britain
What you
does not
said.
survive 1941. Without surviving
We get it. China wasn't
1941, there
involved
is
in
no
survival
D-Day
drama.
in
No problem.
1944. Without D-Day, the war
Because they were
ends
smart.
differently. One country's quiet economic architecture changed the entire trajectory of the conflict. China is doing something structurally similar for Iran and in some ways more sophisticated. Britain was openly receiving American support. Everyone knew about Lend-Lease. It was public policy, debated in Congress, covered by newspapers. China's
Are you being
support for Iran
sarcastic
has been almost
to the T?
entirely invisible. The yuan payments,
Mr. Zan,
the dark
Mr.
fleet,
Z
the
and G?
strategic reserve, the UN veto, none of these announce themselves as a Chinese alliance with Iran. They simply function
Y'all need to hit the
quietly,
like button.
consistently, in ways that are very difficult for America to directly confront without triggering a much larger conflict. There is a second historical comparison
Only if Trump
that
had
I
half
think
the
is
smarts
even
as China.
more illuminating. In 1956, Britain and France launched a military operation to seize the Suez Canal after Egypt's President
Trump couldn't do
Nasser
it.
nationalized it. The operation was military successful. British and French forces were winning on the ground. And then the United States told Britain to stop, not through military force, through economic pressure. America threatened to refuse to support the British pound if Britain did not withdraw. Britain's currency reserves were nearly exhausted. Faced with financial collapse rather than military defeat, Britain withdrew. France withdrew. Nasser kept the canal. And the moment was remembered ever after as Britain's Suez. The moment when Britain discovered that military success means nothing if the economic architecture underneath you can be pulled away. Today's events at Hormuz are America's Suez, not because America was defeated militarily. America has not been defeated militarily, but because America discovered that its maximum pressure toolkit, the sanctions, the blockade, the financial warfare, the military campaign, encountered a counter-architecture that China had spent a decade building, an architecture that kept Iran financially alive, kept its oil revenues flowing, kept its trade moving through invisible channels, and gave Iran the patience to choose its own moment and its own terms. Just as Britain's Suez revealed that British military power could not overcome American financial power, America's Hormuz reveals that American military power cannot overcome Chinese economic architecture. China is doing something structurally similar for Iran, and in some ways more sophisticated. Britain was openly receiving American support. Everyone knew about Lend-Lease. It was public policy. China's support for Iran has been almost entirely invisible. The UN payments, the Dark Fleet, the Strategic Reserve, the UN veto, none of these announce themselves as a Chinese alliance with Iran. They simply function quietly, consistently, in ways that are very difficult for America to directly confront without triggering a much larger conflict. And here is the crucial parallel. Just as American Lend-Lease did not mean that Britain was going to win the war, Britain needed the full entry of American military force for that. China's survival infrastructure for Iran does not mean that Iran is going to win this war in the traditional sense. Iran has suffered enormous damage. Its economy is devastated. Its military infrastructure has been degraded. It has lost its supreme leader and dozens of senior commanders. What the survival infrastructure means is that Iran has survived long enough and strong enough to sit at a negotiating table and choose when to make concessions and on what terms. That is the outcome today.
And they have not given us any reason to believe that they
Iran linked it to
was
Lebanon.
going to
Iran made it a gesture rather
use a
than
nuclear
a
weapon.
Iran
Never
retained
have.
the coordinated route.
It's always been a lie.
America posted "thank you" in capital letters. That is
To
not
make
what
money off
victory
of a
from
war.
48 days of bombing looks like. That is what the survival infrastructure produces. Now let me address the question that I think is the most important analytical question coming out of today's events. because it is the question nobody in the mainstream commentary is asking. If China's survival infrastructure is what gave Iran the ability to open Hormuz on its own terms today, what does that mean for every future American attempt to use economic pressure against any country that has a deep relationship with China? I want to be very direct about this. What just happened in the Strait of Hormuz is not just an Iran story. It is a demonstration, live, in real time, watched by every government in the world, that the American sanctions and blockade toolkit has a structural vulnerability. That vulnerability is China. As long as China is willing to be the buyer of last resort for a sanctioned country's exports, as long as China is willing to build parallel payment infrastructure outside the dollar system, as long as China is willing to use its UN Security Council veto to block international authorization of force, and as long as China is willing to sit on 1.2 billion barrels of strategic reserves that absorb the energy shock that American economic warfare is designed to create, the toolkit does not fully work. It creates damage, but it does not create capitulation. North Korea has survived American sanctions for 3 decades. Venezuela has survived American sanctions for years. Russia has absorbed the most comprehensive sanction regime in modern history and is still fighting a major war in Ukraine. Iran has survived 48 days of bombing and a naval blockade and opened the strait on its own terms. The common thread in every case where American economic warfare did not produce the intended result is China. China's economic architecture, its alternative payment systems, its willingness to trade outside the dollar, its strategic reserves, its refusal to join American sanctions, is the structural reason that American maximum pressure produces damage but not decisive outcomes. This is not an accident. This is strategy. China has been building the architecture of American sanction resistance for decades, not as a military confrontation with the United States, but as an economic alternative to the American-dominated global financial system. And today's events in the Strait of Hormuz are the clearest single demonstration in modern history of what that architecture can produce. Let me now tell you what I think happens next, because the Hormuz opening is not the end of the story. It is the beginning of a new phase. America still has its blockade on Iranian ports. The deal is not done. Iran still has enriched uranium. The nuclear question is unresolved. The ceasefire expires in 4 days. And yet Iran has already made the move that America spent 48 days trying to force it to make. Iran opened the strait. Iran linked it to Lebanon. Iran set the terms. From this position, Iran negotiates, not from weakness, from the position of a country that demonstrated it could hold the world's most important energy choke point for 48 days, survived the most intensive American military campaign since the Gulf War, and still opened the strait when it chose to, rather than when America demanded it to. That is an extraordinary negotiating position for a country that has been bombed for 7 weeks. What does China do in this next phase? China does what it has done throughout. It continues to call for a comprehensive ceasefire. It continues to warn against escalation. It continues to buy Iranian oil. It continues to provide the economic oxygen that gives Iran the ability to negotiate rather than surrender. And when the deal is eventually made, whatever form it takes, China will emerge with something more valuable than any military victory. China will emerge with a permanent structural position as the country the rest of the world goes to when it needs protection from American economic pressure. Spain's prime minister said it openly. There is nobody else who can resolve this situation except China. That is not a news comment. That is a structural verdict. on the new architecture of global power. Let me bring this all together.
Okay.
Because I started by saying that
Why
what
aren't
happened
helping
today
Ukraine
is being
either?
misread.
They
And
not
I
helping
want to be
Ukraine either, or
clear
South
about
Korea.
what the correct reading is. America did not force Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. Iran opened it when Iran decided to, linked to a condition Iran chose, the Lebanon ceasefire, on a route Iran controls, with an American blockade still in place on Iranian ports. Trump said, "Thank you." Stocks went up, oil went down, and everyone called it a victory. The correct reading is this: Iran was able to make that choice, able to choose the timing, the conditions, the framing, because China spent a decade building the economic infrastructure that kept Iran alive under the most intense American pressure it has ever faced. China's yuan payment systems, China's dark fleet logistics, China's strategic petroleum reserves, China's UN Security Council veto, these are the structural reasons that America could not simply force Iran's hand through military power alone. America brought maximum force. China had already built maximum resilience. And here is the deeper lesson. The Strait of Hormuz is 33 kilometers wide at its narrowest point. America deployed 16 warships and 10,000 personnel to control it. And it still had to say thank you when Iran decided to open it. That gap between America's deployed military power and its actual strategic outcome is China's work. Not through a single dramatic action, not through a declaration of war, but through a decade of quiet, patient, invisible economic architecture that America either did not see or chose not to take seriously. Every empire eventually faces the moment when it discovers that the rules of the game have changed while it was not paying attention. Rome discovered it in the Parthian Wars. Britain discovered it at Suez in 1956. America is discovering it today at the Strait of Hormuz. Iran did not defeat America. China did not defeat America. What happened is more precise and more permanent than a defeat. The architecture of American global economic power, the sanctions toolkit, the dollar system, the ability to use blockades
Trump
to
couldn't do
force
it.
political outcomes, encountered the counter-architecture that China spent a decade building. And the counter-architecture worked. Iran opened Hormuz when Iran chose to. That is the outcome. And that outcome will be studied in strategic academies and foreign ministries for decades. I want to leave you with one number. China's customs records show 0 imports from Iran since 2022. Yet China's recorded imports of Malaysian crude in 2025 reached 1.3 million barrels per day, more than double Malaysia's entire oil production. That gap between what the records say and what actually moved is not a data error. It is a system China built, a system that kept Iran alive, a system that made today possible, and a system that America, despite all its intelligence capabilities, despite all its financial surveillance tools, despite all its secondary sanction threats, could not stop. That one number, 1.3 million barrels per day of oil, that officially did not come from Iran, but obviously did, is the whole story of this war in a single statistic. Watch the next round of negotiations carefully, not for what Iran demands, for what China does not say. Because in this story, as in every great strategic shift in modern history, the most important actor is the one who says the least while building the most. This is not prophecy. This is structural history combined with game theory. Push back on this if you see it differently. Read the Asia Times analysis on China navigating the Hormuz grip. Read the Jerusalem Post on China's 1.3 billion barrel reserve. Read what Wang Yi said to Araghchi before Iran opened the strait. And then ask yourself the question that the mainstream commentary is not asking. If China built the infrastructure that made today possible, what else has China already built for the next crisis that America has not yet identified? The answer to that question is the most important strategic question of the next decade.
What y'all think about that? Don't trust.
Stop before you celebrate, before you fill up your tank expecting gas to drop next week,
Yeah,
before you check
I
your
heard
portfolio
that.
and think the oil crisis is over. I need you to hear something that every single financial headline missed this morning. Iran's foreign minister walked up to a microphone today and said the Strait of Hormuz is completely open for commercial vessels, and the entire world cheered. Oil crashed 12% in 30 minutes. Stocks exploded to new records. Markets went euphoric. And somewhere in Tehran, the people who engineered this moment are watching the celebration and smiling. Because this is not a concession. This is a trap. And the mechanism of the trap is hidden in 4 words buried inside the announcement that nobody in mainstream media bothered to explain. The words are these: on the coordinated route. Those 4 words contain the entire deception. And by the time most investors figure out what they mean,
On the
the leverage
coordinated
will already
route.
be back in Iranian hands. This is Professor John. We have been tracking every move of this war from the financial angles that matter to your money. If this kind of analysis is what you need, subscribe now, because what I am going to show you in the next few minutes is the gap between what the market priced in this morning and what is actually true on the water right now. Let me start with exactly what was said, because the precise language matters enormously. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi posted on X this morning. Here is his statement verbatim. In line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of ceasefire on the coordinated route as already announced by Ports and Maritime Organization of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Read that again. On the coordinated route, as already announced. Those 2 phrases are doing all the work, because here is what the coordinated route is. It is the Larak Island route. It is the path the IRGC outlined on an unconfirmed map released on April 8th that requires every vessel transiting the strait to divert around Larak Island off Iran's coast, rather than using the standard international shipping lane.
He seemed to be floating on the fine line. Absolutely.
Navy for what is described as security checks.
The part that
cargo
wasn't
manifest
said.
submission. It requires geopolitical vetting, and it is the same route that has been used to collect tolls of up to $2 million per ship. The coordinated route is not an open waterway, it is a checkpoint. Every ship that uses it passes under Iranian guns, submits to Iranian screening, and until this morning, paid Iranian fees. Iran did not open the Strait of Hormuz today. Iran opened a toll booth and called it freedom of navigation. Now here is where the trap becomes visible. When Iran declared the strait open in line with the ceasefire, what it actually said is this: we are linking Hormuz to Lebanon. We are connecting the status of this waterway to a separate conflict involving Israel and Hezbollah. That linkage is extraordinary, and almost nobody noticed it, because what it means is that if the Lebanon ceasefire collapses, Iran has just given itself explicit justification to close the strait again.
Right.
It is not open on a permanent basis or on its own merits. It is open in line with a 10-day ceasefire between 2 countries that have been fighting for months. A 10-day truce that Israel's defense minister already said this morning has not completed its military objectives, that Israel says will be used to pursue disarmament of Hezbollah, that Hezbollah says it will only honor if Israel stops striking Lebanese territory, the same Hezbollah that fired rockets into northern Israel in the early hours of a previous ceasefire. This is the trap. Iran opened Hormuz in line with the most fragile agreement in the region. One more Israeli airstrike in Lebanon, one more Hezbollah rocket into Haifa, and Tehran has a diplomatic pretext to close the strait again. The announcement today gave Iran maximum leverage at minimum cost. It got oil prices to crash 12%, took pressure off its economy, generated global goodwill, and kept the entire mechanism of control fully intact. Now let me show you the physical reality on the water, because even setting aside the diplomatic trap, the practical obstacles to actual shipping normalization are enormous. Bloomberg reported this morning that in the hours before Iran's announcement, traffic through the strait was still a trickle. A Greek-owned supertanker called the Atokos and a Pakistan-flagged tanker called the Shalimar were among the only vessels making the journey. For reference, before this war started, 138 ships transited the strait every single day. Today it is a trickle. Why? Because the mines are still there. The IRGC confirmed mines in the main shipping lane when it released its coordinated route guidance on April 8th. The warning explicitly told vessels to stay away from the primary navigation channel because of anti-ship mines. U.S. mine countermeasure ships have been working to clear the strait, but mine clearance in a 21-mile-wide waterway with hostile forces on the adjacent coastline is not a weekend project. According to one intelligence report, Iran itself lost track of some of the mines it planted, meaning there may be unexploded ordnance in the water that nobody can precisely locate. U.S. naval mine countermeasure ships are among the most specialized vessels in any fleet, and they are in short supply. 3 littoral combat ships with the Navy's newest mine countermeasure package are in the theater, but complete clearance of a contested waterway takes weeks, not days. Now think about what this means for any ship captain sitting in the Gulf of Oman right now, looking at this morning's announcement. His ship is worth $200 million. His cargo is worth another $100 million. His crew is his responsibility. He has been watching this waterway for 7 weeks. He watched 23 commercial vessels get hit by drones and missiles. He watched tankers set on fire. He watched crew members killed. He watched a tugboat sent to rescue a stricken ship get sunk by 2 missiles. And now Iran says the strait is open for the remaining period of a 10-day ceasefire on a coordinated route that still passes through a minefield alongside a coastline bristling with IRGC speedboats and cruise missiles. Does he send his ship through today? No, he does not. Not without insurance coverage that his underwriters will not provide until the security situation is assessed. Not without a solid ceasefire that is held for long enough to demonstrate it is real. Not without mine clearance certificates from independent authorities. A shipping industry analyst told the Washington Post exactly this. If you move your ship and you are halfway through the Hormuz Channel and the ceasefire breaks down, your seafarers are in a shooting gallery. So you want to see a relatively solid ceasefire before you even trust going in there. And here is the supply chain math that should stop every investor who is celebrating this morning dead in their tracks. Even if every mine were cleared today, even if the ceasefire held for its full 10 days and was then extended, even if insurance companies immediately reinstated coverage, even if every captain in the world felt comfortable sending his ship through the strait tomorrow, the oil market would not normalize until July. That is the expert consensus from multiple shipping analysts, because the process is not just about opening the exit, it is about opening the entry. There are an estimated 500 to 700 vessels over 10,000 deadweight tons stuck inside the Persian Gulf right now. 230 loaded oil tankers sitting idle, waiting to get out. But empty tankers need to come in through the strait before loaded ones can come out in any volume. And no empty tanker is sailing into the Persian Gulf until its captain is confident the ceasefire is not going to collapse around him. S&P Global Market Intelligence data shows that even at peak post-ceasefire traffic, the inbound flow of ships has been near zero. You need roughly equal flows in both directions to restore the global supply chain. The first ceasefire produced exactly 4 dry cargo ships on day 1, only 9 per day during the entire first truce period. Before the war, 138 per day. The gap between those numbers is not going to close in 10 days. It is not going to close in a month. And it is certainly not going to close as long as the U.S. Navy blockade on Iranian ports remains in full force. Because here is the thing that made this morning's announcement simultaneously dramatic and structurally incoherent. Iran declared the strait open. Trump said thank you and then said the blockade stays in full force until we have a deal. So in the span of 60 minutes on Friday, April 18th, Iran said the strait is open, and America said Iranian ports stay closed. The strait is simultaneously open and blocked. Ships can theoretically pass through toward Saudi Arabia and the UAE, but Iran's export terminals are still under U.S. naval enforcement. The 500 tankers trapped inside the Gulf cannot fully exit because the mine clearance is incomplete. The tankers trying to enter the Gulf cannot come in because nobody will underwrite the risk, and Iran's own oil cannot move because the blockade remains. This is not normalization. This is a temporary diplomatic posture designed to buy time, reduce pressure, and keep all the structural levers intact for the next round of negotiations. Iran just demonstrated something extremely sophisticated. It gave the market a 12% price drop on a news announcement that changed almost nothing on the physical water. It got stocks to surge to records without surrendering a single piece of leverage it actually holds. The coordinated route is still Iranian territory. The mines are still in the water. The toll infrastructure is still in place waiting. The Larak Island checkpoint still exists. The geography that gave Iran control from day 1 has not changed by a single meter. The mountainous coastline, the 21-mile-wide narrows, the gun positions, the IRGC speedboats and wet tunnels carved into the rock, all of it exactly where it was. And Basil Dumond, a professor of international security at Lancaster University, said something to the Washington Post that cuts through all of the noise. He said the Strait of Hormuz is one of Iran's last remaining leverages in this war. If Tehran is serious about the ceasefire, it must implement the Hormuz Clause and allow more ships to transit. But if it restricts traffic to keep leverage, it risks collapsing the ceasefire altogether. That tension describes exactly where we are right now. Iran cannot afford to close the strait completely without triggering a resumption of U.S. airstrikes, but it cannot afford to open it completely without surrendering the only real card it has left in the negotiations. So it opened it in a way that looks open and functions closed, declared complete freedom of passage on a route that requires IRGC coordination, passes through a minefield, links to a separate and fragile ceasefire in Lebanon, and can be revoked the moment that ceasefire falls apart. And underneath all of this is a financial scandal that is also breaking today. The CFTC is investigating suspiciously timed oil trades on the CME and ICE exchanges tied to every major Trump announcement in this war. 50 brand new Polymarket accounts placed bets on the April 7th ceasefire minutes before Trump posted. Senators Warren and Whitehouse sent a letter to the CFTC citing a $950 million oil short placed hours before that ceasefire announcement. And today, oil dropped 12% in 30 minutes after an announcement that happened during a France-UK summit being hosted at the Élysée Palace. If there are people with advanced knowledge of these diplomatic moves, this morning was another opportunity, and the CFTC is watching. Here's what I want you to take away from all of this. The headline says, Iran opened the Strait of Hormuz. The reality is that Iran made a tactical concession designed to look like a strategic retreat. The market priced in a resolution. The water priced in uncertainty. The shipping executives are not sending their fleets back into the Gulf based on a 10-day truce attached to a Lebanon ceasefire that Israel's defense minister says is not yet complete. The mines are still in the water, the blockade is still on Iranian ports, and the ceasefire that this entire announcement depends on expires in 10 days. Oil crashed this morning. It may well be back near where it was before any announcement if the Lebanon ceasefire fractures, if mines kill a tanker, if the US and Iran cannot agree on terms before April 22nd, or if Iran decides the 10 days of relief it just got were worth more than the deal being offered on the other side. This is the oldest move in negotiations. Give up nothing real, get credit for everything, and let the other side's market do the work of creating pressure to make a deal. Iran just turned oil traders into unwitting members of their diplomatic team, and most of them do not know it yet. This is Professor John. I will see you in the next one.
Hold on, y'all. I need for y'all to hit the like button. Get the likes up. If we're going to continue this. I'm putting the sea salt in my socks. I'm going to get ready to shut it down. Y'all not hitting the like button. Y'all not showing no supportive love. I just put my sea salt in my socks. What we doing? Hit the like button. I think I like this sea salt in my socks with these knees. Yeah. What was that? What else? I see criminal war crimes. Okay, hold on. Trump post. Let's hear this, man. Don't realize Trump replacing NATO. Hold on.
You know, when I sat behind that desk in the Oval Office, one of the first things that hits you, really hits you, deep in your chest, is the weight of the alliances that got placed in your hands.
Okay.
Not the briefing books, not the nuclear codes, although those will wake you up in a hurry. It's the understanding that you are now the custodian of something 77 years of American presidents built, brick by brick, treaty by treaty, handshake by handshake. The NATO alliance, the most successful collective defense arrangement in the history of civilization. 50 nations never went to war with each other. The Soviet Union dissolved without a single shot fired across the Iron Curtain. That didn't happen by accident. That happened because American leaders, Democrats and Republicans, understood that the architecture of peace was more important than any one president's frustration with it. Now look, I want to talk to you today because something is happening right now, today, April 17th, 2026, that most Americans haven't fully processed yet. Iran just declared the Strait of Hormuz completely open. Oil is plunging 10%. The Dow is surging. A 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon is holding, and thank God for that. These are headlines that sound like progress, and some of it is. But here's what's underneath those headlines, and this is the part that should concern every American, regardless of party. The President of the United States is simultaneously celebrating these developments while calling NATO a failure. He posted it himself, said NATO wasn't there when we needed them. So let me put the question to you plainly. Is the United States quietly dismantling the most successful military alliance in human history and replacing it with a transactional security framework built around Gulf monarchies? And the answer to that question has consequences most people haven't even begun to think through. And we'll come back to that in a moment. Let me walk you through how we arrived at this moment, because the timeline matters. It always does. Back in November of 2025, President Trump designated Saudi Arabia as a major non-NATO ally, the 20th country to receive that status. That same week, he signed a strategic defense agreement with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman at the White House and confirmed the sale of F-35 stealth fighter jets and nearly 300 American-made tanks to the kingdom. Now that alone was a significant shift. F-35s were previously reserved for our closest treaty allies, nations with democratic institutions, parliamentary oversight, and shared strategic commitments. Selling them to Saudi Arabia sent a signal, and we'll come back to what that signal meant. Then the Iran war began in late February 2026. Iran fired hundreds of missiles and drones across the Persian Gulf, targeting Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar. The region was on fire, and the administration responded. But here's how they responded. On March 20th, Secretary of State Rubio invoked emergency powers under the Arms Export Control Act to bypass congressional review and push through $23 billion in arms sales to the UAE, Kuwait, and Jordan. $23 billion. No
That's
committee
not
hearings,
true.
no floor debate, no vote. And while the arms were flowing to the Gulf,
How you gonna say it's not
Trump's
true and you are not in
shared
political
strategic
position, Warren? Who are you?
selling them to
Are you a former president?
That same
Are you?
week,
Hey,
he signed a
Room
strategic
Shaker.
defense
Shout
agreement
out to Room
with
Shaker.
Crown Prince
I gotta give Room Shaker some love. Shout out to her. She been holding it down all day. She done held it down on them platforms, and she done held it down to her personal goals. Shout out to you, Room Shaker. Mwah. Keep up the good work. Okay, Clinton is in Ireland. What was? We're not talking about what he was doing back then. We're talking about what he's saying right now. So you moving the goalposts. I'm gonna have to remove you, Warren, if you keep going back to. We're talking about the crisis that we are in right now. Stay focused. Stay away from that red dot Kool-Aid. Yeah, no, don't do that, because I will remove you. I don't put my sea salt in my socks. Yeah, don't do it. Yeah, don't be coming up and shout out to you, Room Shake. I'm proud of you.
Mohammed bin Salman at the White House and confirmed the
Adventure,
sale of F-35 stealth fighter jets and nearly 300 American-made tanks to the kingdom. Now that alone was a significant shift. F-35s were previously reserved for our closest treaty allies, nations with democratic institutions, parliamentary oversight, and shared strategic commitments. Selling them to Saudi Arabia sent a signal, and we'll come back to what that signal meant. Then the Iran war began in late February 2026. Iran fired hundreds of missiles and drones across the Persian Gulf, targeting Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar. The region was on fire, and the administration responded. But here's how they responded. On March 20th, Secretary of State Rubio invoked emergency powers under the Arms Export Control Act to bypass congressional review and push through $23 billion in arms sales to the UAE, Kuwait, and Jordan. $23 billion. No committee hearings, no floor debate, no vote. And while the arms were flowing to the Gulf, Trump's fury at NATO was building. On April 8th and 9th, he met with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, and afterward posted that NATO was tested and they failed. Every NATO ally had declined to join the Iran war or the Strait of Hormuz blockade. Now Europe is accelerating what the Wall Street Journal calls a NATO minus US fallback plan. And Pakistan has emerged as the key mediator between Washington and Tehran. This isn't a gradual evolution, folks. This is a tectonic shift happening in weeks. Now let me tell you something I learned a long time ago in politics. If you want to understand what's really happening, don't listen to the speeches. Follow the money. Follow the arms. Follow the strategy. So let's do that. 23.
Oh, I hit some. Oh my God. What I hit? 23. Y'all.
$billion in emergency arms sales. Radar systems.
Is this the same one I played earlier?
Advanced fighter jets sent to the UAE, Kuwait, and Jordan, bypassing congressional review entirely.
Hi, Shirley.
Congressman Gregory Meeks, the ranking Democrat on foreign affairs, called it an abuse of emergency authorities.
And we need to
he's
talk.
Right. The Arms Export Control Act has an emergency provision, yes, but it was designed for genuine, imminent threats, not for restructuring America's entire alliance system under the cover of a crisis. Saudi Arabia's new non-NATO ally status opened the door to defense technologies that were previously restricted to countries like Japan, Australia, South Korea, democracies with institutional accountability. Meanwhile, Gulf states were privately urging Trump to escalate. PBS reported on March 31st that the UAE emerged as perhaps the most hawkish Gulf country, pushing hard for a ground invasion of Iran. These are the nations we are now arming at unprecedented scale. And what about our NATO allies? The Wall Street Journal reported on April 8th that the Trump administration was exploring plans to punish NATO countries that refused to join the Iran war, moving U.S. troops out, downgrading cooperation. So the picture is this. Allies who refuse to join a war they didn't start are being punished, while monarchies that are privately pushing for escalation are being rewarded with the most advanced weapons in our arsenal. These aren't campaign slogans anymore, folks. These are procurement orders. Now, I want to be fair here because fairness matters, especially when you're talking about something that's serious. President Trump brokered a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, announced on April 16th. That is a real accomplishment. People are alive today because of that ceasefire who might not be otherwise. And the Strait of Hormuz opening today, Iran's foreign minister declaring it completely open for commercial shipping. That is a genuine relief for global markets. Oil dropped 10%. The Dow surged. Families around the world who are watching energy prices choke their budgets got a moment to breathe. I'm not going to stand here and pretend those things don't matter, because they do. But here's the question I keep coming back to, and it's the question I would ask any president, including myself. Is this statecraft, or is this crisis management for a crisis the administration helped create? There is a difference between having a doctrine, a strategic vision with institutional buy-in, congressional authorization, and allied coordination, and making deals on a fly with whatever partners happen to be available. When we went into Bosnia, when we went into Kosovo, we did it through NATO. It was painful. It was slow. The French argued. The Germans hesitated. I spent hours on the phone with people who didn't agree with me. But when we acted with legitimacy, with shared burden, and with democratic accountability. The result lasted. Leadership isn't just getting a result. It's building something that holds together after you leave the room. And this is where things start to get complicated. This is the part of the conversation that keeps me up at night, if I'm being honest with you. Because what we're watching isn't just a policy disagreement. It's an institutional transformation with generational consequences. And I need you to understand the difference, because the difference is everything. NATO, for all its imperfections, and Lord knows it has them, is a democratic alliance. Its 32 members are elected governments. They are bound by treaty ratified by their parliaments. They are accountable to their citizens. There is oversight. There is debate. There is transparency. That's not a bug in the system. That's the whole point of the system. Now look at what's being built to replace it. The Gulf security framework that this administration is constructing is fundamentally different in character. It is a network of bilateral deals with monarchies and autocracies, sealed through arms sales, executed through emergency powers that bypass Congress, with no democratic accountability on either side of the transaction. The UAE doesn't have a parliament that votes on whether to push for a ground invasion of Iran. Saudi Arabia doesn't have an opposition party that can question the terms of the F-35 deal. And now, because the emergency powers were invoked, neither does Congress. So what does this mean in practice? It means congressional authority over war and foreign policy is being hollowed out. It means the democratic character of America's alliances is being fundamentally altered. It means Europe, our closest democratic partners for 80 years, is actively planning for a future without us. The Wall Street Journal reported just 2 days ago that European leaders are accelerating a NATO fallback plan, putting Europeans in command and control roles that Americans used to hold. Ask yourself, is that really the world we want to build? Now, here's where I want to pull back the lens, because if you focus too closely on any one headline, you miss the larger picture. And the larger picture is this: the Iran war has become a pretext for a realignment that President Trump has wanted since his first term. The grievance against NATO, that allies don't pay their fair share, that they won't support American military operations, that didn't start in February 2026. That goes back to 2017 and beyond. What's new is that there is now a crisis that makes this argument feel urgent and legitimate to the American public. And I want to be careful here, because burden sharing in NATO is a real issue. I dealt with it myself. European defense spending was too low for too long. That's a legitimate criticism, and Democrats should be honest enough to say so. But there is a vast difference between pushing for reform within an alliance and using a war to blow up the architecture entirely. One is responsible leadership. The other is something else. We've got to ask ourselves what this realignment actually serves. Domestically, it lets the president appear strong, punishing ungrateful Europeans, rewarding loyal Gulf partners who are willing to fight. It aligns with a worldview where alliances are valued not by shared democratic values, but by what partners are willing to pay or do at any given moment. It's a transactional vision of American power. And I understand its appeal. It's simple. It's clean. It feels tough. But here's the honest truth. The world doesn't work that way. Alliances built on transactions last exactly as long as the transaction is profitable. Alliances built on shared values and institutions last generations. We have 77 years of evidence for that proposition. We should be very careful about throwing it away. So where does this go? Let me offer you 3 scenarios, because I think it's important that we think clearly about the roads ahead instead of just reacting to the news cycle. Scenario 1, the optimistic case as the administration sees it. The ceasefire holds. Pakistan's mediation produces a framework deal with Iran, and there are signs they're getting closer. The Strait of Hormuz stays open. Oil prices stabilize. President Trump claims victory, and maybe he earned some of it. But even in this best case, NATO is permanently weakened. Europe has already accelerated its independent defense planning. The transatlantic relationship that underwrote global stability since 1949 is fractured in ways that will take a generation to repair. America will have won a war and lost an alliance. That's a trade no strategic thinker should be comfortable with. Scenario 2, the ceasefire collapses. The war escalates. Iran, which warned that previous rules will not hold if there is an invasion, retaliates against Gulf states harder than before. And America discovers that its new Gulf partners, for all their wealth and willingness, don't have the institutional capacity, the democratic legitimacy, or the military interoperability to function as genuine allies in a prolonged conflict. Bilateral arms deals are not the same thing as 77 years of joint training, shared command structures, and treaty obligations. You find that out the hard way when things go wrong. Scenario 3, and this is the one I believe in. Cooler heads prevail. Congress reasserts its authority over arms sales and war powers. A bipartisan group works to repair the NATO relationship while honestly addressing burden sharing. America finds a way to strengthen both its Gulf partnerships and its Atlantic alliance without treating them as a zero-sum trade. That's the hardest road, but it's the only one that leads home. Let me close with this. NATO was founded on April 4th, 1949, not just as a military pact, but as a statement of belief, a belief that free nations standing together could deter aggression without becoming aggressors themselves. That democratic societies, for all their messiness and disagreement, were stronger together than any autocracy could be alone. That was the idea. And for 77 years, with all its flaws and frustrations, that idea held. It held through Korea. It held through the Cuban Missile Crisis. It held through the fall of the Berlin Wall. It held through September 11th, when for the first and only time in history, NATO invoked Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all. Not for Europe's sake, but for ours. They were there for us. Replacing that with a network of arms deals and transactional partnerships with Gulf monarchies isn't just a strategic miscalculation. It's a moral one. It says that America's alliances are for sale to the highest bidder, not rooted in the ideals that made them worth building in the first place. And I want to talk to Democrats and Republicans when I say this. Think about what kind of country you want to be in the world. Not just today, not just during this crisis, but 20 years from now, when your children are the ones sitting in that chair. America has corrected course before, after Vietnam, after Iraq, after moments of overreach and disillusion.
Hey, Mark.
The institutions are battered, but they are not broken.
Keep it, Mom.
Yet. But the window to repair them is closing faster than most people realize. And that, my friends, is why I wanted to talk to you today.
Okay, let me find a good one to go out on. Hold on.
Hi, I'm Chef Rick Bayless.
Did that answer some questions for y'all?
The first thing we do for the barbacoa.
Iran wants
Oh,
its sixth.
I don't know her. Hold on. Hold on, let me see how we gonna go out. Yeah, I don't know them. Hold on. What the hell? Trump cop. Oh no, I ain't ready for that. I definitely don't want to. About the 5 times Trump showed up without his orange makeup. Lord, let me find some to go to sleep on. What time is it? 1:44. I don't. Hold on. Do I want to use the last word? Democrats crashed out. Democrats crashed out over Israel. I'm trying to see which one I done set to the side I want to end on. Trump post backfired.
Taking place. If we actually look,
let me see.
Donald Trump's announcement of a major deal with Iran to fully open up the Strait of Hormuz has backfired in Donald Trump's face.
Oh, wow.
Because it's all a gigantic fraud. I cannot believe that the markets and the media still fall for this, although Trump is clearly manipulating
so he was the only one that
this
said
morning,
it.
Donald Trump announced that the Strait of Hormuz is now fully open, that the United States will control it, that the United States will be sending excavators into Iran, working with the Iranian army
I know what I wanted to
in
end
order
on.
to collect
my
all
God.
of the uranium and all of the so-called nuclear dust to bring it back to the United States, that Iran will no longer be funding any of its proxies, including Hezbollah, that the U.S. will not be giving Iran any money at all, and that there will be free passage right now in the Strait of Hormuz, and everything is incredible. Donald Trump picked up the phone. He called the reporters at CBS, at Reuters, of course his buddy Barack Ravid over at Axios, and other reporters as well, and they all just published what Donald Trump said verbatim, like they were his stenographer. On that basis, the markets roared, or I should say were manipulated, and people here in the United States assumed that the Strait of Hormuz was probably open because at least some credible journalists were reposting what Donald Trump was dictating to them. To me, that's a journalistic malpractice. We did not do that here at the Midas Touch Network because that's not what was taking place. If we actually looked at the shipping data, if we looked at what was going on in the Strait of Hormuz, what we noticed were ships starting to go through the Strait of Hormuz and then making an immediate U-turn and turning back. You could literally follow the shipping data. A mass turnaround. All of these ships heard this message from Donald Trump, but what became clear is that what the Iranians were saying was very different from what Donald Trump was saying. If you actually looked at the Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi's post, he did indeed say that the Strait of Hormuz would be open, subject to coordination by Iran through a pre-approved route, meaning you have to take these ships through an area controlled by Iran, where Iran would charge tolls, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard would make the decision if ships could leave or not leave. This was basically the status quo before Donald Trump made that announcement and called up all of the reporters. And then we should listen to what's actually happening on the ground, the facts, not what Donald Trump is saying. We should study the facts of what is happening, because now this disaster has taken place where Trump's made this announcement that there's a deal, there really isn't a deal, and now the chance of escalation, the chance of an interaction between Iran and, let's say, a ship listening to Donald Trump's advice, which could lead to some potential attacks, or who knows what'll happen, that exponentially increases. Let's take a look at what Iran's parliament leader and the lead negotiator, MB Ghalibaf, said is actually happening. He posts the following: the President of the United States made 7 claims in 1 hour. all 7 of which were false. They did not win the war with these lies, and they will certainly not get anywhere in negotiations either. With the continuation of the blockade, the Strait of Hormuz will not remain open. Passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be conducted based on the designated route and with Iranian authorization. Whether the strait is open or closed and the regulations governing it will be determined by the field, not by social media. Media warfare and engineering public opinion are an important part of war, and the Iranian nation is not affected by these tricks. Read the real and accurate news of the negotiations in the recent interview of the foreign ministry spokesperson. So we have that. I want to share with you what the Iranian spokesperson said. Now, here's the thing. You may be wondering, well, Ben, I get it. Iran is saying that, but even as their parliament leader, MB Ghalibaf, says, media warfare and engineering public opinion is an important part of war. So, Ben, you want us to believe the Iranian side of the story over the Trump side of the story? Setting aside the fact that Donald Trump lies about everything, and I think you can never believe the Trump side of the story. For me, it's not, do you believe the Iranian side of the story? To me, it's, do you believe what's really happening? So I'm looking at the shipping data. Are more ships going through the Strait of Hormuz? Is the Strait of Hormuz really open such that not the route that goes right by the Iranian coast is being used, that ships are free to go, like what was taking place before Donald Trump's unlawful and catastrophic war took place? Also, why would we even be spiking the football in the United States like this is a win that the Strait of Hormuz is open when it was open before Donald Trump and Netanyahu launched their unlawful and catastrophic war in Iran? I want to look at what's happening in Lebanon. Is there really a ceasefire in Lebanon, or am I observing Israel hitting targets in Lebanon and Israel hitting innocent civilians in Lebanon? And that's what's taking place. I have videos, I have photos of that, so I know that's what's taking place as well. So I just want to use an objective lens to see what is actually happening here, and when you do, you see that the Strait of Hormuz is still under the control of Iran. There's not American excavators that are going in to get nuclear material in Iran. That's not happening, and Iran says that will never happen. Are American military ships going through the Strait of Hormuz? No, Iran says they are banned. So what's actually happening? Let's observe. So let's talk about the latest statement from Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson, which was referenced in that by MB Ghalibaf, and here's what they say. So Iran pushed for a Lebanon ceasefire based on the April 8th framework. A ceasefire took effect last night after extensive efforts. It was agreed that Iran's commitments, unchanged from April 8th, would therefore be implemented, including coordination of commercial vessel traffic with Iran. Words have meaning. What Iran is saying is, we're not deviating from the 10-point framework that we previously announced and that Trump previously agreed to. There's nothing different that is happening. We said that we would allow coordinated commercial vessel traffic. Words have meaning. Coordinated means it goes through the route approved by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Commercial vessels mean non-military ships. We're not going to allow U.S. military ships, and it's coordinated with Iran. Each of these words has very important meaning. Let's also talk about what's said over here. Ship movement through the Strait of Hormuz will follow routes set by Iran and be coordinated with relevant authorities. He warned against media narratives from the opposing side, saying Iran will enforce measures to protect its interests without compromise. A U.S. naval blockade will be considered a violation of the ceasefire and would trigger a response. No discussions have taken place so far about extending the ceasefire. Iran's focus remains on securing conditions for a full end to the war. Control over the Strait of Hormuz, they said, will be determined on the ground, not in media and social media narratives. Enriched uranium will not be transferred anywhere under any circumstance. Iran's armed forces are responsible for enforcing transit measures in the strait. Any naval blockade will be met with a proportional Iranian response. Claims by the U.S. president about direct talks with Iranian officials are false. Recent meetings with the Pakistani delegation clarified areas of agreement and remaining red lines. Officials said innovative bilateral solutions may be possible in some areas, while others remain non-negotiable. Iran says there is now no ambiguity on negotiation topics. Recent talks between Pakistani mediators and senior Iranian officials have made positions clear, and this round differs significantly from previous ones. While past negotiations focused on the nuclear file, current talks are centered on ending the war, expanding the scope to include issues like the Strait of Hormuz. Talks in Islamabad were held between Iran's parliamentary speaker MB Ghalibaf and the U.S. Vice President, mediated by Pakistan. Any other claims of direct talks between U.S. and Iranian officials are false. Ending the war involves multiple components, including sanctions relief, compensation for war damages, and guarantees that hostilities will fully cease, proposed in Iran's 10-point plan. Iran insists all resistance elements across all fronts must be treated as a single unit and cannot be separated. And so Iran is putting forward its non-negotiables right there that you see.
When my team pitched the idea, I thought it was impossible. A pan that sears like stainless, lasts like cast iron, and doesn't...
Iran told mediators it will continue to limit the number of ships allowed to cross the Strait of Hormuz, and that it will also charge tolls for the remaining period of the ceasefire, according to the Wall Street Journal. And also what just took place, which is important to mention as well, is in the middle of the night, one of the things that we just learned is the U.S. dropped a Friday night notice lifting sanctions on Russian oil for another month. This comes just 2 days after Treasury Secretary Bessent said the U.S. would not renew the waiver. It's important to note everything out of the Trump regime is a lie. Quite literally everything. Remember when Scott Bessent said in a press conference, we will not be allowing the removal of sanctions to be extended against Russia? Well, the notice lifting the sanctions on Russian oil for another month are now in effect. So there are no sanctions on Russian oil. Russia got a big win when Bessent said this previously. Play this clip.
My question, are you considering any more sanctions relief, Mr. Secretary, for countries that are suffering right now in order to get more oil to your allies?
We will not be renewing the general license on Russian oil, and we will not be renewing the general license on Iranian oil. Again, that was oil that was on the water prior to March 11th. Right. So all that has been used.
Now we should also note the following, and this is what Barak Ravid at Axios writes, and again, he's very close to Netanyahu as well. He said, Trump shocked Netanyahu with a post declaring Lebanon strikes are prohibited. Israel asked the White House for clarification, sources said, to which this other account, Mark Polyarmopoulos, writes, Trump humiliates his best buds. This is political suicide for any Israeli prime minister to adhere to this. I don't care who it is. The idea of not being able to take action on your borders is untenable. Bibi, of course, deserves this humiliation, as he has been on his knees to Trump for perpetuity. Shortly thereafter, Barak Ravid, after reaching out to Netanyahu, posting that, says the following. A U.S. official clarifies Trump's Lebanon comments. The president's ceasefire agreement between Lebanon and Israel clearly states that Israel will not carry out any offensive military operations against Lebanese targets, but preserves its right to self-defense against planned, imminent, or ongoing attacks. In other words, Israel is just going to say that everything is self-defense against planned, imminent, or ongoing attacks, so Israel continued to bomb and demolish homes in Lebanon moments ago. Multiple Lebanon-based journalists are reporting, and DropSite confirms. Trump had told Axios earlier that he wants Israeli strikes on Lebanon to end, but then clarified and said, well, I didn't really mean that. Meanwhile, the New York Times reports that there are multiple other sites, like the Pixay Mountain site and others in Iran, that seem to be a location where Iran may be developing nuclear weapons and enrichment is taking place. But even in Donald Trump's best case scenario, what he and Iran are negotiating now is voluntary compliance for Iran, where Iran just says, hey, we're doing it, we're not enriching uranium, nuclear grade, and then that's basically enough. So reporters, in conclusion, please stop just quoting Donald Trump, whether it's Kelly Meyer. I just spoke with Donald Trump on phone while he was in Las Vegas. I got right to the point and I asked him, has Iran agreed to stop enriching uranium? Yes, he told me. They agreed to stop enriching uranium. They agreed to everything. Yes, are you surprised? I'm not surprised by anything. I'll see you later. Or Donald Trump telling CBS, Iran's agreed to everything. They're going to work with the United States to remove its buried stockpile of highly enriched uranium. No troops, no trips. We're going to go down. We're going to take it. We're going to go in there with excavators, right? No need for any fighting, right? That's better. That's better. We would have done it the other way, but Iran's good. Our people, together with the Iranians, are going to work together to go get it, and then we'll take it back to the United States. MB Ghalibaf says every statement that's made here is absolutely false, and the Iranian spokespeople say everything is false. But then let's look what's on the ground. All of the ships have turned around. Let's just focus on the ground, people. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thank you all so much for watching. New Midas merch. Head to store.midastouch.com today and get yourself the best pro-democracy gear and show your support. That's store.midastouch.com.
Vaginal suppositories.
Never out of 10. It's like putting chapstick on your forehead and hoping that it reaches
Douching.
negative 20 out of 10.
Okay, before we say good night, let's touch on or listen to or talk about, let's talk about it in my polar voice about these missing scientists. I was supposed to talk about it yesterday. Okay, so this one's saying it's connected.
Well, there is now an 11th scientist with connections to top secret government secrets who has died or gone missing within the last 4 years under mysterious conditions. And conspiracy theories are ballooning online. President Trump even addressing the ongoing mystery yesterday, confirming the U.S. government is looking into it.
Well, I hope it's random, but we're going to know in the next week and a half. I just left the meeting on that subject, so...
Yeah, this is what I saw yesterday. Hold on.
Hopefully...
So this was yesterday, because that's the one that I was going to go.
Novel work on a system to propel a
Let me see
spacecraft.
something, if there's been an update. Well, why is this one saying... Hold on, let's hear this one.
Echoed that.
Joining us now is Lauren Conlon. She is the East Coast contributor for LA Magazine. Lauren, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Sure, thank you for having me and covering this story.
Yeah, so let's talk. I mean, we've had a great amount of interest, a lot of inquiries around all of these missing scientists and some of these mysterious circumstances. Let's put this latest one up here on the screen. We have a missing nuclear official becomes the 10th person tied to this dark pattern surrounding U.S. secrets. So top line, Lauren, you've actually dug into the circumstances of these. Is this a real story, or is the Daily Mail or the tabloids, are they making it more out than it should be, or should we all really be paying attention?
I mean, I think we should all be paying attention. I think this is very important that this is coming to light. So I think the people that say, oh, well, you know, it's a coincidence because this happened in 2022.
Too many to ignore.
This happened in 2019. No one was paying attention then. But we're paying attention now, and what we're seeing is a pattern. And I don't want to sound cliche here, because I think what's going on beyond some of the mysterious circumstances of these deaths or of these disappearances, you know, we're seeing names like Michael David Hicks, who was a NASA scientist. And, you know, off the top of my head, I'm like, well, I don't
all along,
think
y'all
so
thinking that
there's no cause of death listed. He didn't have
Epstein
an autopsy.
was dead.
You know, we don't know his religion, etc.
He out
But
there
then
take unaliving
when you
folk.
see a pattern,
Allegedly.
someone else whose death kind of echoed that, like Frank Maywald. You have to wonder, is it one? Possibly, and I'm speculating, you know, they did take their own life, and this is because out of respect for the family, they don't want this out there, or is it the elephant in the room here? Is it something bigger? Is it something connected to the government where these people have a lot of classified information. I don't even want to. I've gotten a lot of heat for saying that, and I want to be clear. I don't have proof of anything, but I am just saying the elephant in the room. The government is not above this, and it doesn't always go through the president. The president doesn't always know what the hell is going on.
Right?
Exactly. And so I go back to saying, Tim Burchett, love him, love the guy, but he's like, President Trump will disrupt. He will do this. Okay, go for it. We'll all be waiting. I just don't see that happening. President Clinton said he wanted to release the JFK files, also the UFO files. That never happened. Obama, really wanted to release the UAP files, talks very highly about Area 51. Nothing happened there. There's a reason for that, guys. And I know that whistleblowers have come out and said that we might be ready, right? As a society, we might be ready. I think it's twofold. I think it's a tough answer. What I will say, why we want more transparency now and why the House Oversight Committee is demanding these 46 UAP videos is because we are at war, guys. I mean, it is very important because if you look at this list of videos, they do indicate some videos, some UAPs are flying over Iran in 2022, Syria, one shaped like a cigar. We're talking about conflict areas. So we are not able to tell in real time if this is a drone, if this is a UAP, or if this is some kind of enemy defense. And so I think that, us getting transparency, it'll be a big difference in whether or not we face disaster or defense.
Well, and let's get this next headline up on the screen. This is from the New York Post last week on the case of Michael Hicks. Another mysterious NASA death as ninth scientist linked to secret programs dies. Now, in the case of Michael Hicks, this death was in July of 2023. The Post reports, quote, "It is unclear if there's any foul play linked to Hicks's death, but his obituary asks for donations in his memory to go to Alcoholics Anonymous." He joins 8 other scientists or top officials who have died or disappeared recently. A couple of things I just want to zero in just from that last paragraph. First of all, evidence of foul play limited in this case. Looks like they're asking for donations to Alcoholics Anonymous. Secondly, when they say, quote, recently, this is a death back in 2023. People are going into the records, doing what journalists should do and trying to connect the dots, see if there are any more dots to be found, frankly. So are there similarities that stand out in these cases? I have seen a couple of them where it seems like maybe there's a pre-existing substance condition, but that doesn't, or substance abuse condition, but we don't have any confirmation. We don't know what that actually could mean in the context of the deaths and disappearances. Even that question of which of these are deaths and which of these are disappearances. Now that we're up to 10, it's sort of all hard to wrap your head around. So maybe help us find patterns that you've noticed.
Yeah, you're right about that. And we don't have enough info. I am in the process of reaching out to certain family members that I can find. Some of these deaths, though, and I'm talking specifically about the deaths that we are 100% confirmed on, like Carl Grillmair, these are very fresh. I don't feel, as a human being, just comfortable reaching out to a widow right away, right? But, Michael David Hicks, it's been a few years, and I go back to saying, I don't necessarily think that his death is directly connected to, let's say, General McCaslin's death. I think Michael David Hicks's death could be more connected to Frank Maywald, and possibly, yes, they were dealing with substance abuse issues, and that could be connected to everything that they were working on, everything that they knew, and I don't have proof of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead.
So can you just explain a little bit, if people aren't super familiar, like General McCaslin, you and I are familiar, Frank Maywald as well. What were they working on? What's the possible connection? Because you've done a great job of actually highlighting the suspicious circumstances around these.
Yeah, so Frank Maywald, he was a NASA JPL scientist. He was a principal researcher at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab. And so he was trying to detect signs of human life on other planets. I obviously don't know what he found. He knows what he found.
UFOs.
I'm assuming a handful of people know what he found.
I told y'all that stuff was coming up a lot.
But I don't know. And Carl Grillmair, what I will say about his death, I connect Carl Grillmair's, let's go back. I will say Neil McCaslin's death. General Neil McCaslin, he was a retired Air Force general, and he retired a number of years ago But he was stationed at one point at Wright-Patterson. That's in Ohio, and if you're not familiar, reportedly, they hold extraterrestrial debris from the 1947 Roswell crash there. Again, I've never seen it with my own eyes, but he also worked with Monica Reza there, and she was a rocket science. She co-patented the Mondaloy, or co-invented the Mondaloy. So she was very, very intelligent, as was General McCaslin. And Monica Reza disappeared while hiking in June of 2025 in California. And Neil McCaslin disappeared in February of 2025, just walking out of his house in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So these are months apart. Monica Reza gives me chills, number one. She seemed to have disappeared into thin air. She was behind a friend or two while hiking about 30 feet. It's kind of like they look back and they're like, hey, and then a second later, or I don't even know, a minute later, she's gone. Vanishes into thin air. There's very little known about this search, but what I could find was that they had a canine dog. They were sniffing around. They found a hat. Her scent stopped at this hat. I mean, what? And she was actually marked deceased and had like some kind of biodegradable burial. And I know that anybody can go online and do this. I understand how that works. But that's very odd that someone would do that when there was no body. And there was no statement from NASA, no nothing. We just kind of skimmed over this. And what I'll say is, and again, I don't have proof, but former FBI agent Chris Swecker, he has a lot of great information and a lot of great intel about what happens when these people are possibly kidnapped and tortured for intelligence. And he's not saying it's by our own government, right?
Right.
We don't know who it is. We're not saying that it's not.
Yeah.
Right? But there's all these options. And then Neil McCaslin, this is very similar to the 10th person missing, the 10th official, Stephen Garcia. Both of them were last seen in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I mentioned General McCaslin walked out of his home. At the time, his wife didn't know if any guns were missing from his gun safe, but officials from the sheriff's office later reported that he was missing a revolver. He didn't take his phone, didn't take his wallet, nothing that he would need, not his glasses. And Stephen Garcia, and I think I mentioned this was February of 2026. Stephen Garcia, he is another official tied to, he had top security clearance at KCNSC out of New Mexico. He was in charge of all of the classified equipment and assets, tens of thousands of dollars. And, this is through a source. I do not know his job description, verbatim here, but he also was last seen walking around New Mexico with a handgun. And so, with Stephen Garcia, it was stated by officials he could be a danger to himself. Neil McCaslin, there was a silver alert, and his wife, in this very, in my opinion, disturbing 911 call, kind of indicates that, quote, he may not want to be found. She said he deliberately changed his clothes before he left. She said he was experiencing this brain and mental fog, and this is one of the reasons that he retired. And she just said he was getting frustrated. But she never would have thought that it would have meant this. And she's been criticized about this 911 call. And I don't want to criticize her because she called immediately, when she realized he was gone, and everybody reacts differently. I don't think that she would have thought that it would have been anything like this. She just said he was kind of frustrated. The last thing I'll say, the last thing I heard from authorities was that they found an Air Force sweatshirt a couple of miles away, but they have not confirmed whether or not that belongs to General McCaslin. So I've got to make some calls. And then lastly, I know I am blabbing so hard right now.
Keep going.
One of the deaths that I am very, very invested in, and I think this is this kind of crosses over into some other things we're mentioning in society right now, but Carl Grillmeyer, he was a Caltech astrophysicist, reportedly a genius, who's doing amazing work in finding water on other planets. He lived in Llano, California, in a very isolated area. I mean, you can pull up the map and you can just see his house, very isolated. So in December of 2025, he sees a guy walking on his property who we now know is Freddie Snyder, carrying a rifle. And he's freaked out, obviously, so he calls 911. Freddie Snyder gets arrested. He says, I was going to the post office. I just needed this to protect myself against wild animals. Well, the post office was the other way. And he gets arrested, and for whatever reason, they give him a felonies charge, and or I shouldn't say for whatever reason, whatever reason is they let him go. They release him ROR after that felonies charge, and by February 6th, prosecutors dropped the charge entirely. The judge dropped the charge entirely. There's some kind of California penal code where essentially it says in lay terms, if you don't have any priors, something like this would make sense. We're going to drop this. We're not going to keep you coming back to court, etc.
The thing we hear over and over and over again is,
so is this by UFOs and aliens?
So we put Mando to the test and compared it.
Well, that was February 5th.
Nuclear
by February 16th,
officials.
Freddie Snyder allegedly goes back and shoots Carl Grillmeyer in the torso on his porch at his home. And now Freddie Snyder is sitting at Twin Towers, I'm assuming, pretty close to Nick Reiner, and waiting arraignment. He gets arraigned April 29th. So what's crazy is that California is so ridiculous with their court dockets and their papers. I've had to write letters to get indictments. I've had to send FOIA requests here. But one thing I will say is Carl Grillmeyer's wife has spoken out. It was right before I went on News Nation last week. The producers, we were all kind of diving in. They were making calls. And his wife said,
very fishy, yeah.
It's not connected to any
Trump,
of these other scientists.
Remember, Obama was asked about about aliens. And he said, yeah, but not at Area 51. Then Trump came back and started saying that Obama should be brought up on treason charges for talking about it. And then he turned around and said that he was going to release the alien UFO file or some extra ET phone home files. Y'all remember that? And now we talking about the missing nuclear scientists that's tied to aliens and UFOs. I just showed y'all a picture of a UFO that looked like Celine Dion. And that may be why I got demonetized, y'all. The aliens shooting basketball on Area 51, but I still think it's the Lego. And it may be, nah. Yeah, I think it's the Legos, but I may be wrong. But I did show y'all the alien shooting basketball.
Her belief. McCaslin's wife came out and said it's not connected. The Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office in New Mexico has said enough with the conspiracy theories. I get it. I totally get it. Neil McCaslin's wife also works in aerospace research, and Carl Grillmeyer's wife, she's a widow. She probably saw this crazy person with her own eyes. But my question is, why was he released? Why was he there? He was absolutely targeting him for a reason. This house is way too isolated. And reportedly, he did live in the area, this Freddie Snyder guy, and neighbors, I say neighbors because it's miles apart, they said he was a little unhinged. I mean, it's bothering me. I can't help it. It's bothering me.
I see what you're saying. If you look
know,
at every individual case, it is a possible explanation. And yeah, in no way, the widows, of course, they don't want to be harassed. And anybody who's watching this, please don't harass these people, right? And, and leave them alone at the very least. Let's go to the authorities, and those are the people who we can ask. But as you said, members of Congress and others, they're worried about this. That seems to be maybe an indication of something bigger. Maybe they're just responding to media pressure. But from your view, maybe not each individual case, in totality, you see some sort of pattern. You originally opened with UFOs. Why did you make that connection to UFO?
Yeah, it's funny because I always grew up thinking that they're bogus. They're just something in an alien movie. And the more research you do, the more you realize how important it is that we understand what a UAP is. And I'm calling it a UAP because it just sounds less crazy. It really does. And I just feel like we're past the point of thinking, yes, aliens are going to come and invade our country. It's not about that. The House Oversight Committee wrote this letter in March, but they were stemming it from a congressional meeting they had, I think it was back in September, they really started to push again for transparency. And again, this is for the national security reasons. This is a threat. We need to know what is going on in order to defend ourselves as Americans. And I think it's really important. And what's so frustrating is that the list of UAPs that were actually due on today, oh, I'm sorry, it was yesterday, April 14th, they were due. No one from the Pentagon responded until Rep. Anna Luna had to reach out.
I know.
And apparently, I mean, I was born at night, but not last night. Someone didn't pass the letter on to the proper authorities. So we're not getting it yet, but they claim that this is coming. This is coming, and the president authorized this release. So we're going to see it soon. I'm just like, okay, guys, release another Epstein dump for us so we look this way while you guys scramble. It's just
coming.
You know, it's so annoying. It's just it's irritating, and it's like, this is our tax money also. This is our money, you know, going to this. I don't know how much. I'd like to know. I don't think we'll be told the truth, but I think, again, it's important to know that it's not just about Independence Day aliens sitting in glass, you know, cages in water. It's more than that. This is war. This is America's national defense.
Yeah. Well, Lauren, thank you so much for your time. We got another guest standing by. You were phenomenal. Everybody go follow Lauren on Twitter. We'll have a link down in the description. Appreciate your time, and thank you for the work on this case.
Thank you so much for having me and discussing it.
Yeah, it's fun. Hey.
Are y'all asleep yet? Are we sleepy now? We got, what we doing? One more show before we go? Make it good. What we doing? Are we done yet? We not done, Dorothy and Belinda? It's the weekend. Y'all have not been supporting my Cash App. Y'all know I need support. I'm not getting anything off of this. Nothing. Let me see what I got. Nothing. All right, when y'all don't see me for a while, y'all know why. Hold on, let me support the platform by Cash App only. $AUNTFEE. Let me see what I got over here. Or should I see what has... Let me see. What was this meltdown?
Oh, look, I'm getting a call from one of those unknown numbers.
Have you tried reversephone.com?
Reversephone.com?
Not sleepy in Indiana.
Calls you don't know. Now,
You're not sleepy.
Endorse my plan. Iran gets to keep the Strait of Hormuz. What do you think about that? Isn't that a great deal, everybody? Republicans on the House are like, I don't know, what are we going to do? The art of the deal, as Donald Trump essentially is saying, MAGA Republicans, endorse my plan. Iran gets to keep the Strait of Hormuz. What do you think about that? Isn't that a great deal, everybody?
Oh, they not. They was planning on making money off of it.
I don't know. What are we going to do? I guess we got to support this. So you've got people like MAGA Republican Congress member Keith Self saying, he's doing a great job on Iran. This is exactly what we wanted. Basically, give the Strait of Hormuz to Iran, full control through a coordinated route that Iran controls. Let them make a bunch of revenue. Donald, you did it, man. You did it. Play this clip.
But look, the president is doing a great job in Iran. We have boxed in China in terms of energy flow.
You boxed
both
in China.
Venezuela and the Strait of Hormuz.
Y'all all are
we've
just
destroyed a large part of their nuclear program. If we could get a handle on the uranium, if we can get that uranium out, it would be a complete victory.
I mean, what a victory. I mean, wasn't there a deal that Obama entered, I don't know, 10 years ago, more, where that's exactly what happened? So the Trump deal is we're going to now give you, Iran, control over the Strait of Hormuz. will come up with some deal where maybe you can enrich uranium in the future. We'll let you become a major regional power. You get to keep all of your ballistic missiles, all of your drones, and we'll just declare a victory and move on. By the way, I mean, they think that China is weakened, that they think that Russia has been weakened. Really? I think the exact opposite has happened. So what's MAGA Republican Jim Jordan saying right now? What's his perspective of everything? Here's what he just said moments ago.
No, I mean, I think we're going to win. I think we're going to win because the left, every position they take is crazy. You know, I don't know if I said this on your show a few weeks ago, but I was doing something.
He's one of them. Sasha Riley talked about. He's the wrestler.
Couple sentences. They're crazy. We're not. And you can look at every policy they have. We just talked about sanctuary jurisdiction policy. That's crazy.
Yeah, froggy hopping on boys, frogging them from behind. Yeah, he's one of them. Yeah. Him. He gonna go along with everything Trump because he trying to save his own ass because he was taking ass from boys, allegedly.
Ago, but I was doing some interview and I said, I think this election is really going to come down to a couple sentences. They're crazy, we're not. And you can look at every policy they have. We just talked about sanctuary jurisdiction policy. That's crazy. It makes absolute no sense. This idea that, we're going to defund ICE makes no sense. We're going to defund the police. That's crazy. We're going to have men compete against women in sports. That's crazy. We're going to shut down the government for 42 days in the fall, 50-some days here in the spring. All those things are crazy. So I do think we have to remind the voters.
No PDF.
Just so odd that he's saying that.
I don't support nobody who
I want to bring in Democratic
allegations
Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz of Florida. Great to see you, Congresswoman.
Raping boys, girls,
great to see
minors.
you again. So that's what they're going with. Donald Trump, the greatest deal maker, handing over the Strait of Hormuz to Iran fully in their control. And just to repeat that Democrats are crazy. And the fact that Jim Jordan is saying that tells you a lot. So what do you make of this kind of moment right now? It seems that Democrats have showed up on the Hill with the sense of renewed energy
U.S. citizens who are being victimized and lied to.
And I guess that's what Republicans are going to do now. Just keep saying Democrats are crazy. What do you make of it all?
Oh, Ben, MAGA just doesn't know what to do with so much winning. I mean, they have skyrocketing gas prices, grocery prices, housing prices, utility prices, healthcare prices, and they refuse to do anything about it. They launched a war against Iran, and look, they are the worst terrorist actor in the world, and they manage.
That's what he
Hamas,
said.
Hezbollah, and other proxies.
And there's a chance that may have happened anyway.
And that threat needs to be brought to an end. They absolutely should never have a nuclear weapon, but let's look where we are. I mean, they still have... How you gonna
tell them not to have a nuclear weapon? Other countries have them. That makes no sense. Why them? Why just them? China have them. Have China been told, you cannot? No, they have not. Why? So you sound stupid. You sound slow. Get away from the Kool-Aid, lady. I don't know who you are. Stay away from the Kool-Aid. You sound slow.
Uranium, and quite a lot of enriched uranium buried.
You can't even
underground.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has shifted.
It's a gift from the land. It's embedded in the land. So now you mad at God. So you one of them Zionists. It's their minerals, their natural resources, right? It's been like that. Even before you got in office, got a position before Trump. It's been like that. There was deals in place of negotiation. And now y'all look already, he tore it up because it had Obama name on it. Didn't replace it with shit because he didn't know what the fuck he was doing. So now, little lady, they done tried to make a deal and they still got it. Now you look real slow. a little slow bunny. Going along with somebody you shouldn't have been going along with because he was wrong. Now you look slower than you were looking before. I'm going to call you Slow Bunny. Now hop your little ass on because you slow. You are slow. Yeah, you slow. I'm going to move on past you, girl, because you slow. You slow. Yeah, is this out? Yeah. Or are you just repeating what you heard? Let me let you talk.
Donald Trump has shifted back and forth. Apparently, it's no longer necessary for them to take that uranium out of Iran.
Right. Okay. So you were you was taking you too long to get there. Let me let you talk.
Has shifted back and forth. Apparently, it's no longer necessary. They absolutely should never have a nuclear weapon. But let's look where we are. I mean, they still have uranium, and quite a lot of enriched uranium buried deep underground that Donald Trump has shifted back and forth. Apparently,
Native Americans.
It's no longer
One of them ICE guys got arrested.
Take that uranium out of Iran.
I just ain't brought it up yet.
They gave control to Iran and are generating a whole bunch of revenue as a result of that over the Strait of Hormuz.
He thought that he was gonna get a part of that toll money. He was like, "Oh no, they can't charge anything coming through the Strait of Hormuz. No, I gotta get some of that. No, yeah, you wanted some of the money. You didn't want us to have to pay. You probably don't care that we were gonna have to pay that. You just wanted a piece of it." What's that song? It's all about money and the damn thing funny. Yeah. You can't charge. How much do I get from the cut?
They lifted sanctions. Trump lifted sanctions on Iran and gave them $14 billion in oil revenue because gas prices were exploding and he didn't know what else to do. And that is all going to continue to allow them to strengthen, to regenerate, and to continue to be a threat. While our
Pakistan, and he sent them over to negotiate.
Continue to spiral out of control. All this winning is just too much for the American people to handle, which is why we're winning special election after special election. And so if you look, I'm a show me person, not a tell me person, and the voters are showing Republicans just exactly the direction that they want this country to go. And that's why we're going to win the majority in November. So I'll deal with facts. Jim Jordan, I guess, can, just name call.
Right, I mean, because I think it's crazy to have an administration that rips away people's health care.
In them Epstein files
to have an administration that said they're going to make things
Sasha
more
Riley
affordable,
files.
but people right now are finding things not just far less affordable, but people are psychologically tortured, living paycheck to paycheck under this current regime and what this Trump regime is doing. And I think it's a crazy concept that in the United States of America to have masked agents going around the country, kidnapping people and throwing them into detention centers. And I know in Florida, a big issue is this Everglades detention center. And you and I talked, 9 months ago or so, with alligator Alcatraz. And then that was the big thing. And they would show the alligators eating human beings and you'd get kidnapped and alligators would eat you. And now a big issue is the Everglades detention. Talk to us about it, because the crazy thing is this parallel track. Yes, they're ripping away healthcare and they're inflicting so much pain. And then they're also shifting the funds to things like this.
Let's look at just how crazy the fact that they refuse to reenact the enhanced premium tax credits for the Affordable Health Care Act to ensure that people's healthcare costs don't skyrocket. All of us have constituents all across the country now whose insurance premiums for their healthcare have doubled, tripled, and quadrupled. My State of the Union guest makes $135,000 a year for his family of four. He runs a small business, his own small business, and his premiums for his family went from about $1,100 to about $3,600 a month. A month. And so that took out a massive chunk of their revenue and of the money that they bring in every month. And they have had to make some horrifically hard decisions. One of which cannot be that they drop their health care because they know that they have to be able to go to the doctor when they're sick. And so the cruel decisions, the indifference, the cruelty is the point with the Republicans, whether it's denying people access to affordable health care or in the case of the way they enforce the immigration laws and they send ICE roving through neighborhoods. In my community, in Weston, in South Florida, literally ICE agents are stopping lawn trucks on the main road of my town, and they are randomly searching lawn trucks and demanding people's papers because of their color of their skin, their accent, or the language that they're speaking. And the worst egregious situation in Florida that related to this is that the Everglades Detention Center, because I won't call it their name, is a monument to cruelty with about 1,500 men.
Yeah, I can't follow her. Y'all was following her? I couldn't follow her.
In the last 24 hours, something happened that was never supposed to happen. Not like this, not this fast, not with this many moving pieces colliding at the same moment on the same map. Iran opened the Strait of Hormuz. Israel and Lebanon entered a ceasefire. Trump said the war is going swimmingly, and 158 Iranian warships are sitting at the bottom of the sea. Think about that number for a second. Not 5, not 20, 158. Gone. The most strategically positioned naval force in the Persian Gulf, the force that had the entire world economy by the throat for decades, has been erased. And the man who ordered it done is now hinting he might fly to Islamabad to shake hands over a deal that could reshape the next 50 years of global power. This is Professor Jang Insight, where power shifts are decoded before the rest of the world even knows they've happened. Subscribe, hit the bell, and stay locked in, because what we're about to walk through changes everything. Let's start with what actually happened, because the way this story is being told in headlines is not the way it needs to be understood. The headlines say ceasefire, the headlines say deal close, the headlines say Trump optimistic, but what the headlines are not telling you, what they are not equipped to tell you, is the structural collapse that is unfolding underneath all of that optimism. And that structural collapse is going to define the next decade, whether a deal gets signed or not. Go back to February 28th. That is when everything began. The United States and Israel launched a coordinated military strike against Iran. That date, February 28th, will be studied in military academies for generations. It was the moment the world crossed a threshold that most analysts believed would never actually be crossed.
Okay, this is what I need to go out on. Hold on. I'm trying to see if it's somebody else that's talking about it. I see now what I need to go out on. If it's not Tucker Carlson and Joe Kent makes Trump, I need to talk about this ICE agent. Hold on. That's what I need to go out on. The ICE agent arrest. Let's see. I don't know this lady.
Story is something that probably many of you have seen a similar version. A nationwide arrest warrant has been issued for an ICE agent for criminal activity prosecutors allege he committed while he was in Minneapolis during that surge back in February. This finally seems to be the first piece of accountability for ICE agents terrorizing the streets in Minneapolis and across the country. My name is Dina Dahl with the Midas Touch Network. Let's get into this. So many of us have watched what's happened with Renee Good, with Alex Preddy, with so many video and images coming out where ICE agents were brandishing their weapons, assaulting people, and seemingly nothing was being done. Well, finally, we have an arrest warrant. This warrant has been issued for ICE.
Hold on, y'all.
Mary Moriarty. Today, our office has charged Gregory Donnell Morgan, an Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE agent, with 2 counts of second-degree assault. There is now a warrant for Mr. Morgan's arrest, which allows law enforcement to arrest him anywhere in the country. Before I address the details of this case, I want to take a moment to talk about the timeline and why a charging decision was reached earlier in this case than in the shooting of Julio Sosa Solis and the killings of Alex Preddy and Renee Good. I know the community is following the decisions of this office very closely, and I want to be transparent on why these situations are developing at different speeds. This case followed the typical investigation and submission process for cases coming to our office. The Minnesota State Patrol received a 911 call from the victims, who had a gun pointed at them by the driver of a vehicle who pulled up next to them illegally on the shoulder. The State Patrol was able to investigate thoroughly, identify Mr. Morgan, and conduct an interview with him at the Whipple building. After finalizing the investigative case file, the State Patrol submitted the case to our office for potential charges. Virtually none of the obstacles around evidence collection that exist for the January shootings exist in this case. On February 5th, Mr. Morgan was driving illegally on the shoulder of eastbound Highway 62, or the crosstown, just past the Portland Avenue exit, appearing to attempt to bypass slower traffic. The victim who was driving briefly moved their vehicle into the shoulder to slow him down. Mr. Morgan was driving a rented SUV with no markings or other features to indicate that it was an ICE vehicle. After the victim's vehicle moved back into the legal lane, Mr. Morgan sped up to pull alongside the victim's vehicle. Mr. Morgan then visibly slowed his vehicle to match the pace of the victim's vehicle, opened his window, and pointed his duty weapon directly at both victims in the other vehicle while continuing to drive illegally on the shoulder. Both the driver and the passenger in the victim's vehicle felt threatened by Mr. Morgan's actions. The driver called 911 while the passenger began to video the SUV when it pulled into the lane in front of them. On February 6th, State Patrol investigators conducted a voluntary interview with Mr. Morgan and his partner, who had been in the back seat of the rented SUV at the time of the incident. During the interview, Mr. Morgan admitted that he was driving the rented SUV, and he and his partner were headed to the Whipple building to end their shift. Additionally, he admitted that he drew his firearm after the victim's vehicle had already rejoined the normal flow of traffic, corroborating details from interviews with the victim. The State Patrol retrieved video of the incident from highway cameras, which is also consistent with the details of the interviews. We have charged Mr. Morgan with 2 counts of second-degree assault, 1 count for each victim, for threatening the victims with a dangerous weapon. Second-degree assault with a gun has a presumptive sentence of 36 months in prison. Mr. Morgan's conduct was extremely dangerous. Driving while pointing a weapon out of your moving vehicle at the victims who were in another moving vehicle could have led to yet another disastrous incident in a community that has already suffered too many. I want to thank the Minnesota State Patrol for their investigative work on this case and for submitting it to our office for charging consideration. Today's charges reflect an important milestone in our efforts to seek accountability for the harms inflicted on our community during Operation Metro Surge. Our community is still navigating the effects of the federal occupation. I drew daily inspiration from the courage of Minnesotans and the care that they showed for each other during Metro Surge. Our work continues on all fronts, from the killings of Ms. Good and Mr. Preddy, to the shooting of Mr. Sosa Solis, to the incidents being investigated by our Transparency and Accountability Project, or TAP. We will not rest until we get the answers we seek about federal agent conduct across Hennepin County, and accountability is delivered wherever appropriate. Thank you. Questions?
Mary, do you know where he lives in the state, presumably if not Minnesota, will they cooperate with extradition? What are the next steps?
So the question is, do we know where Mr. Morgan lives? We do not. We would certainly hope that he would reach out to us and voluntarily turn himself in, but we will wait to see.
It looks like the complaint says he has a Maryland address. If he still lives there and if he's still employed by ICE.
The question is, the complaint says he had a Maryland address. Do we know if he still lives there and whether he's still employed by ICE? We do not.
Are there any concerns about federal?
Yeah, please hit the like button. Anyway, I'm going. I'm going to go for now. Okay, Kane, good night.
The question is, are we concerned as to whether there would be federal blowback? They've indicated they would not be happy, something of that nature, if federal agents were to be charged. Not a concern of ours. Our role, by the way, is to hold people accountable if they violate the laws of the state of Minnesota. And in this particular case, we feel strongly that this agent committed second-degree assault against both of these victims. We have charged the case, and our intent is to hold them accountable. Yes.
Yes, Mary's on that note. The Trump administration has said these agents have absolutely a message to them and a message to community members who, because of that, probably feel this is a waste of time.
So the question is, the Trump administration has said that agents have absolute immunity. That is wrong. They are wrong. And I think they've actually walked that back. We know that the vice president insisted that federal agents have absolute immunity. That is not true. They do not have absolute immunity. What could happen is that a federal agent who is charged could ask a federal court to remove the case from state court to federal court. Our office will still be prosecuting it, whether it's state court or federal court. As part of that, we would expect a federal agent to assert a supremacy clause defense, but that requires, and the burden is on the agent to show that what they were doing was within the scope of their authority as a federal agent. Our opinion is that illegally driving on a shoulder, pulling up to a car and pointing a gun at the heads of two community members who are not doing anything at the time is well beyond the scope of their authority as federal agents. So they may say that, but we will litigate that in court. And there is no such thing as absolute immunity for federal agents who violate the law in the state of Minnesota or any other state.
Why did it take about 2 months to file these charges?
So we got the case, actually I can't remember when we got it. It's because it came in during our normal processes. What usually happens is law enforcement investigates a case, they submit it to us. I don't recall when it got submitted to us. Yeah, okay. Well, it was submitted to us in February on an out of custody basis.
What did it say?
Because our office has thousands of cases, we prioritize in custody cases, and we also took. Yeah, okay. Well, it was submitted to us. I don't recall when it got submitted to us. Yeah, okay. Well,
it was submitted to us in February on an out of custody basis. Because our office has thousands of cases, we prioritize in custody cases, and we also took our time in making sure that we understood what all of the facts were here and making sure that we were thoughtful in charging the case.
Is it fair to say that there was a delay associated with making sure you got it right, given the national eyeballs on this being an ICE agent versus any random member of the public who might have overdone in a road rage incident?
Well, I would hope that our team, and I believe this to be true, would take the time we need in any case, especially an out of custody case, if this incident had happened to any other member of the public. But certainly we were trying to figure out and trying to get additional details so that we could make sure that if there is a motion to remove, if there is a claim of federal supremacy, that we are prepared to respond to that. I do not. We do not know that.
What if he refuses to turn himself in? How long does this process go on?
So there is now a warrant for his arrest. That warrant is nationwide. And so he could be driving and get pulled over by an officer for a speeding ticket or something like that. It is not a pleasant thing to have a warrant out for your arrest. It impacts many different things that people try to do. So that's our hope, that he'll want to get this resolved. If he doesn't, it is also our expectation that law enforcement, if they encounter him, or frankly, ICE should make arrangements for him to turn himself in. But that warrant will remain out there until we get him in custody.
Has there been any contact with the office and Mr. Morgan's attorney or the INDICTED?
Has there been any communication between our office, DHS, or Mr. Morgan? No, there has not. As I said, the State Patrol took a statement from Mr. Morgan that was recorded. So we don't need anything in addition right now.
Is that an indication that the victims in this case were observing ICE agents, legal observers?
Any indication that the victims in this case were involved in any activity in observing ICE agents? No, there is not. In fact, as we make clear in the complaint, this ICE agent was driving a black SUV that had absolutely no markings or any indication that would give anyone an indication that they were ICE agents. So no. In fact, I think they were on their way to go shopping.
Is this the first federal officer charged in Operation Metro Search?
Yes, this is the first federal agent charged in connection with what happened here in Operation Metro Search.
Why do you think they cooperated now, ICE cooperated and made him available for an interview with state police, whereas they would not with any of these other cases?
Why do I think they cooperated now? I might have speculation on that, but I don't want to be speculating right now. We'll just rely on the facts and see what comes out during litigation.
So is this also the first case of its kind nationally?
Is it the first case of its kind nationally? We believe it is. We believe it is.
You can specify what was the
Max. Well, so there have been federal agents who have been charged in the past on DWIs and things that were very clearly unrelated to their what they were doing on behalf of their jobs, right? The federal agents in this case say that they were returning from their shift to Whipple. If there are federal, if they claim that they were on duty, we will litigate that in federal court. So that's what makes it different.
Were the victims, in the charges it says the victims temporarily anyway, pulled over on the shoulder. Was that remote?
So the complaint says the victims temporarily pulled over onto the shoulder. I think that is something that you will see people do occasionally when somebody is behaving in an illegal way by driving on the shoulder, which was clearly illegal, and speeding up behind them. And I think you've probably all seen situations where people will pull over a little bit to kind of give them the message that what they're doing is illegal. This is the crosstown, and so it narrows to one lane, and so the traffic slows down because it's one lane, and so traffic was backed up, and the vehicle, which was unmarked, unbeknownst to anyone that it was ICE, was kind of speeding up on the shoulder, which was illegal, it appears, trying to bypass the traffic. So, you know, is that a good thing to do? Probably.
And that it ain't something that somebody should have lost their lives over.
That is something that you will see people do occasionally when somebody is behaving in an illegal way by driving on the shoulder, which was clearly illegal, and speeding up behind them. And I think you've probably all seen situations where people will pull over a little bit to kind of give them the message that what they're doing is illegal. This is the crosstown, and so it narrows to one lane, and so the traffic slows down because it's one lane, and so traffic was backed up, and the vehicle, which was unmarked, unbeknownst to anyone that it was ICE, was kind of speeding up on the shoulder, which was illegal, it appears, trying to bypass the traffic. So, you know, is that a good thing to do? Probably not. But the victim had pulled back over into the legal lane and was there when the vehicle of Mr. Morgan pulled up next to him and drew a gun and pointed it at their heads. That, we believe, was illegal.
Right, you made that question about whether the two victims that moved to fly. Are you worried about that in your defense? And is that an illegal act?
So the question is, with the victims moving over, the driver moving over, are we worried about that in our defense? No. And this is why. While they did that, Mr. Morgan's vehicle slowed down and then sped up to get parallel right next to the victim's car, rolled the window down more, and pulled out his duty gun and pointed it at their heads. That was not legal and had no legal basis, no self-defense, no nothing. There's no legal defense there that would allow them, even if they thought the driver was trying to cut them off, the driver had already pulled in to the legal lane. It was after that that Mr. Morgan's vehicle pulled up next to it, slowed down to pace the car. And remember, he was driving. Mr. Morgan was driving illegally on the shoulder, rolled down the window, and pointed a gun at these two people.
Thank you, Mark.
That is illegal.
I don't think there's any question that that's a more serious offense. It's obviously very serious and dangerous. Again, the question, how do you classify the victim's act in that moment? We will get questions on it from viewers, from people. Do you classify that as an illegal move? Because they're part of this double situation.
So what I would classify that as not a good idea. Not a good idea, but something that we see here in this state, in this county, all the time. Would I say that's a good idea? No. Is it maybe a petty misdemeanor or something like that? Maybe. We are not concerned about what they did, knowing that they were already back in their legal lane, and there was nothing that they did that justified what Mr. Morgan did. So no, we're not concerned about what they did.
Did Morgan say anything to these people when he pulled them?
In his statement, he said that he yelled police, but the windows of the victim's vehicle were rolled up and they couldn't hear anything that was being said. All they saw was the gun pointed at their head.
Was he wearing a police uniform or an ICE uniform or any kind of markings on his clothing, or flash a badge to indicate that he was a cop?
No, the question was did he flash a badge? Did he produce any clothing or anything that would have indicated to the people in the vehicle that he was a federal agent? No. And in fact, the people in the vehicle had no idea that he was a federal agent until after the state trooper told them that.
Let's go two more.
Can you clarify the statement? Was it a video? Was it on the phone? Was it in person? Was State Patrol?
Yeah, the State Patrol went to Whipple and the trooper interviewed both Mr. Morgan and his partner. That is recorded. Yes.
So last time your office said that there were were 17 incidents involving unlawful actions against federal agents. Is 17 still that number? Are there going to be any potential charges for those? And then do you have a range of how many victims have been impacted on those cases?
So the question is about our TAP project, our Transparency and Accountability Project. We announced that we were investigating 17 cases. We talked about specifically about 2 of them. One of them was Bovino throwing a gas canister in the direction of a park. We have interviewed upwards of 50 witnesses and victims in those cases. So we continue to do investigation on those cases. We're making really good progress on them. And unlike this case, we don't have the names necessarily of people, but, you know, except for Bovino, that was obvious. And so those are cases where the federal government continues to obstruct our ability to get information. This, for whatever reason, we got the information from the State Patrol about who these people were, and the State Patrol got statements from them.
How long had Morgan been employed by ICE?
How long had Morgan been employed by ICE at the time of this incident? I don't know.
Do you view him as being on duty at the time of the incident?
Okay. What was that?
Do you view him as being on duty at the time of the incident?
We view him as acting in a way that was certainly not at all what he was authorized to do as an ICE agent. He says he was driving back to Whipple after the shift was over to gas up the car. But we firmly believe is that pointing a gun at somebody, pointing a gun at their heads, assaulting them, a second-degree assault, was clearly not within his authority as a federal agent. Thank you so much.
Was this one of the 17 cases? This was okay, thank you. Do you mind please sharing with a good and credit?
Corruption inside Trump pardon. Oh, okay, let's go. Corruption inside.
It was a bold and risky military operation to snatch a Latin American leader accused of drug trafficking.
The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States.
The irony, Justice Department officials used very similar language to describe another Latin American leader, Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez, when they had him arrested in 2022 and extradited to the U.S., charged with drug trafficking.
Hernandez is charged with participating in a corrupt and violent drug trafficking conspiracy to facilitate the importation of tons of cocaine into the United States from 2004 to 2022.
He wasn't necessarily a cartel leader or a drug lord, but he was protecting the cartels and the drug lords.
He was protecting and enabling drug trafficking to take place.
And enriching himself in the process.
Of course, if you contribute to the business, you get a cut in the business.
Human rights activist Helena Olea says the Hernandez presidency in Honduras was marred by corruption and misrule, violent crime and fear. Journalists there who were critical of him sometimes faced death threats, and his presidency soon became known as a narco-dictatorship. His arrest, she says, was a relief to many Hondurans. Prosecutors presented evidence at trial that Hernandez took millions in bribes from drug organizations, including the vicious Sinaloa cartel, to use the Honduran police and military to protect drug shipments. Evidence also showed he used the bribes to finance his political campaigns, and that he extradited rival traffickers while protecting his co-conspirators, including his brother, who was also convicted in the U.S. court and sentenced to life in prison. Prosecutors say a man was brutally murdered in a Honduran prison because he was set to testify against Hernandez. It was a strong case, and an American jury agreed.
He received a 45-year sentence from that case. I think it was a righteous investigation with righteous charges.
I feel 45 years wasn't enough for this president who has ruined the lives of many Hondurans and has affected many families.
But in December, Donald Trump pardoned Hernandez and set him free.
I was told, I was asked by Honduras.
Can y'all believe that?
Their sentence from that case. I think it was a righteous investigation with righteous charges.
I feel 45 45 years wasn't enough for this president who has ruined the lives of many Hondurans and is a
conspirators, including his brother, who was also convicted in a U.S. court and sentenced to life in prison. Prosecutors say a man was brutally murdered to use the Honduran police and military to protect drug shipments. Evidence also showed he used the bribes to finance his political campaigns, and that he extradited rival traffickers while protecting his co-conspirators, including his brother, who was also convicted in a U.S. court and sentenced to life in prison. Prosecutors say a man was brutally murdered in a Honduran prison because he was set to testify against Hernandez. It was a strong case, and an American jury agreed.
He received a 45-year sentence from that case. I
Trump
think,
pardoned him.
It was a righteous investigation with righteous charges.
I feel 45 years wasn't enough for this president who has ruined the lives of many Hondurans and has affected many families.
But in December, Donald Trump pardoned Hernandez and set him free.
I was told, I was asked by Honduras, many of the people of Honduras, they said it was a Biden setup. The people of Honduras really thought he was set up and it was a terrible thing.
No.
He was the president of the country. And they basically said he was a drug dealer because he was the president of the country.
President Trump said that he had been told that JOH was treated unfairly. Is there any evidence of that?
None that I've seen.
Thomas Padden ran the Justice Department's now defunct Organized Crime Drug Task Force, which helped investigate both Hernandez and Maduro.
I've been over 30 years as a federal prosecutor, 47 years total of military and civilian service. I haven't seen anything like this.
Seeing Hernandez walk free shocked not only career prosecutors in the U.S., but Hondurans, who wondered how this could happen.
He's an illegal immigrant that you just set free.
All the things that were done at the beginning when they took him away.
That is absolutely shocking. This pardon of Juan Orlando Hernandez upends the justice system and appears to be completely contrary to the public interest.
Liz Oyer is a former DOJ pardon attorney who was fired for defying an order, she says, to restore gun rights to the actor Mel Gibson after his domestic violence conviction. She says Trump has wielded his clemency powers recklessly, freeing convicted fraudsters, corrupt politicians, and violent offenders who assaulted police officers on January 6th, very few of whom have expressed remorse for their crimes.
The constitutional clemency
Well,
power...
fair real, let your kids go stay with him. Let your grandkids go sleep in the White House in the shitty bed with him. Since you think he the best president ever. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid, slow child. It's red. Number 45, whatever number it is. Stop drinking that mess. Stop being a cult follower all your life. Grow up. Stop playing games. Stop being a troll, dumbass.
To allow the president the ability to do mercy when mercy is warranted and deserved. And Donald Trump is not using it in that way. And there are many people who are deserving of mercy who are the real losers in this supercharged pardon economy that Donald Trump has created.
My profound gratitude to President Donald J. Trump for having...
That's Hernandez using social media to thank President Trump after his pardon.
You changed my life, sir.
So how did this happen?
So he getting free
Longtime
drugs.
Trump ally Roger
Y'all hit the like button.
Stone has acknowledged delivering the pardon request to the White House. And in December, Hernandez thanked Stone while appearing as a guest on Stone's radio show.
I really appreciate the way you handle this. Whoever knows my case in detail, they really know that I was wrongfully convicted.
You, sir, were absolutely framed. The hard left, the narrative is driving them crazy. Trump pardons a drug trafficker. None of these people have examined the case against you.
In a text message to MS Now, Stone acknowledged passing on a letter from Hernandez to President Trump requesting a pardon. But he said he wasn't paid for his advocacy. Does this pardon undermine confidence in the U.S. justice system?
Yes.
It does. When you just let go the convicted trafficker, you're encouraging more traffickers to take the risk, creating more motivation for other organizations to stand up and target us. Because at the end of the day, will they really be held to account?
Hold on.
As the war rages in the Middle East.
Stop. It's been ceasefire. Where we at, y'all? It's time to go to sleep now. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
A high-stakes, confidential meeting is taking place in the heart of New York City.
Seems like it was a busy weekend again.
Go over here. Okay, if you want, let me see. See if anything good. Within the last 2 hours. Let me see. Let me hit refresh. Y'all still with me? Rest well. Y'all still with me? Y'all sleep? What we doing? Ooh, 5 hours. Let me see. Let me see if any of my intellectuals. Big breaking U.S. Iran. Lost in it.
So today I want to discuss something that I think is one of the most important patterns in all of human history. And once you understand this pattern, everything happening right now in the Middle East will make complete sense to you.
Hold on, let me. This is the one I was supposed to play yesterday and didn't. Let me see if he has made an update.
I want to tell you something about Wednesday that I have not seen reported clearly anywhere. While Pakistan's army chief was in Tehran trying to save the ceasefire, while the White House was saying it felt good about prospects for a deal, while Trump...
Hold on, let me see if he's...
So today I want to discuss something that I think is the most underreported strategic story of this entire war. And I want to be upfront that when I say underreported, I do not mean hidden. The evidence is sitting in the Financial Times, in the Jerusalem Post, in CBS News, in the Council on Foreign Relations. It is in the open. It is documented. It has been confirmed by American intelligence officials. And yet, almost nobody is connecting the dots the way they need to be connected. Because once you connect them, the story of this war looks completely different from the version being told in every press briefing and every news headline. Here's the version you are being told. America is fighting Iran over nuclear weapons. America wants Iran to give up its enrichment program. Iran wants to keep it. Everything else, the bombing, the blockade, the ceasefire, the diplomacy, the Hormuz negotiations, everything is a consequence of that one disagreement. That is the version. America versus Iran, nuclear weapons. One question, one war. Here is the version that the evidence supports. While America and Iran are fighting over nuclear weapons, China is using every single day of this war to do something that neither country is publicly acknowledging. China is studying every American military base in the region. China is mapping every American weapon system being used in combat for the first time. China is watching how American air defenses respond to Iranian drones and missiles. China is recording the electronic signatures of American stealth aircraft. China is testing whether its own satellite technology can guide an adversary's missiles onto American targets. And China is doing all...
Sorry. I'll back it up a little bit. Let's go.
The region. China is mapping every American weapon system being used in combat for the first time. China is watching how American air defenses respond to Iranian drones and missiles. China is recording the electronic signatures of American stealth aircraft. China is testing whether its own satellite technology can guide an adversary's missiles onto American targets. And China is doing all of this without firing a single shot, without losing a single soldier, and without being formally party to the war at all. That is the story that the evidence supports. And understanding that story, understanding what China is actually doing in this war and why, is, I would argue, the most important strategic question of the next decade. Let me walk you through the evidence carefully, because I want you to see this not as a conspiracy theory or speculation. I want you to see it the way China's strategic planners see it, as a framework. A deliberate, patient, sophisticated framework that China has been building for years, and that this war has allowed China to execute at a scale nobody anticipated. Let me start with a specific name and a specific satellite, because I think the specificity is important. The satellite is called TE-01B. It was built by a Chinese company called Earth-I Co., whose ground stations are operated by a company called MEMPHIS. It was launched from Chinese territory into a sun-synchronous low Earth orbit at approximately 545 kilometers altitude, completing 14 to 15 revolutions per day. Its resolution is 0.5 meters per pixel. For context, Iran's own best domestic satellite, the Noor-3, has a resolution of approximately 5 meters per pixel. The TE-01B is 10 times more precise. At 0.5 meters, you can identify individual aircraft on a runway. You can distinguish between a Patriot missile battery and a THAAD system. You can count vehicles in a military compound. You can track whether a fuel depot has been filled or emptied in the last 24 hours. You can watch a radar installation rotate and calculate its scanning arc. The IRGC Aerospace Force, the division of the Iranian military responsible for ballistic missiles and drones, secretly acquired this satellite in late 2024. This is not speculation. This is from a Financial Times investigation published recently, citing leaked Iranian military documents, confirmed by the Times of Israel, the Irish Times, and Reuters. The satellite monitored Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. It monitored Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan. It monitored locations near the U.S. 5th Fleet Naval Base in Manama, Bahrain. It monitored Erbil Airport in Iraq. The Financial Times found time-stamped coordinate lists, satellite imagery, and orbital analysis in the leaked documents. The timing between imagery collection and IRGC-claimed attacks on those facilities was, according to analysts, not coincidental. One U.S. service member died after an attack on Prince Sultan Air Base. The strike came shortly after the TE-01B had been tasked to monitor the base. That is not speculation. That is the documented sequence of events. Now here is the question I want you to hold in your mind. A Chinese company built a satellite. A Chinese company launched it from Chinese soil. A Chinese company operates its ground stations. China's own government authorized the launch. No satellite reaches orbit from Chinese territory without government approval, and multiple former senior Western intelligence officials confirmed this to the Financial Times on the record. And that satellite was used to guide Iranian missiles onto American military personnel. America has said almost nothing publicly about this. Trump was asked about it. He said China would face big problems if it transferred weapons to Iran. Not one word about the satellite that was already in orbit, already operational, already being used. That silence is itself a data point, and I want to come back to it. But the T-01B satellite is only one layer of what China is doing in this war. Let me describe the others, because together they form a picture that is far more significant than any single component. The second layer is what I call the open source intelligence operation. A Chinese company called Mizar Vision, partially state-owned, with personnel certified by the People's Liberation Army, has been publishing AI-enhanced satellite imagery of American military bases on open-source platforms, on Weibo, in public, for anyone to see. The imagery uses machine learning algorithms trained specifically to identify military signatures, Patriot missile batteries, THAAD launcher positions, aircraft parking areas, hardened shelters, fuel depots, command centers, radar installations, ammunition storage sites. Mizar Vision published at least 6 detailed posts about Prince Sultan Air Base in late February 2026. Those posts identified with precision the locations of Patriot batteries, aircraft parking areas, hardened shelters, and logistical compounds. Prince Sultan was struck shortly afterward. American officials confirmed a service member was killed. Another Chinese firm, Jing'an Technology, went further. It claimed to have tracked U.S. B-2A Spirit stealth bombers during American strikes on Iranian targets. If accurate, and American officials have not denied it, this represents something that was previously considered impossible. The B-2 Spirit is America's most advanced stealth platform. It is designed to be invisible to radar. The entire premise of stealth technology is that it cannot be tracked. China's commercial AI geospatial firms are claiming they tracked it on open source platforms. The United States Defense Intelligence Agency confirmed that the IRGC is actively monitoring these data sets. A DIA official described the activity as a Chinese company, we believe maliciously, providing intelligence on an open source platform, directly increasing risks to American personnel. That quote is from ABC News, a DIA official, on record, saying a Chinese company is helping Iran target American soldiers. China's foreign ministry denied it all. The third layer is navigation. Iran's drones and missiles have switched from GPS, the American navigation system, which American electronic warfare can jam, to Beidou, China's own satellite navigation system. Beidou is operated by the Chinese government. America has no ability to jam Beidou without directly attacking Chinese infrastructure. A senior U.S. military analyst described this to me as one of the single most consequential shifts in the war. Every Iranian drone using Beidou navigation is effectively immune to the electronic countermeasures that America has relied on for decades. and China provided that immunity simply by allowing Iran to access a navigation system that China built for its own purposes. The fourth layer is materials. Multiple sanctioned Iranian ships carrying sodium perchlorate, a precursor for solid propellant rockets, have been tracked traveling from China to Iran since the war began. U.S. intelligence also indicates China was preparing to transfer man-portable air defense systems, MANPADS, the shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles that shot down a U.S. F-15E in this war through third countries to mask their origin. The U.S. semiconductor giant SMICS, a Chinese state-owned company, was accused of providing chip-making tools to Iran's military. All of these layers, the TE-01B satellite, the Miser Vision imagery, the Beidou navigation, the sodium perchlorate shipments, the MANPAD transfers, the chip-making tools, none of them constitute direct military participation by China. China has not sent soldiers. China has not sent warships. China has not declared war. China has maintained throughout the entire conflict that it is a neutral party seeking a diplomatic resolution. And yet the cumulative effect of all these layers is that Iran has been fighting this war with Chinese eyes, Chinese navigation, Chinese propellant, and Chinese intelligence against American targets. Now, I want to introduce the framework I want to use for understanding why China is doing this, because I think most of the coverage treats each of these stories as a separate scandal. Chinese satellite here, Chinese imagery there, Chinese components somewhere else. Each story is treated as an individual violation or concern, and that framing misses everything important. I call this framework the proxy laboratory. Here is how it works. When a great power prepares for a potential future conflict with another great power, the most valuable thing it can acquire is not hardware. Hardware can be bought. What cannot be bought is live operational data. Data on how the enemy's weapons actually perform under real combat conditions. Data on how the enemy's air defenses actually respond when genuinely overwhelmed. Data on what the enemy's electronic warfare looks like in practice, not in simulations. Data on how the enemy's supply chains behave under sustained attrition. Data on the electronic signatures of the enemy's stealth aircraft when they are actually flying combat missions. This kind of data is priceless. It cannot be obtained from exercises. It cannot be obtained from intelligence gathering in peacetime. It can only be obtained when the enemy is actually fighting, when the enemy is actually using its most advanced systems under real stress, when the enemy is actually revealing in real time every strength and every weakness it has. China has been preparing for a potential conflict with the United States, not necessarily a hot war, but a strategic confrontation for 2 decades. China has been developing hypersonic missiles, stealth aircraft, carrier-killer weapons, space-based warfare systems, electronic warfare capabilities, all designed specifically to counter American military power. But until February 28, 2026, China had never had the opportunity to observe American military systems actually operating in live combat against a sophisticated adversary at scale. This war gave China that opportunity. The CFR said it plainly. In an analysis published today, the Council on Foreign Relations confirmed that China is learning all it can about U.S. capabilities in multi-domain warfare from this conflict. The Jerusalem Post went further. Analysts told the Post that China is collecting multi-spectral imagery, electronic intelligence, and real-time data on American platforms, including the F-35, F-22, and the new stealth Tomahawk missile. The Post quoted one analyst who described the conflict as a data set goldmine for China. This data is not just for human learning anymore. It will be collected to build automated detection and threat classification models. Command 11, a strategic intelligence firm, reported that China is accelerating development of its H-20 stealth bomber, its own equivalent to the B-2, based on what it has observed from how American B-21s perform against hardened Iranian targets. And the 2026 annual threat assessment, the unclassified survey compiled by the entire U.S. intelligence community, warned this year that China has now eclipsed Russia as the key American competitor in space, that Beijing's rapid deployment of space-based capabilities positions it to challenge U.S. military and technological superiority on a global scale. That report was published before this war started. Everything that has happened in the last 7 weeks has validated every word of it. The Asia Times summarized it most directly. China, it wrote, is using Iran as a proxy lab for future AI warfare with the U.S. A proxy laboratory. Iran is not China's ally in the traditional sense. Iran is China's live testing environment, and America is the subject of the experiment. I want to now steelman the American position before I explain why I think it fundamentally misunderstands the situation. The American argument is this: China is a commercial actor. The companies involved, Earth Eye, Mazar Vision, Jing'an Technology, are nominally private companies. Their activities are technically legal under existing frameworks. America has sanctioned some of their partners. America has warned China against direct weapons transfers. America is managing its relationship with China carefully because it needs Chinese cooperation on trade, on Iran, on Taiwan, and on global economic stability. Being too aggressive toward China over its satellite activities risks collapsing the diplomatic space that America needs to end this war. Trump himself said he expects Xi to give him a big fat hug at their planned summit in Beijing next month. You do not accuse the man you expect to hug next month of helping kill your soldiers. There is real logic to this position. Diplomatic relationships are complicated, and China has, in fact, been helpful on Hormuz. Wang Yi pressed Iran to open the strait, and Iran did. That matters. But here's what this logic misses. It misses the compounding nature of what China is learning. Every week this war continues. China is not just gathering static data. China is building dynamic models, AI models, machine learning systems trained on live American operational behavior. The DIA officials' warning about Mazar Vision was not just about the immediate targeting risk. It was about what those models become over time. The ability to automatically detect...
Y'all, please hit the like button. I'm asleep. Hit the like button. Come on. Double tap those, or hit those 3 dots at the top right corner. Hit those dots or double tap the face of your phone.
Classify and track American military assets from commercially available satellite imagery. Once built, that capability does not disappear when the Iran war ends. It becomes the foundation of how China tracks American forces in the Pacific, in the South China Sea, around Taiwan for the next 20 years. The Iran war is a temporary event. The intelligence China is collecting is permanent. Let me now bring this together with a historical parallel that I think captures the strategic significance of what China is doing more precisely than any modern analogy. During the Korean War from 1950 to 1953, the Soviet Union flew MiG-15 fighter jets against American F-86 Sabres. Soviet pilots, wearing Korean uniforms and speaking Russian on frequencies they hoped American signals intelligence would not monitor, flew combat missions against American aircraft. The Soviet objective was not to win the Korean War. The Soviet objective was to gather live performance data on American air-to-air combat tactics, American radar systems, and American electronic warfare, data that would be used to design the next generation of Soviet aircraft and air defenses. When a MiG-15 was shot down by an F-86, the Soviets analyzed the wreckage. When an F-86 was shot down, the Soviets examined it in detail. Korea was, for the Soviets, a proxy laboratory. The American military learned this lesson and studied it carefully for decades. The principle that emerged from it was simple. Every conflict in which a great power's weapons and tactics are used against a sophisticated adversary is an intelligence windfall for any third party watching carefully. America understood this because America has exploited the same dynamic many times, using conflicts in the Middle East to observe Soviet and later Russian and Chinese equipment in action. China understands this principle better than almost anyone. China has been studying American military history for decades, specifically to identify the patterns in how America fights and where America's systems are vulnerable. The Iran war is not a distraction from China's strategic competition with America. It is the most valuable intelligence-gathering opportunity China has had since the Cold War ended. The proxy laboratory framework predicts exactly this. A great power does not need to fight its rival directly to prepare for a future confrontation. It needs to observe its rival fighting someone else, and it needs to make sure its rival is under maximum stress while being observed, so that the systems being observed are operating at the limits of their capability, revealing vulnerabilities that peacetime observation cannot detect. China gave Iran the T-01B satellite. China published open-source imagery of American bases through nominally private companies. China provided Beidou navigation to Iranian missiles. China shipped sodium perchlorate for Iranian rockets. None of these actions constituted a declaration of war. All of them ensured that Iran could fight longer, hit harder, and stress American systems more severely than it could have otherwise. Every additional day of this war that Iran survives, every additional missile that American air defenses must intercept, every additional drone that penetrates an American base, every additional electronic warfare exchange is another data point in China's proxy laboratory. Now let me tell you what I think this means for the next phase of this conflict and beyond it. The second round of U.S.-Iran talks is expected imminently in Pakistan. The ceasefire expires in 4 days. Iran has opened Hormuz conditionally. A deal is, as Trump says, close. The war is likely to end within weeks or months. And when it ends, most of the coverage will focus on what America won, what Iran won, what the nuclear terms were, whether the blockade succeeded. What the coverage will almost certainly not focus on is what China won. And China will have won something that no headline will adequately capture. China will have spent 7 weeks observing the most advanced American military campaign since the Gulf War. China will have data on F-35 performance in real combat, data on B-21 Raider effectiveness against hardened underground targets, data on THAAD and Patriot response patterns against mass drone and missile salvos, data on how American carrier groups maneuver under threat, data on American electronic warfare signatures, jamming frequencies, and communications protocols. And China will have tested in live conditions whether its own satellite and navigation technology can guide an adversary's weapons onto American targets. The answer, based on what happened at Prince Sultan, appears to be yes. The United States spent approximately 48 days and an estimated $40 billion fighting this war. China spent nothing. And China may have gained more strategically from these 48 days than America gained from winning them. Let me bring this all together. America is fighting Iran over nuclear weapons. That is real. That is the stated objective. And if America achieves a nuclear deal, if Iran surrenders its enrichment program or agrees to permanent international monitoring, that is a genuine strategic success and should be recognized as one. But here is the structural question that nobody in Washington appears to be asking with sufficient urgency. What did China learn? What did China build? What models did China train? What vulnerabilities did China identify? What gap in American military capability, the ability to defend against Beidou-guided missiles, to counter AI-enhanced geospatial targeting, to protect bases that are visible at 0.5 meter resolution from commercial satellites, did China confirm, validate, and begin to exploit? That question is not about this war. That question is about the next one, the one that may never be called a war, the one that may look from the outside exactly like this one, a regional conflict between two other powers, with China watching carefully, providing just enough support to keep the conflict going, and collecting every data point that America reveals in the process. The proxy laboratory does not require China to win any individual conflict. It requires only that America keep fighting. Because every day America fights, China learns. And China has time. China has always had time. This is not prophecy. This is structural history combined with game theory. The Soviet pilots flying MiGs over Korea in Korean uniforms, America eventually found out about that too. It found out too late to prevent the intelligence collection that shaped Soviet air power for the next 30 years. Push back on this if you see it differently. Read the Financial Times investigation on the TE-01B satellite. Read the CFR analysis published today confirming China's intelligence collection from this war. Read the Asia Times assessment of China's proxy laboratory strategy. Read the DIA official's statement about Mizar Vision. And then ask the question that no one in Washington's press briefings is asking. Not what did America win in Iran? What did China learn while America was winning it?
Okay, y'all. Good night. Shocking, yeah. Okay. I see y'all later. I don't know what this is. It's starting on its own. What in the world?
Not as a defense against Russia.
It just started on its own. Y'all, good night.